Welcome. We are here today to read some more spooky stories, maybe watch some spooky videos, have a fun October month. So welcome. Thank you for joining the RedDeathMask stream. I'm your host, RedDeathMask, or Red for short. But yeah, essentially today, we're gonna continue some stories from last stream. We're gonna be continuing the Watchtower. A few stories we didn't get to last time. We're gonna start with, like, I took my golden retriever. I took in a stray golden retriever. He wasn't a dog. The evolution, and then my friend was a flower. And then we're also gonna do the Babysitter's Rule from Heather-Grimm. And yeah, so we've got a lot of good stuff in store. Our first story is gonna be from AnyShift 2269. Then the evolution's gonna be from SSdeku, the evolution. And then my friend was a flower from General P123, and then the Watchtower Part 2 from Odd Dentist 6189, and then Babysitter's Rule, or the Babysitter's Rule from Heather-Grimm. So yeah, whoop peanut butter operator, how you doing? Thank you for joining us. And then yeah, we might be watching some spooky short films or some other YouTube videos. I have here. Let's just watch this special announcement video from Noel Miller, and then I'll talk about it.
Sam, make sure you add some fake live audience in there, and by fake I mean real. Guys, today's very
Un momento. Gotta get the headphones. Hold on. All right, beautiful.
exciting day. So exciting. I had to talk to you from this lovely performance room that I've got. I'll be making more stuff here soon, but I'm not focused on that today. Today, I want to talk about a short film that I'm releasing. Now, we have a lot of new subscribers to the channel, so I feel I need to catch you all up so this announcement makes sense. I own a podcast network called TMG Studios, and just to make it clear, when I say I own it, I mean me alone by myself. Earlier this year, we signed 5 new shows: Upstairs Neighbors, Not That Y'all Care, Crash Dummies, Are We Still Friends, and Big Al's Grill ASMR with Alec Flynn. In addition to these 5 shows, we have Brooke and Connor Make a Podcast, and of course, The Company Lot. For all my new subscribers, I do enjoy directing projects. Film is definitely one of my first loves, and I've been dying to make a project for the last few years. So I thought, why don't we take everyone signed to the network and we make a comedy horror slasher? And so we did that, and it's called Podcasters Must Die. It's a short film. It's about 21 minutes long, and I'm releasing it on our site/app called tmgstudios.tv. Now, for everyone that's been following me for a while, you might be wondering, why am I releasing it on the studio site? And the answer is pretty simple: gore. I wanted to use gore. I wanted to make things a little bloody, and I didn't want any rules or pushback. I actually hit up a few pals at YouTube, and I said, hey man, what's the gore policy? And as they started to describe what isn't allowed on the platform, I just started to retract anything else I was going to say in that conversation. And I ended it with a clean, appreciate it. Have a nice day. And so, the film is available right now on tmgstudios.tv. You can also click the link in the description. If you want to support the film, we would love that. If you do sign up to watch it, you will get access to all the shows on network, ad-free, including The Company Lot, as well as the film, and a lot of other upcoming projects that we got cooking. So yeah, if you end up signing up, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it, and so does all my staff at the studio. So yeah, I'll leave you with the trailer, and I hope to see you on the other side of the full film. Please enjoy.
All right, so before we get into the trailer, I wanna pause here real quick. So I'm a fan of Noel Miller. Been a fan of TMG Studios for a while. Basically, ever since they did the first, I think it was like an 8 episode run where they did like a cartoon podcast with Hunter, where Hunter would come on with Cody Ko and Noel, and they would also have like cartoon characters come onto the podcast set as like a part of it too. And it was funny, it was interesting, but I've always been a big fan of, Hunter and Noel. As far as I know, Hunter isn't uh, related to this project at all. He isn't part of it. But I do think it's cool that Noel Miller is finally doing something like this, because I was a big fan of the Stretch and Fade podcast. Stretch and Fade was Noel Miller and Hunter, and it was a great podcast. It was super funny. Hunter got like burned out on it. I mean, he was just doing Creepcast. Creepcast was just starting. It blew up, and then yeah, I think over time Hunter just got burned out on it and just didn't want to do it anymore, and so they stopped doing it, which was a bummer for me because I did enjoy it, but also at the same time, yeah, I'm happy to, because a lot of what that podcast was, or some of my favorite parts about that podcast, was just Hunter and Noel talking about like ideas for movies that they wanted to make and stuff like that, and it's super fun to that's like a podcast that's right up my alley, is like when people are uh you know talking about, oh, this is how this movie should have ended, or this is, just stuff like that, when it comes to like, movie, TV shows, whatever. That always is one of my favorite types of just conversations in general. And so, but for a long time, Hunter and Noel both have been, talking about how they wanted to make a horror short or a horror movie. And it sounds like Noel at least finally did it, at least with this short comedy horror film. And yeah, I'm really interested to see it. I don't have a TMG Studios membership. I don't think I'm gonna get one. I am pretty sad that it's behind a paywall, because I wanted to just watch it. But who knows? Maybe if he comes out with more projects or something, or there's a full length film, maybe I will sign up for a month just to watch it. Who knows? But anyways, I think it's pretty cool. And now let's get into the trailer, just because I watched it briefly, watched this video, and the trailer looked good. It reminded me of I think it was that shitty like 50 Cent, like Ryan Kavanaugh made this. It was called Skill House, I think. Yeah, Skill House, and it's like a really shitty. It was supposed to be a full length movie, but it's never really come out, and they've only dropped like 3-minute parts of it, and then apparently that's supposed to equal a whole film if you watch it all. I don't know. It was very poorly conceived, and it was just like, let's get all the influencers, and there's a murderer, and it gets them, and it was very dumb and like not self-aware from the parts of it that I did see. This I like, because this is like in a similar vein, but it is self-aware, and so I like comedy horror. Ultimately, like comedy horror to me is just a lot of fun, and it's one of the reasons I love Creepcast, is because I think Creepcast does a good job of balancing the horror, and even though the story might be horrible or terrifying, they can bring some lightness to it and make it somewhat more palatable. So I really enjoy it. So let's watch the trailer.
Oh my God,
David.
you're always trying to zip me up, aren't you?
Tristan, if I don't, who would?
Podcasters dead.
Save it for the podcast.
Wait,
Save it for the podcast. A killer runs free. Oh my god! Which one of us is next?
Save for the pod.
Who is the podcast killer? What about podcasting drives him so mad? Find out this and more on our brand new podcast.
Anyways, I want to take a quick break to thank a sponsor of today's episode.
Yeah, so pretty cool. I think it's definitely I always like to see people, you know, taking that additional step, you know, whether it's just from being, you know, Noah Miller's a YouTuber and a stand-up comedian, but to take that step into like directing and actually making a full-length 22-minute short film, I think is pretty cool. And yeah, I'm excited to watch it. Hopefully there's some way I can watch it. You know, whether that means coughing up $10 or whether that means maybe him releasing it at some point, you know, on YouTube. And the whole thing, I guess maybe because he wanted it to be monetized, but I was like, couldn't you just, I mean, I've seen gory shit on YouTube. Couldn't you just have the gore and it would get age restricted or whatever, but maybe like it would still do well. But, you know, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know all the back end money making reasons, but yeah, it was just cool. It was something that I thought that I was excited to see, and I hope that you know, in the future, Isaiah and Hunter, or you know, each of them by themselves. Obviously, Isaiah did the Stalker film and stuff like that, but I hope to see them do, you know, more stuff. I want to see what Hunter makes if he was to make a short film, or you know, Isaiah, Hunter, and Noel, even if they all got together and, you know, did something horror related. I think would be really fun, because I know Noel's not a super huge horror guy, but I know when it comes to like whatever the type of movies that he wants to make, or the type of like jokes that they would laugh about and shit in the podcast, it would always be like, oh, let's make a movie about a F1 driver or a guy who wants to be an F1 driver, and so he goes and kills a driver and sneaks into the cockpit of the car and all this stuff, you know. And so it was all very like slasher thriller related type stuff. Yeah, and I just think it would be a lot of fun. So but yeah, anyway, so that is just kind of what I wanted to start the stream off with. I thought that was pretty fun, pretty cool. If I do end up taking a break at any point, or end up eating, because I do need to eat something at some point, we're probably gonna we're gonna watch some of the Username 666 Creep TV. So yeah, if you see that playing during the stream, that's why. But without any more stalling. Oh, here, I wanted to show this. This is the TMG Studios website. Yeah, it looks like a funny, campy, cool slasher movie. And that's what Skill House was supposed to be. But the problem was, like, Ryan Kavanaugh is just silly. He's just dumb. And he was like, it's going to be a huge horror movie. And it was not. You know what I mean? It was just... I mean, there's a reason they never really released it, but my point is, like, I like to see somebody doing this type of thing, who actually has a good sense of humor and like knows the inside jokes and stuff about influencers, and understands that, like, you know, you can't take yourself seriously, especially in this context. And so, yeah, I just, you know, I was pretty stoked to see that he did that, you know. And I do want to watch it. Hopefully I'll rustle up $10 to go watch it sometime. But yeah, so let's get into here. Let's get a little mood music. Let's turn it way down. Oh. All right. And now, oh, I thought I was ready. I'm not ready. Here, enjoy username 666 while I go grab the last ingredient in order to have a great stream. Hold on. There's one more
I didn't like
thing
that.
we
Yeah, I'm
need.
gonna leave now. I think I'm just gonna be seeing you all. Have a
The
good
door
one.
just like locks immediately. You're going to give me a raspberry on my belly, and I'm going to pretend to be a big baby.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you should. That guy should probably
Holy
just die.
shit! Like,
I was just gonna molest you or something. I didn't want it to be weird.
No. None of those memes. Only raspberries. Ugh.
Man, that poor guy. That's worse, actually. We're gonna go back to the video now.
I thought there was like blood there on the floor for a second. That, like, what the hell is that?
Who knows?
How cute, a tiny little baby. I wish I could.
16-ounce Red Bull. Here we go. Now we're in for it. Now we're gonna have a great time, folks. All right, so let's get into it. This is I took in a stray golden retriever. He wasn't a dog, from Any Shift 2269. And already, I know I've said that, like, I don't like your typical Reddit title. Although this one, I have to say, is not too cumbersome, and so I do like it. I knew it was gonna be a Red Bull. Yep, yeah, you know it. And so yeah, I feel like this type of a title is fun. I just don't like the like 3-sentence long, the 2-sentence long title that's like already tells me pretty much what the story's gonna be about. Like, I do like there to be some mystery in the title. And, I took in a stray golden retriever. He wasn't a dog. Sure, it kind of spoils it that, like, okay, this is gonna be a creature or a monster, but at least it's not like I took in a stray golden retriever and he ate my girlfriend or whatever, like it doesn't completely spoil the story. So I like it. I think it's fun. Let's do it to it. I had always wanted a dog growing up, but because of my dad's allergies, we never got to have one. So when I saw a dog walking down a back country road on my 21st birthday, I immediately pulled over to try to help this lost puppy. So it's on his birthday that he finds the dog, which is, I guess, fortuitous, but maybe not. And is it a puppy or is it is it a dog? I get it, people use dog and puppy interchangeably, but I'm wondering, like, is it a little puppy or is it like a full-grown golden retriever? With my truck still running, I hopped out and called out to the dog. "Are you lost, buddy?" The dog stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at me, cocking his head to the side as if to ask if I was talking to him. "Yeah, bud. There's nobody else around. Are you trying to get home?" The dog began to walk over to me slowly and licked my hand as I continued my one-sided conversation. Alright, so yeah, we have the author in the chat. This is the second story I posted and my first attempt at writing a female main character. Nice. Peanut Butter Operator, I have yet to write a story with a female main character, so kudos to you. I will say I haven't gotten from the story yet that this is a female, but we're only just getting into it, so we'll see, but I can tell from the way that she's talking that, she does seem kind of motherly and like, nice in that feminine way. So, yeah, I think that, if you're going to write for like the opposite sex, I think the main thing that you just want to do is just define, and I'm not saying you haven't done this, but I'm like, you just need to define them as a character before you define what their sex is. Like, you need to, it doesn't matter if they're male or female. What matters is like, okay, are they a good person? Are they smart? Are they sarcastic? Are they whatever? And if you give them those character traits, then, if you define that, then, they become real to the person. And then if later they go, oh crap, I didn't know it was a woman, it's like it doesn't matter, because they know the type. It doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman, because they know, we as the reader know like what type of person they are, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I just I know for a lot of people that's like a big hurdle. Some people never want to do it. They're just like, no, I'm a guy, so all my main characters are guys, or I'm a girl, so all my main characters are women, and that's just kind of how it goes. But I do think you can do, people are understanding enough and have enough like empathy to where it's like, yes, I can understand the opposite sex's point of view, That's not impossible. As crazy as that sounds, I know there's a lot of people out there who would go, I beg to differ. I don't know what being no woman's like, or something like that, but it's like, chill the fuck out. Yeah, you can. You can figure it out. Licked my hand as I continued my one-sided conversation. You don't have a caller? Are your parents nearby? I don't mind sitting here and waiting for you, and waiting for a while with you. And see, like, even that, the fact that she called them parents and that she's treating the dog like it's a kid, and stuff like that. She's not like, where's his owners? Like, I feel like that is what, especially like an older type man would say, is like, where's your owners, little pup, stuff like that. But she's being very like, nurturing to this doggy, this little puppy. As if in response, buddy, yes, I named him already. And see that, I like that little line. Talking to the reader and also being like, because that's the mistake that people say, like, that's how you get attached to an animal, is naming them. And so it's like, the fact that she just went right in with a name just shows that, yes, she is getting attached. Our narrator is getting attached, but also, she'll fly by the seat of her pants. She doesn't care about these rules that people have about, taking in strays or whatever. Like, she's like, well, fuck you, As if in response, Buddy said, yes, I named him already. As if in response, Buddy, yes, I named him already, lay down at my feet and leaned on my shins. Buddy was heavier than he looked. Granted, he was a pretty big golden retriever, but still, I thought he must have been upwards of 140 pounds? Jesus. 140 pounds is like a human. There are humans that weigh 140 pounds. 140 pounds is like a keg. I think maybe a keg is 160 pounds. But yeah, that's a lot. That's crazy. Hold on one second. That's just funny. I wonder, I guess maybe that's gonna be part of the horror, is that my hot dogs are done, so I'm gonna finish this story and then I'm gonna go get some food. Yeah. I just texted you back, babe. Hold on one second, folks.
I could find its baby belly and give it a raspberry. Oh my god, I thought that was someone standing there for a second. That kind of got me. I was like, oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Are those seals? God, the lighting on this is incredible.
It makes the color look so deep.
It reminds me of like, well, it feels very hellish, first off, because it's completely oversaturated in yellow and reds. So it's very like damning, and I mean like the blacks are super deep and dark, like the shadows are just infinitely black.
Chili
so
dogs.
What kind of void could you be in? Oh geez.
All right, but real quick, I'm not gonna get sidetracked by the delicious smelling food in front of my face, and I am gonna try to. Well, let's see. How long is this story? Pretty long, but or longer than I thought, but that's okay. Upwards of 140 pounds. You're a chubby puppy, aren't you, buddy? Buddy didn't seem to take offense at this. If your people don't show up in the next hour or so, I'm going to have to take you to the vet and see what you've got. There's only see what you've got. Sorry, I was just a little confused by that. Like, meaning see if he's got a chip or something. There's only one vet in our small town. For a long time, anyone with pets had to travel to this next minor city to get their pets checked out. Thankfully, a new vet had recently started a practice for pets in our sleepy town. Once I had run out of songs in my playlist, I started the truck back up and had Buddy hop up in the back seats. As we pulled up to the vet, Buddy didn't seem anxious like I would expect a dog to be, but to be fair, I assumed Buddy had never been to this vet before, so he wouldn't know what was about to happen. But to be even more fair, I had never been to a vet at all, and I guess that made Buddy the expert in this area, so he had a right to be more confident than I was. I approached the front desk where a man in a set of blue scrubs with a pattern of cartoon dogs and cat faces was organizing files. Dr. Wilson, I presumed? He smiled. Yes, that's me. Who am I helping today? Yeah, a human wearing a dog costume. Yeah, well, and that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, so obviously the dog's heavier, but I'm like, is it, it could be a human wearing a dog costume, or is it, I don't know, like, added weight to me presumes that, like Like, is it gonna stretch out? You know what I mean? Like, is it gonna grow, or is it shape? Is it maybe still gonna somewhat look like a dog, but is its shape gonna change in such a way to where its added mass makes sense? Like, all of a sudden it has like really long giant legs or something, you know, who knows? But anyways. He smiled. Yes, that's me. Who am I helping today? Not sure if you meant me or the dog. I figured I should introduce us both. I'm Kenzie Mays, and this is Buddy. Well, I'm not sure if that's his name. I just picked him up on the side of the road. Of course, Dr. Wilson cut me off. You just want to make sure he's alright and check for a chip to get him back home? I was glad Dr. Wilson had caught on. I had no clue what the procedure was with the lost dog. Yes, thank you. I wasn't sure what to do with him. My parents never let me have a dog as a kid, and I'm not sure what, Thank you. I wasn't sure what to do with him. My parents never let me have a dog as a kid, and I'm not sure what to do with him exactly. Just don't do in my opinion, I don't think you need the two. I wasn't sure what to do with him, and then I think the sentence would flow better if it just read like this. Yes, thank you. My parents never let me have a dog as a kid, so I'm not sure what to do with him exactly. That's all you need. I don't think... I realize maybe she's like nervous and the writing's trying to portray that. And so, you know what? Maybe it's okay. I know a lot of times when I go into a doctor's office or like a vet's office, I can be I can ramble too and stuff. So maybe it's more true to real life, but it's just as I was reading it, it made me feel like, oh wait, didn't I just read that part? And then I was like, oh no, it's just repeated phrasing. But Dr. Wilson smiled. Of course, you're doing just fine. Clearly Buddy is already comfortable with you, so you must be a natural. I gave a shy smile of embarrassment. Thanks. I've watched a lot of Caesar Milan, so I guess it helped. I like that, a dog whisperer reference. Dr. Wilson chuckled. Of course. That is the point of the show after all. If you'd like to leave your name, phone number, and address, I can give you a call when I'm finished checking Buddy here. If his owners can't be contacted, and if you'd like to be Buddy's new owner, you can come back and pick him up. I paused. I guess I hadn't thought this far ahead. I lived away from home now in a house that my grandpa had given to me when he moved back in with my parents. I had a couple acres, a 2-bedroom house, and a chicken run that could use a guard dog. I wasn't sure if Buddy would be up to the task of defending the chickens, but even if he was just a house dog, it would be nice to have the company. It was a little lonely in the small house living with just the chickens outside. See, now we get compelling things here, because now I'm like, okay, maybe her grandpa's not dead, but she's living in her grandpa's old house. Now you got this dog. Clearly from the title, we're thinking the dog might be the supernatural thing, but what if the house awakens something in the dog? We don't know. Most of my friends had moved away for college, but I was pretty content to work from home, writing for the town paper. If I had a dog to come home to, maybe it wouldn't go and bother my parents as much. I'd love that, I responded, now secretly hoping that Buddy's owners didn't want him back. That evening, as I brought the egg. Oh, as I brought in the eggs, I saw a voicemail from Dr. Wilson's office. Hello, this is Dr. Wilson. I have some news about Buddy. He's in great health. He isn't chipped and no one is looking for him. I can hang on to him tomorrow. I can hang on to him tomorrow, but if you change your mind, I'll start looking for a home for him tomorrow night. Thank you, and I'm so glad to have met you and Buddy. Interesting. So, I think it should say I can hang on to him till tomorrow, or something like that. I don't know, that part just seemed a little clunky for a second, but I want to keep reading because I want to know what happens. I called Dr. Wilson back first thing in the morning and let him know I would be by to pick up Buddy around noon. After swinging by Tractor Supply for some essentials Buddy would need, as well as some chicken feed, I picked up my new baby boy from Dr. Wilson and took him on a little doggy date to the butcher to pick out a welcome home steak. Aw, what a good pet owner, dude. She's getting him a fucking steak. That's dope. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, like, the fact that he's so, like, Dr. Wilson, like, this is the most quick, amicable instance of, like, anyone in a story, whether it's going to a veterinarian or a doctor office. Like, it seemed so pleasant that I agree with you, Rude Dude, that I almost am like, it doesn't bode well for either the doctor or, like, I wonder, I just wonder what is going to happen. Maybe the doctor's going to get eaten. Maybe she's going to take him back because she thinks something's wrong with him. And then, Buddy's going to murder everyone in the doctor's office. Who knows? But I agree with you. Doggy date to the butcher to pick out a welcome home steak. Our first week together was great. Buddy sat and slept at my feet as I wrote at my kitchen table all day, and curled up on the couch with me to watch my chick flicks each night. Buddy continued to be a big kisser. He would lick my face or feet throughout our movie time, but I didn't mind. Gross. That reminds me of the Hunter story about his grandma just letting the dog. Oh, he likes it. He wants to do that. He likes it. I was going to take a shower before going to bed anyways, and I was glad Buddy felt loved in his new home. Yeah, not the feet licking. Well, and then you wonder if it is some sort of, like, humanoid creature that can transform into a dog, if it's just a guy with a foot fetish. So he's just, like, really going to town on those piggies. Buddy wasn't big on privacy, though. Living alone, I pretty commonly walk from the shower across the house to my dresser with my only towel up in my hair. Buddy seems to think that Buddy seems to think that I have never done a proper job of drying myself, and if he's not sleeping, he will usually come up and lick my legs as I pull out my clothes for the night. This usually leads to a routine of me keeping Buddy's nose out of my hoo-ha as I dig out my jammies and get dressed. Oh God, this is not good. I didn't mind too much though. From what I read online, this was pretty common for dogs, so that didn't bother me. At least it didn't until Buddy started doing things that weren't so common for a dog. Firstly, Buddy wasn't afraid of thunder, not even a little. Living in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma, we have thunderstorms pretty often, and every time we do, without fail, Buddy wants to be on the front porch watching the storm. Not terribly strange for a dog, but most are not big fans of thunderstorms. Also, he would just ignore the vacuum whenever I cleaned. The thunder I could understand, but no dog I had ever heard of was completely chill with the vacuum rolling past their head. Yeah, this took a twist. Yeah, it did. And that is kind of eerie, right? That is, I like this whole, he seems like attracted to loud noises, or he doesn't mind them, and he likes to watch the storm. That is ominous. That's a subtle ominous touch. Now, with the title and everything, is it as ominous as him putting her nose in her hoo-ha? I don't know, but I like it because the story's doing a good job of balancing these kind of like funny anecdotes about, you know, a woman who's unfamiliar with dogs or with pets, like going through the struggles of, you know, adjusting, or the joys even of adjusting to your life with your new companion, right? And it just seems so kind of like typical, like, this is my story of me with my new baby boy, and I love him. And then, you know, cut to, we have these kind of, he doesn't seem to mind the storms or the vacuum. And it's eerie, right? It's not completely like, it doesn't make me go, oh, it's gotta be a skinwalker, but it is eerie. Secondly, Buddy outright refused dog food. The first week I had spoiled him with table food, but I quickly realized this probably wasn't the best for him. But as I introduced dry food to Buddy's bowl on the floor, he acted like it wasn't even there. I tried sneaking some kibble into an enchilada to ease him into it, but when he tried it, Buddy threw up and sulked in the corner for the rest of the evening. Several forms and brands of dog food later, I gave Dr. Wilson a call. Sorry to bother you, Dr. Wilson, but I think I may have spoiled Buddy with human food. He won't eat anything else I put in front of him. Dr. Wilson didn't miss a beat. Given how chunky Buddy was when you brought him in, I wouldn't be surprised if he's been eating nothing but table scraps his whole life. If he refuses to eat that processed crap that we call dog food, I can't exactly blame him. Just try to make sure his diet is balanced and he has everything he needs. The same as a healthy diet for you, but with less greens. Fruits, and vegetables. I can give you some supplements that will make sure he is healthy even as he keeps eating human food. Satisfied with his professional opinion, I did as he said, but I still thought it was odd. But the strangest thing about Buddy was that he would disappear for hours at a time. I would search the whole house, calling his name, without a trace of Buddy. I hadn't put a doggy door in for him, so he couldn't be outside, and this 2-story, 1-bedroom house was too small to lose such a large dog in. But without fail, Buddy would eventually turn up in a room I had already searched. This made me wary of where Buddy was whenever I was home. I didn't understand how a 140-pound dog could disappear and hide silently in the house. Yeah, I think that's smart, right? I think it's smart to do, if you're gonna do, I found this dog, it was it turned out not to be whatever, or you're gonna do some sort of a like that story, like what came back wasn't my dog. From Creepcast, it's like they never went to a vet, right? They never got the like certified whatever, this is a dog, blah 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 thing from like a vet. And so I think it's smart that if you're gonna do this type of story, that you kind of start it off with, I found a dog on the side of the road, whatever. We seemed to get along. I wanted to take him home, but I did the responsible thing. I took him to the vet, and the fact that she did that already, it lends a level of credibility to the story, that we're like, oh, so like if this is some sort of a skin changer creature, it's like it can mimic a dog's physiology pretty much perfectly. Like, you take its blood, you know, look underneath its hair, you feel its organs and its muscles and stuff, and it is a dog, you know. And that it just you know, it makes it more, you know, you wonder, oh, well, what kind of magic or whatever could this dog be using, and is it is the reason that he's disappearing because he's changing into something else, or is the reason that he's disappearing because like he needs to hunt, whatever, and he's able to, you know, get out of the house in some way? Is he actually gone when he's gone? You know, it is giving a lot of interesting questions and things. So this made me wary of where Buddy was whenever I was home. I didn't understand how a 140-pound dog could disappear and hide silently in the house. It all came to a head on the night as I heard a crash downstairs that woke me from a dead sleep. I took in hand the 1911 my grandpa had left with the house, and the mag light that my dad had gifted me for my 12th birthday, a story for another time. Before switching on the light, I called downstairs, hoping it was just my strange dog tripping over something. Buddy, are you alright? I didn't hear a response of toenails clicking on the hardwood. If Buddy had chosen to vanish right after knocking over a table, I was going to be pissed. Switching on the mag light at the bottom of the stairs, I scanned the room from the moonlight kitchen to the living room. I froze when I saw my front door standing open. I paused to silently thank my grandpa for constantly reminding me to keep one in the chamber when I went to bed at night, as I turned off the light and started toward the door. I may be a nerdy little writer, but I'm also still a country girl. And until one of the boys in town grows up and sweeps me off my feet, I'm forced to be the man of this house. No one was in my house, but as I looked out the door, I saw a short, skinny man running up my drive to a truck on the main road. I saw a short, skinny man running up my drive to a truck on the main road. There was no sense in killing some kid who failed to rob me, but I figured it was worth tagging the truck to see if the sheriff could find it. Everyone already knew the sheriff, being a small town and all, but the sheriff especially liked me. I know because the whereof? I know because the whereof had whooped his son's ass when he broke up with me 2 days before junior prom. I think it just meant to say sheriff again. I know because the sheriff had whooped his son's ass. I let a hollow point 45 fly across my front 40. I couldn't tell exactly where on the truck my round had hit, but I heard the telltale sound of a bullet punching into the steel body of the 1950 something pickup. Content that these idiots would be caught, I flipped the safety back on and tucked my trusty shooter into my waistband of my favorite pajama shorts. I clapped my hands a few times and called out for Buddy to come back inside. No worries, peanut butter. Called out for Buddy to come back inside. I assumed he had run off with the gunshot. For some reason, gunshots were the only thing that scared my dog. After a while of calling, I gave up and headed back to bed, sure that Buddy would find his way back. Truthfully, I was pretty mad at the dog for not having alerted me when some kid tried to break into my house. And I wasn't about to bat an eye at having an uncomfortable night out. Oh, and I wasn't about to bat an eye at him having an uncomfortable night out. Although I'd easily run them off, I'm still just a girl living alone. So I took the deer rifle, my grandpa's M1 Garand, off the mantle and loaded it in my bed before calling the sheriff. So now she got 2 guns? Jesus Christ. Hey Mike, sorry to bother you this late at night, but I just had some kids try to break into my house. They didn't get anything, and I was able to tag their truck with the 45. Mike yawned on the other end of the line and asked with concern, "You alright, kiddo?" "I'm fine, Mike. I think I scared the piss out of the littler one when that round zipped past his head, though." I hear Mike scratch his beard over the phone. "Where'd you hit their truck? Tailgate?" I set the 1911 back in the spot on my nightstand and popped out the magazine to replace my spent round as I answered. "I couldn't tell you. Somewhere on the left side of the truck. The driver was waiting all the way out in the street." Mike chuckled. "Good shot, kiddo. I guess your drive is about 60 yards, so I can't hold anything against you for not being picky." "Alright, Mike, if you don't have any other questions, I'd like to go back to bed." Mike yawned in agreement. "Nope. You get back to sawing that log and I'll get someone to look for that truck. Good night, kiddo." "Good night, Mike." I've heard people say that, sawing that log. I think it's because about the sound snoring makes, but I've always thought that was kind of a weird country folk saying or whatever, but I like its use here. I'm not saying I don't. It's just something I noticed. The next morning, Buddy was asleep on my front porch. He let out a whimper when I opened the door to let him in, and he got an earful as I made breakfast and complained about Buddy's cowardice. Life was normal for about a week before I was woken up at night again. At around midnight on Sunday, I heard a creak of someone walking up the stairs to my bedroom. I snatched the Garand from its place against the nightstand and took a spot behind the dresser. I watched as my door slowly opened and the same short, skinny man entered my room with a pistol in hand. Oh God. Watch my door slowly open as the same skinny man. So she's using the Garand. So she's using the rifle. A rifle's not good, I feel like, for inside of a house, you know. like self-defense, but anyways, whatever. I was like, if she still has the pistol, why not just use the pistol? But I guess it doesn't matter. I watched as my door slowly opened and the same short, skinny man entered my room with a pistol in hand. Taking no chances, I launched the 30-06. I launched the 30-06 into his pelvis. He dropped hard and let go of the pistol with a cry. I stepped forward and closed my bedroom door before turning my attention back to him as I kicked the pistol under my bed. "Who are you?" I asked through gritted teeth. The small man only groaned in response. He had just taken a deer round into the biggest bone in his body from about 10 feet away. I asked again, "Who are you?" He groaned again and then rasped, "I'm your buddy." Oh God, it was a guy the whole time. Which I don't know how that could be if it went to the vet, but anyways, doesn't matter. I stared in confusion for a moment before it clicked. This goober was claiming he was my dog. I was about to ask how he knew my dog's name when someone began unloading up the stairs into my bedroom door next to me. I dove into the far corner until the shooting stopped. As I stood, I heard slow footsteps on the stairs and someone clumsily reloading a revolver. I stepped back to the door and sent 3 rounds through the door and down the stairs. I barely heard a thud on the other side of the door over the sound of my ears ringing. I rolled my jaw until the ringing stopped as I topped off the Garand with loose rounds from my nightstand. I opened the door. Dr. Wilson. Fuck. I opened the door to see the majority of Dr. Wilson's body at the bottom of the stairs. I turned back to look at the first intruder bleeding behind me, but he had gone pale and passed out. I cursed under my breath and tore the small man's shirt into 2-inch ribbons and began packing the large wound above the man's right leg. Satisfied that I had exceeded my legal duty to render aid, I gave Mike another call. "What's up, kiddo? I'm worried about how often you're calling." I gave a heavy sigh. "Well, you've got a right to be, Mike. I've got a dead man and another that's bleeding out in my bedroom right now." "Oh, damn, Kenzie. Same guys as last week?" I worked my jaw as my ears started ringing again. "Looks like it. I shot this guy with the 30-06. You probably want the ambulance here pretty quick if you want to get any answers out of him." I heard a creak on the other end of the line as Mike stood up. "Will do, kiddo. I'll see you in a bit. Don't touch anything. You don't have to." After Mike hung up, I snagged the 1911 and headed downstairs for some water. But I only got a few steps back past Wilson's body before I froze. In the middle of my living room was a crumpled pile of fur. I slowly crept over to the mess of golden fur, preparing myself for the revelation that these bastards had killed my dog. Instead, I found the hollow shape of Buddy on the floor, a mass of fur with Buddy's face, but nothing was inside. I picked up the mass of fur and saw a zipper reflect along the belly in the moonlight. I dropped the suit instantly and felt sick to my stomach. When Mike arrived, I gave him my theory at the door and showed him the fur suit. I explained how I had picked up Buddy on the side of the road and how he had been a weird dog. I choked up when I told him how Buddy had been in the room as I came out of the shower and licked me so many times in the past 2 months. Bear trap. Yeah, you got that one, rude dude. Bear trap. Mike picked up the 1911 off the coffee table and wordlessly walked up the stairs. I heard a groan as Mike entered my bedroom, then a gunshot. A few minutes later, the coroner carried off the body of Dr. Wilson, then returned to carry off the now mostly headless corpse of the man who had pretended to be my dog. It's been quiet in my house since then. Just me and the chickens. My old bedroom door full of bullets is out in the shop with a massive golden fur sitting on top of it. I'm not sure what I'll do with the fur. Even though I know my dog was never real, I still miss Buddy. Aww. This was a lot of fun. And I get why the vet had to be the second guy, because otherwise, like, how would the vet not know that this dog isn't a dog? So I get that that's like how the scam part had to work. And I can suspend my disbelief enough to be like, you know, the suit was very realistic. You know, you see these Japan dog suits that these guys wear where they pretend to be dogs, and they are pretty realistic. So, you know, in a crazy world with the right kind of person who maybe has never had a dog before and doesn't understand a dog's behavior fully, like, and what they act like and sound like and stuff, I could see how it you know, maybe could be possible. Although at the same time, when I read the story and I go, she didn't realize her dog wasn't a dog, I do think, like, okay, the narrator, you would realize, you know, or like, is the narrator that big of an idiot that they didn't realize? But none of that stuff bothers me, and the story was so fun that it pretty much, all those things to me pretty much fall away, and I just had a lot of fun with the story. Now, was it completely terrifying? No. Was the part about him sniffing her crotch and licking her feet and licking the water off her probably the grossest and cringiest part to me? Yes, that is the part where I felt like the most horrified, but in terms of like fun horror, this is very good. This is right up my alley. This leads to, you know, it's much better written than like a Jeff the Killer or whatever, but it's fun like Jeff the Killer in that she's using this 30-06 whatever M1 Grand to like shoot at them, and you know, she put a round in his hip, and then the other guy shot him through the door, and there's like that cool action scene at the end. But that's what I want in these fun, kind of over the top, ridiculous premise horror stories. I personally like that stuff. I know some people go like, oh, it jumped the shark, or oh, it blah blah blah, but to me, I'm like, when it comes to creepypasta, if you're not jumping the shark, you're not trying. You know, if you're not going to that ridiculous place, then you're not writing the story to be this fun, over the top thing. You're trying to ground it. Now, had it all been grounded in like reality, and it was like the suit was the most lifelike thing I've ever seen, and blah blah blah, like if it had gone into too much detail about that, I would have been like, you're trying too hard, you know what I mean? But because the nature of the story is just a fun, entertaining, creepy concept, you know, I like it. Therefore, I like it. Here, now I want to get to some of the comments, but that's just my initial kind of thoughts on it. Loosely based on Tako-san, the Japanese guy that spent, okay, yeah, $13,000 to dress up as a dog. Nightmare fuel. Yeah, total nightmare fuel. And I could understand how, after seeing that, you would be like, what if somebody used that to like get into, to like infiltrate someone's home? And I could see how this idea for a horror story would be born out of like watching that video about that guy. I also, Rude Dude says, I also like how American this story is. Like a regular horror story, she grabs a kitchen knife and stumbles and trips over nothing. In this story, she just whips out an M1 Grant and blows that guy. And exactly. And also it's fitting to the character, right? Because she explains, she's like, I may be a nerdy little writer, but I'm still a country girl, and this is still the United States, kind of thing. And so it gives you that vibe of like, yes, it's over the top. And was I a little bit like skeptical when I was like, she's going to use a rifle in close quarters to defend herself? So like, yes, I had my like doubts about it, but because the story was captivating and entertaining enough, it's like those all just quickly fell away. And I was like, yeah, of course she shot him with an M1 Grand from behind the dresser. Like, makes sense. You know what I mean? Oh, the vet shot through the door multiple times. She ducked, and then she sent 3 rounds through the door and got him too. Makes sense. I love it. Yeah, I think so fun, so fun, so entertaining more than anything. If you like this one, my first story is even more actiony. It's also much less horror. Yeah. Most recent story is probably the most horror. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is that like, as you write more, like subtlety becomes more, and realism, and you're able to balance that so well. My first like horror story, it is totally, I wrote it like this too, where granted it was based on an actual creepypasta. It was based on Jeff the Killer, and it was about Lou, whatever, his little brother and stuff, and him kind of becoming a monster or like a superhuman type thing too. But I very quickly, when writing that was like, well, should I try to make it like, super realistic and whatever? And I was like, no, I'm just gonna have fun with it, and that is what I feel like this story does well. And so because of that, it's a very fun time. However, there was compelling stomach turning cringe and horror in it, with the idea of this dog whatever, licking her feet and doing all that stuff. And also I would wonder too if maybe there was more you could have done with that, like not even adding a lot to the story, but just little things about like, he always liked to sleep in bed with me, but he liked to sleep under the blankets or something like that. That's like very weird, you know what I mean? Like something like that, so to where you could be like, well, what is he doing under there? Like, what is he trying, you know what I mean? Like weird, creepy shit like that. Or what other weird things could you have it be like, where it's something that that a dog has done, but it's twisted in a weird way to where to where you're like, oh fuck, and then at the end, once the reveal comes, you're like, oh, he was probably doing this or that or blah blah blah. Like, you already had the shower thing, and I feel like that's pretty good, but I think that there was even more you could have done. Like, this is another one that's fucking disgusting that I just thought of, but I'm gonna say it, and please don't riot against me, chat. But what if you had something where it's like, he kept going through the garbage, and but he wasn't eating any of the food. He kept eating my tampons, or just, oh god, I'm cringing, and I'm supposed to eat these chili dogs now, but now my stomach's turning on me. But you could have some really disgusting horror from that, and I think that this story was just so fun. I hesitate to be like, it was an amazing, great story, because like, I think there's probably a lot of other writers that would feel like, well, I put so much more into my story, and I made it realistic, and I did all this research and blah blah blah. But to me, like, this is why I love creepypastas and the Creepcast community, is because of stories like this. It's not because every story needs to be fucking pen pal or left right game or whatever. Stories like this are just as fun, and I've been wanting to read a creepypasta like this for a long time. I feel like so many people, and that's not to hate on the people that do try to, you know, really do this world building and build these crazy Lovecraftian whatever stories. Like, those are awesome too. I love those too. But just a short story like this is just so fun. And you could send this, you know, maybe your friend gets a new dog or something, and you're like, you could send them this story and be like, just saying, you know what I mean? And yeah, I do, and that's the other thing I was gonna get to, Rude Dude, is I do think they would have a lot of fun with this if they read it on Creepcast. Now, will they do that? I don't know. But I think they would have so much fun too, because they could be able to tell that they would be like, this is the story that our fans would write when it comes to whatever, a dog in a human, or a guy in a human suit living as a dog with somebody. And the licking of the toes thing, clearly an Easter egg or an homage to like Hunter. And I'm glad that I picked up on that, but clearly now after the fact, I'm like, yeah, I think it's great. I think it would go hard on Creepcast. I think, and this would be a good story too, where it's like they do a grab bag, right? They don't need to read just this story and have it be a whole episode. They could do this story, maybe a more serious one, and then maybe another funny one at the end, or something like that, to where it provides a nice balance. And stories like this ultimately need to exist, because if every story's a Baraska, or the girl in the back of my house, whatever, the dead girl in the back of my house is my best friend, or whatever, if every story's like that, not only would the readership and everything be really depressed, but I think Hunter and Isaiah would get depressed. I think you need the comedy horror or the ridiculous concept horror to balance out those really emotional, whatever, the Spire in the Woods-esque stories where, you know, people get triggered and they get really upset, or they get their hearts broken, whatever it may be. Stories like this are what allow stories like that to then whatever, shine, or maybe not even shine, because this story shines too, but maybe just like they allow them to be as dark as they are, you know, they allow them to really go there. And this went there too. This went there in a really fun way. And so yeah, I like it. You know, I definitely give it, you know, my stamp of approval. Hats off to you, peanut butter operator. Great story. I definitely will like to check out some of your stuff on a future stream. I love it. You know, I'm fully gonna check out more of your stuff in the future. So, you know, feel free to send it my way, or I can search it out. But you know, I'm definitely a fan. Here, let's see how many comments it has. It's pretty good. Kenzie, never seen a dog before. This story creeped my cast. I like it. Keep it up. Ew, why is she missing her weird ass dog though? Get a normal real dog. Oh, for at the end. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's like, I miss my buddy. It's like, or maybe she's just into it. Maybe she needs to find she needs to consensually, right, find a guy who likes to pretend to be dogs and have that guy live with her. Fun. Sorry, I'm gonna leave a comment real quick. I think people know what I mean. Entertaining and funny would make a great Creepcast grab bag app. I think people will know what I mean. There are so many dog stories. Smile Dog, Tall Dog, My Dog Went Missing. This one stands out above those for me in terms of memorability. I would agree because, I mean, obviously I remember, My Dog Went Missing, but what I remember the most about that episode is, Hunter's story and is the jokes from the episode. The story itself, like, sure, I guess the part where, like, the deer antlers or whatever get flung through the car at the end, like, that is kind of a, shocking ending, and stuff like that. But I also remember reading, like, when they were reading that story, that a lot of it is, like, you're like, leave and go take your dog to the vet, and that's what I like that this story did well, is it started with that, right? It started that so that then we could be emotionally invested and be like, well, what's going on here? Clearly the vet, everything's fine. So, and then we have that nice twist at the end where the vet's in on it. I like it. I mean, I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, 2 thumbs up, whatever. Keep it up, Peanut Butter Operator. Keep it up. Any Shift 2269. I know you wrote the story. I want people to follow you on Reddit to go check out your other stories, and here, we'll click on it real quick. Oh, perfect. And I encourage a lot of writers to do this. You're smart for doing this, especially if they have multiple stories. Make a post that's on your Reddit profile page that's a list of your stories. And that is a great way if people like one, they'll click on your profile, and then boom, right at the top, they can see they can go to a list of your stories, and that way they don't have to go to posts and then like scroll and wonder and see like, are all these horror or what are these, yeah, I'm in orbital rescue and recovery agent, bad landing, pulled from Creepcast. Interesting. So yeah, but anyways, my point being, show Peanut Butter Operator some love. Check out his other stories. I will be checking out his other stories in the future. And so, yeah. With it because of that episode. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that is the one thing that, simple stories like this, and stories that aren't like, I was stuck in a cabin, during a blizzard and a hurricane, like stories like that, obviously it's like, okay, well, you can't go anywhere. But with a story like this, it's like, it's always just annoying where people are like, so I went back to the haunted house, so I went to the blah, blah, blah. And they don't ever go anywhere else, and it's just, especially if you read a lot of these horror stories and you read a lot of tropey ones like that, it can get even more grating and more annoying, where you're just like, phones exist, call someone, shit like that, where it's just frustrating. So yeah, I liked it. Great job, good stuff. I am super interested in seeing what you got next. But before we do anything else, though, I need to eat my food, which I feel bad about, but I didn't know when they were going to be done, and I was trying to wait for my stream to start to eat before, but I wasn't able to do that. So, but I'm going to stream for a long time, so feel free to tune out or come back, you know, later if you don't want to watch some of this user 66 from Creep TV. But I'm going to watch this and eat my hot dogs real quick, and then we'll get back to reading more stories. So I apologize. I know this is unprofessional, but I haven't eaten yet today. Yeah, but I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm going to do it so that I don't get hangry later.
See something in that deal?
Whatever he saw in there freaked him out.
Yeah, he had backed up. Just even that tapestry going by. Oh, it's the fucking doll. Oh. So this character that he found, I'm pretty sure there's like meat stuffed in that, by the way. So this doll that he uses on this channel, he found in just like this abandoned building of sorts.
Yeah,
How
hung by
creepy
its
is
neck.
that, dude?
Poor doll.
There's something too with this channel about how casual he, like almost jokingly, he puts into the videos
Captions.
that makes it, it gives it another level of like surrealist, uncanny horror. I can never tell what his intentions are. I think is why it makes it so creepy. That shot is heel stomp it. Heel stomp it.
Immediately, like this, like black cloud flies out of it.
Yeah.
Forever. Yeah.
Silly smoke or whatever. I will cherish this doll. I want to get a tattoo of that doll's face and put that underneath it in Japanese.
I will cherish this doll.
All right. Well, we got that. So now we have context
that
where the
out of the
doll came from, so we can at least see what he's doing with the doll now.
So there's more videos with the doll.
Yeah, looks like there's a ton.
There's a bunch with the doll. We can click through a few of them. May not show up in this one. So if this is just ant videos.
Yeah, I mean it's the videos here, but it looks like there's like little bits of context or audio cues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like a
Top
weird...
comment, man. These guys never get tired, dude. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. But here we do see the doll. I believe that's the same doll.
Yeah, just behind the. Oh God, how creepy is that?
Just in these otherwise unsuspecting ant videos. I love ant very much.
Fucking doll. Oh, you son of a bitch. Evangelion, take notes.
That's pretty good. How it just like it's watching the ants.
It's just extremely impressive what staging can do if you understand interesting staging. Oh my God. Good God. Is this stop motion?
No, I think he's just filming it with water coming out of its eyes.
Wow. Good Lord.
All right. So
yeah, go to the
that.
idle video that you had seen.
Sure.
I want to see this one now. The thumbnail.
Well, hold on. Look at it. There's more. It keeps going. The lore keeps. See this? You don't want to miss out on all this joy, do you, Hunter? Look at this at the end of this one.
I tell you what, he's not wrong. He didn't lie though. He is cherishing this doll.
He is in fact cherishing the doll. So it shows up in a bunch of like the background of other videos, stuff like that. I don't know if it does more. Didn't like the audio did that. She is sleeping.
It's almost like they're supposed to be like cutesy in-screen cards with just little.
Yeah, if only it wasn't terrifying.
Yeah, well, it's extremely uncanny.
Well, he's having a normal go of it.
What's interesting is to do this kind of content so long ago.
Like I said, man, for the love of the game, dude. This one he did, it was like another cursed YouTube channel one, like 666. Actually, I haven't seen this one before. It's obviously less popular, but yeah, he just called it another YouTube where it's like similarly.
Yeah, another
there's a
YouTube
curse happening.
Another username 666 thing.
So now, so the doll continues to show up throughout those videos. I assume it shows up in the backgrounds of these other egg ones, and then we get this one.
What's kind of interesting is I don't actually think she shows up in. I don't think she shows up in all of them. I think it's just like periodically, so you never know really what you're gonna get.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know when it'll show up. I don't know what this means, this whole description. I'm gonna shit.
I thought it was a URL at first with all the different stuff.
No, because it's all like these aren't URL keys, like the...
Yeah.
Is this comforting?
Do you think this audio is played backwards? Oh, man. Ooh, that got me. Holy shit.
Hi. Good food. Happy. I don't like those arms. I like red food. I cook the tomatoes. Let's cooking. Average family vlog channel.
Yeah, yeah, no shit. Ruby Frankie's kitchen be
Yeah.
like.
This is what the Ace family is like behind the
Yeah.
scenes.
Austin
This is-
McBrim be like.
Please don't cut your neck. Yeah, this is what all the families do before they go on so that they can be blessed by the algorithm gods.
Please burn bacon.
Please listen to my song.
Do you think the audio that's happening is being played backwards?
Yeah, that definitely is.
I love all the close-ups of just like focusing on the eyes are so good.
I can't explain to you how scary this was watching as a kid with your friends in the dark at like 3 a.m.
I mean, dude, if you were to be completely honest, I mean, I don't know if I'm over exaggerating or not, but if I was by myself and I was just like alone, cranked the headphones up, and I was in the dark, I would that still feels just as unsettling as anything else I've seen.
It's creepy. It's creepy. It's very well done. Very effective.
Beautiful set dressing too, like the little backdrop. Because you
All
know what
the
it makes
reds.
me all the draping cloth, but I keep feel like I keep seeing seals, like protective seals or some kind of like weird weird seals.
Those pieces of paper with the writing on them. It feels it feels purposeful.
This only
there.
it feels only in my only real context of that admittedly is just from like movies like The Wailing, whenever they put like the seal over the archway to the person's house, or even like Incantation, that kind of thing.
Yeah. There's a bunch of other videos of like happy-go-lucky, cutesy stuff getting corrupted, which seems to be his thing, right?
Well, there's like a weird balance going on of like, oh, this is just me with my bugs. Oh, here's a cutesy little thing. What's interesting about it too, Isaiah, that I'm thinking about is that it almost seems like it's like from the perspective of the doll, the girl.
Oh yeah.
Where I wonder if if the person running this channel is cursed and she is like taking control of him somehow. I mean, look at that. Good fucking God. My word. But all these cutesy stuff that's happening too, because you have all this stuff, but then you also have like tons of weird Minecraft videos with weird audio in the background. It's just very interesting.
It's almost like it's too much, you know?
How do you mean?
Like the happiness aesthetic to it and everything.
Oh, it doesn't feel genuine. No, it feels
it feels like it's too painted on.
It's a
and
ploy.
then you cut to like the real perspective of it almost.
And I don't know,
Like,
once again, this is just me, but every time he sees these ants and these bugs, it feels like just like almost if you were going to take any interpretation out of like if he was being controlled by this little girl, or like if you're watching someone else watch somebody else through, or you're watching somebody watch creatures trapped inside of a cage, basically. So I wonder how indicative that's supposed to be of the situation the guy's in as well. If he,
I mean, it feels purposeful, you know.
I think so.
Now, I will say, after the Fukushima travel one, I'm not seeing the doll pop up in any of the stuff until we get here, where obviously we see it pop up.
She's
Yeah,
like hidden perfectly on that
right
transition.
Yep.
That spin reveal.
The head's back over there. Yep.
Oh my God. I am a baby.
Pretty face. I am baby.
What's weird too is he keeps making new farms for them to like build. Right? Like all these different tunnels and stuff. He keeps recreating them for them to do that, but it's God damn, this is just fucking unsettling.
I don't like the way that thing moves. It just shows up at the end. How are these making you feel, Hunter?
It's just uncomfortable. In the sense of like I keep swaying on like stuff of like I either think that it's oh my god, it's just like a video of a baby in a crib. What the fuck is
That's a
this?
baby doll. That's a baby doll.
This is a baby doll? Oh, okay. This frame makes it
look
look
at
real.
its arms.
Oh,
Never
it's a
mind,
real baby. Oh, the eyes there. You see that face?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we should put an epilepsy warning on this video.
Is that the Plague Inked music? I think that the audio's from the video game Plague Inc. Okay, so it's definitely related to like hospital illness, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it looks like an inspection. It looks like an infection spreading.
Uh-huh. And you can hear the heart rate monitor. It seems like almost like one of those like interpretive art piece things or whatever about like illness, you know?
Yeah,
almost like a manifestation of how someone would feel about it.
It feels like I would see this projected or something, like going to see some certain art exhibits and stuff, like installated art or something. It feels like this is very beautiful in my opinion. Like
yeah.
This is very like surrealist and odd, but it has like an eerily calming effect as well in a way. Like yes, there's big like abrasive noises at times that kind of jolt you, but there's something very like I don't know, it's deceptively calming.
I want everyone who's watching this right now to keep in mind this is what Hunter defines as calming.
There's so many different ways you could interpret this. I'm curious how each individual would interpret how they feel when watching this.
Mr. East loves mom. Maybe it has something to do with maybe someone in his life passed away or something like that, you know? I don't know.
Well, it feels to me.
Well, now he plays Minecraft.
Yeah, I saw it too. To me, it was reading as someone with an illness going through the trials and tribulations of trying to cure themselves through medical expenses and seeing how people, like basically other sick people around them, but then also how it affects people in their natural life as well. And how everything kind of just gets distorted and changed. And then obviously the ticking stop or like the alarm clock at the end feels like it's the end of their life kind of thing. Like
yeah, time's running out.
Yeah.
He's got a passion, all right. For something.
Good Lord. Should we go to, should we do the house walkthrough?
I think so. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was an ending to the doll storyline. I don't think it was in House Walkthrough, though. We're not going to watch them, obviously, but there might be doll stuff in the Minecraft series.
Well, from what I've seen through a couple of the Minecraft ones, I think it's just you just hear a little girl talking at times. So I'm wondering if that's supposed to be her talking through it.
Oh, he's making a horror game 3 years ago? Oh, I bet that's awful.
Yeah, I wonder how fucking crazy that is. Oh yeah, and he just gave like glitch assets to people. Pretty crazy. He still uploads today.
Yeah, almost 2 weeks ago. Minecraft.
Almost 20 years, and he's still just kind of going about this whatever storyline he has concocted.
12 days ago. We are self-sufficient in food. Just like it's potato garden. What the heck?
Just fascinating. Fascinating, especially because you know so little about the creator. So we can speculate as much as we want, but we have no idea what his actual intention is with this. You know, He could just be like, these are legitimately ants, and I think this little doll is cute. Who knows? You know, I just like being fucking weird with it.
Like, he could just be like, haha, I like being strange and obscure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it could be just it could just all be a joke of like, oh, I think it's funny.
Oh, okay. His first animation was a video called Akiko, which I don't think's on his channel anymore. The video is about a girl who found a doll at the back of a building who would later commit unaliving by pouring boiling hot water on herself.
Wow.
So is that... Oh, hold on. She finds a doll at... Here's a re-upload of it.
So we're under the impression, too, that this is over 16 years old by this point.
It would have to be, yeah. According to Wikipedia, this is the correct one. I can't read Japanese, so...
Don't worry, I am going to unmute once I finish eating, and we will continue to read horror stories. But in the meantime, we're going to enjoy username 666. Thank you for your patience. And I'm sorry that I didn't eat before the stream, but we were waiting for the meat to thaw out, and it was taking a long time.
I'm gonna assume that's, yeah, something. Okay, well, I understood none of that. But according to Wikipedia, that told me that she took her own life and that the doll's related to that somehow. So maybe it's the spirit of that girl inside of the doll, maybe?
I think so.
Maybe that's the implication.
It feels like this is possibly a continuation of that idea through a series of maybe YouTube videos.
Well, now that you have that great image in mind, I am curious what this one is, though, with it over her face. I love how happy these are.
It just feels like the real kind of, it's just like little narrative, just like extremely bite-sized
just
stuff
breadcrumbs thrown around, yeah. And then, what is this? It's like all redacted. I think this is just more of his standard tomfoolery. I don't like that noise. Alright, well, yeah, normal go of it, as always. So now, you get the gist, the doll, the egg, all that stuff. So now we can get to my house walkthrough, which is one of my favorite videos. So actually, here's some lore for everyone. YouTube had this little show called Watch History, where they asked me to come out and interview. It was a very good time. I do remember, however, they had a bunch of studio lights, and I kept sweating, so they kept putting makeup on my face. So by the end of it, I just looked like... I was like so pale. I had so much cover up.
You look like a
on.
Saudi prince almost.
I know. I was so done up. But they asked about like my favorite YouTube videos or the scariest YouTube videos.
Internet doesn't count. We're good. We're good. I found it. It would be the My House walkthrough. At the time I saw it, I almost thought that I had dreamt it. It's such a strange video.
Yeah, so but basically, like, when YouTube directly asked me what's one of the scariest videos you've ever seen, I'm like, oh, this one. And the reason is, I was, when I first saw this, I was I was in high school, I remember. And I remember I came across it late one night. And then later on, I was trying to remember it, and I thought it was like a dream I had. I was like, what was those images
that kind
of
of
like
shit happen to me too. I know exactly what you mean. It's like very uncanny. Like, you're like, what? Like you're misinterpreting media that you've seen as being something where you're like, I could have swore that was just a dream, and when it turns out to not be, it's such a weird head trip.
Yes. It like slaps you in the face because it's almost like my brain was factoring it as a memory of some kind. Because I'm like, what kind of video would that be? And I came across the video years later and was like, oh my gosh, yeah. But yeah, so my house walkthrough has like a personal head trip for me for that reason. But also, out of everything I know of Nano's work, this is by far his best piece. So
okay, I'm stoked.
Let's go. This one sticks with me a lot. The captions tell a great story. It's so well done. All right.
I want to introduce my house. Oh God. In a doll room. Oh my God.
This is the altar and ancestors.
The deterioration of that back wall looks like flesh almost.
This is bathroom. Say hi, bathroom.
Hello. I hear a sutra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he's insinuating this. He lives with his grandfather.
Yes. The wall peels off of the ceiling when it rains.
He's like repeating himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean he's this is all stuff he said at the beginning.
This is the ancestor wall.
His grandpa sealed off one of the rooms.
This is my grandmother's bedroom. It was closed up by my grandfather.
So creepy. There's like it's like the shuffling, the distorted audio, but it's also the I feel like you can hear breathing. Like breathing through a nose, like. Oh, the thing's tilted over now.
Yep.
Oh shit, are we actually gonna go in the bathroom now? Do not like that.
What, the rat's nest?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a head of hair almost.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're probably just imagining things, Hunter. I hate how quickly he does that too.
I know, it's such a
Just throwing the door,
I think it's digital. I can't tell, but oh shit. Also, like the walls are just like falling off. Like I know he said that earlier. Okay, well, that's tons of blood. Grandma?
What are you up to, Grandma?
Holes eaten by insects have turned black like bloodstains. Ugh, wow.
Do you see why I thought this was a dream? like what reasonable? How would this be a YouTube video?
Well, yeah. Well, it's also just the set and stuff. Like all like the torn apart paper window type stuff. Like it's just fascinating. Also the frame rate and stuff. Like it's just.
Stall has been left there for decades.
Grandmother, my grandfather.
I feel like he's making too much noise, you know?
Well, yeah, I feel like I'm like you're gonna. I want to feel say like quiet. Also, I thought somebody was moving there.
His audio, the lines are getting all messed up, reversed around.
Yeah.
This is my mother. My grandfather listens to Sutra. There's a typhoon in Japan.
The repetitive of this too makes you think of the PT.
That's
game.
exactly what I was thinking. I was gonna wait till the end, but yeah, this reminds me so much of PT to the degree that I almost think PT was partially inspired by this. Yeah,
I mean, it has to be. Oh wow, now there's newspaper on the floor. Oh my god.
I've seen this video so many times, but it still makes me tense up.
God, like right there, that felt like a person just standing there.
Yeah, that was the mannequin.
Yeah, just the
shown
mannequin. I was saying
earlier.
that with the lag and the frame and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
it feels like a person.
Oh my god. Grandmother's here. Holy shit.
My grandfather is not here.
Oh my god. That is amazing. That is so uncomfortable. Do you think that this is trying to say too that the guy is like on a loop that he doesn't know about in his house?
To me, this has always felt like a kind of hell. Some aspect of, like him saying there's a typhoon in Japan almost makes it feel like the house was destroyed in a storm and he's like a ghost who can't leave.
Wow, all the blood on the floor now.
There's a doll in the sink.
Uh-huh.
Again, PT reference.
Grandfather's here. There he is. Wow. Wow. This might be one of the best horror videos I've seen on the internet. This is incredible.
Look at the door.
The door is red now. There's another hallway. Oh my god.
Look at that, dude.
This is the one reason, too, I wanted to watch username 666 again. It's because I don't quite understand. Is this, I know it's a YouTube video. Is it is it like VFX? Or is it all practical effects? Because I've heard both. I feel like I've been confused. I've watched Will Neff, I think, watched this one time on his stream, and yeah, I forget what, you know, what is the conclusion or what people have said about it, but I remember hearing that that it was all practical, and if it was, I mean, it's completely insane. So crazy.
I wonder if this is practical or how much of this is digital, possibly.
It's all practical.
Okay.
I
See,
watched it.
see, I was like, I know they talk about it at some point, and I thought Wendigoon cleared it up, but I couldn't remember it. And then the other thing I couldn't remember about username 666 is the story of it. Like, what is there a story? I know it's like something about the doll, and the girl found the doll and then unalived. But then, how does that connect to this house that my house walkthrough?
Video
right?
of him explain. Yeah, I watched a video of him explaining how
It
he
looks
did
like
all of
paper mache stuff over it.
it. See, all the sound of wind woke me up. I hear the sutra. It's like he's stuck in time, right?
Yeah, it almost reads like a poem.
Yeah. The sutra keeps getting louder.
Also, the holes eaten by, like the holes left by, you could read that as like your soul being torn apart kind of thing, or like your soul being tormented.
And just then he said, no one's been in this room a very long time. This is my room.
Fan all covered up. It's so simple, but so good. Good Lord, man. Are terribly damaged. Wow. Oh, nice. They have the making of thing. How cool. Man. What a perfect video to end on for this series. That is definitely his best work.
That's his best work by far. Yeah. I think about that video all the time.
It seems like such a accumulation of all these different ideas, but it seems like the most inspired too. Like even just the way he set up that area. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if like he owns or in his family if there's just like dilapidated buildings and he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna shoot in here. But like already such a tore up little, basically like it looks like an apartment or some kind of like house of a series of hallways and rooms and stuff. But to be able to transform that with like what essentially looks like paper mache, to give it like, especially with that low quality, it almost looks like skin growing. It looks like some kind of hell, like you're saying, that's forming. It's just amazing.
There's some aspect to it where it feels like the person making the video stuck in a loop. We see his grandmother's body and his grandfather's body. The grandfather's body almost in a position that implies he took his life, maybe.
Well, especially given that it's in the bathtub too, which is I would say
with the blood everywhere.
I would say that's a fairly, in terms of a visual, a common trope for taking your own life.
And there's like the blood everywhere, and then he keeps talking about how like the sutra's playing, and then he talks about like the wall of the ancestors, the dolls have gone rotten. It feels like he's stuck there, and every time he walks through the house it becomes more and more dilapidated. To me, it always strikes as like a soul that can't find peace, you know? And he's kind of walking through the remains of the end of his life, maybe even the storm. Or maybe the storm's just indicative of the afterlife he's in and stuff, and he can't find a way to move on. That's what I've always interpreted it as.
Yeah, I think that you're right on the money with it. I think also too it could be, you could
see, and that's what I thought the stories were connected, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not. He just has like a few different series on his channels, but I thought it was all one narrative.
Make it look for reliving like maybe a moment, or it like you're saying, I think the hell aspect of it, or some kind of purgatory, but hell of having to relive the worst moment, makes me think that either he was murdered by his grandfather and the grandfather murdered him and his grandma and then took his own life, or it could even be something where he murdered his grandfather and grandmother and now lives in this state of like misery and regret. And has to just relive that forever, you know, and is constantly surrounded by the storm.
He's
and is
not
never
allowed
able
to move on.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Check.
Brilliant. Oh, man.
Yeah, which again is rapping so heavily on the roof of PT, down to the themes of what may be going on.
Repetitive
stuff like
nature
that.
too. Yeah. I mean, like all the aspects of, you know, obviously PT has.
All right. Let us go, then you and I, when the evening is spread out against the sky, like a patient etherized upon a table. That's a great poem by T.S. Eliot, if anyone wants to know. But that is my segue. So, again, I want to apologize for eating, you know, a full-fledged dinner during the stream. I try, you know, especially towards the beginning of the stream, I try not to do stuff like that, but you know, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to get into these other stories. Like I said, we were, you know, I don't wake up till nighttime, and then we were waiting for the meat to thaw, and it was just taking a while, so I just figured I'd start the stream, and then now we're now we're ready to roll. And I have sustenance. I won't starve, so that's always a good thing. But I do want to, you know, just apologize, or if people have been waiting and watching and waiting, you're like, get to the story, you know. Usually my streams are a little bit more right to the meat and potatoes, but you know, today just worked out a little differently, but I am sorry. So here, let's get to The Evolution by SSdeku. Let's start up a little bit of mood music. Scared and alone, I sit in the tree line, waiting for whatever fate this thing has in store for me. Silence is worse than it screams. Snow muffles the world, yet every breath I take feels too loud, too alive. Not knowing terrifies me more than the creature itself. I tell myself I could hide for months if I had to. I've rationed in harsher conditions. I've survived storms, but no storm watches you. No blizzard whispers your name in the dark. The only people who knew we were out here when the soulless company that hired us the only people who knew we were out here, I think it should be was the Soulless Company, but the only people who knew we were out here was the Soulless Company that hired us and our families. A faceless organization, contracts signed in sterile offices, no logos, no history. Just a paycheck too good to question. The dotted line was the death of us. Indirectly, of course, but no less guilty. Yeah, this is the second story, Rude Dude. And we just started. You know, we barely just started. I'm wondering. I just watched Wendigoons last night to fall asleep. I was watching the Lethal Company video Wendigoon made, and I've seen people play Lethal Company. I didn't really know what it was about, but I don't really get a chance to play video games, and so the only thing I learned are when YouTubers do videos on them. That's kind of how I learned the most about them. And the way that this dude is talking about, the only people who knew we were out here were the soulless company that hired us and our families. A faceless organization, contract signed in sterile offices, no logo, no history, just a paycheck too good to question. I almost wonder if, like, could this be a horror story based in the Lethal Company universe, or I don't know, but that part just seemed so reminiscent of the way that the characters in Lethal Company, like in the logs and stuff, were talking about the organization or the company, and I just, I think that's interesting. And there, with the title, The Evolution, there's something about in the game about there's certain areas where creatures evolve faster or whatever, and that's why they've changed so much from what they were or whatever. There's something about that. So I'm wondering if this could relate to that. But, again, just a coincidence. Who knows? The dotted line was the death of us. Indirectly, of course, but no less guilty. They knew. They had to. Why else send a team no one would miss to a harsh wilderness no one would dare to venture to? Uh-oh. A branch snaps nearby. My heart locks. Then I hear it. A whisper. My name. Faint. Strangled, almost inhuman. As though torn from a throat that should no longer exist. Everyone on my expedition is dead. Frozen faces, torn bodies, blood in the snow, and only gore left in their place. This voice isn't theirs. Not anymore. Was it mimicking them? Pulling their voices from a hat like a magician? Torturing the air with their voices? The thought makes me sick, but worse, it makes sense. It's smart, too smart. I need to reach the bunker. One of the buildings marked. See, this sounds like a video game marked on the map. Again, like it would be weird having watched that video last night if all of a sudden this story was about it, but it sounds like a horror story written in a... What is it? Because it's not even just... I mean, those are their own things, but they're called literary RPGs, and they're essentially just books, but they are narrative, usually about dungeons and stuff, and they usually have some sort of, like, element of, like, this character gets sucked into like an alternate universe where essentially they start to level up and they're all of a sudden reality is more like a video game, whether they're on a completely new planet or whether they're on the same planet, like, and so I wonder if there's like a, maybe it's not a literary RPG, but where there's like a, horror stories that are based on horror video games. Like there's got to be a horror, a fan fiction-esque type of, horror stories, which is very cool. I just, I want to know if I'm right about the game. I need to reach the bunker, one of the buildings marked on the map. sealed in our briefing packets with all other details blacked out. Out here in the open, the snow betrays every movement. I needed a distraction. I drop my backpack. Supplies won't matter if the monster gets me. Peeking around the tree, I spot it. Something impossibly large, hunched. Steaming breath spilling from a mouth too wide. I duck back, my body seizes. Seconds pass, nothing. I risk another look. It's gone, but for how long? It's now or never. I bolt toward the road, almost hidden in the snow. Each step is a betrayal. The ground trembles as if the earth itself fears what follows. My heart is a drum, my ribs its prison. It's fast, far too fast for its size. I fall, snow swallowing me whole. The tremors close in on me. I roll to face it, ready to meet my end with a bravery uncharacteristic for me. When a flare arcs across the sky, bright as a false sunrise, the creature freezes, turns, and leaves me for the fire. Or maybe for its next meal. Someone out there saved me. For now. Did it say... It said something about... to a harsh wilderness no one would dare to venture to. But I don't know if this is another planet or if this is just a harsh wilderness, you know? Inside the bunker, time has rotted. Dust chokes broken desks. Blood smears the walls. In long, desperate strokes, the air smells of iron and mildew. This is not the stench I was expecting. No bodies, no bones, just gore. Meat stripped of identity. How has everything decayed so rapidly? I find a journal under collapsed shelving. Pages swollen from the damp. The words inside read like a confession. The scientists here were chasing folly that has plagued men since ancient times. 10 years of failure hardened into madness. When sleep refused to bend, they bent instead. Dissidents fed to animals, dead processed into rations. Research became hunger itself. Their triumph was Subject Y, the evolution. A bioreactor of flesh, not a man, or not man, not beast. Something carved to outlast us all. And it escaped. The shriek comes again, closer, bending the metal walls like reeds. Time to pray that I make it to the lab. The lab doors hung rusted on their hinges. I slipped through. Inside, shattered tanks ooze black residue. Teeth marks scar the glass. I know now. This was its womb. I feel anger more than fear. My team, my friends, gone because of arrogance and cowardice, because humanity cannot leave limits alone. A sudden swipe tears across my back. Heat and cold flooded me. My vision tilts, my ears ring. Horns, black fur, claws red with me. A sudden swipe tears across my back. Heat and cold flood me. My vision tilts, my ears ring. Me. Claws red with me. I run, somehow I run. It toys with me. It crushes my legs, drops me, waits, watching me crawl. The grin, it shouldn't have a grin. In desperation, I find a flare, spark it, hurl it down the opposite direction of the escape route I spotted in the shuffle. It takes the bait. I drag myself into a vent, each pole painting the metal with blood. I felt it pull me. Legs were dead, but the rest of me came to life. It was trying to prevent my escape. It was no match for my survival instinct. Light ahead, hope. It felt like 10 years had passed before I saw any way to escape this claustrophobic shaft. Just as the madness of the dark nested its way into my psyche, I noticed the light again. When I emerge, my soul cracks. I'm back where I began, this time near its nest, bones stacked like architecture. The monster gnaws, gore dripping like candle wax. Voices echo down the hall, flashlights cut the dark, soldiers too late. I scream, warning them. Flashlights cut. I scream, warning them. My voice fractures. The monster turns, but falters in its excitement. Its frame shudders. Its fur hangs loose. It is dying, rotting from within. It had aged far quicker than I expected. It was now a far cry from the indomitable subject Y I had met before crawling into the vent. A grenade rolls in. Light, fire, thunder. Soldiers storm with rifles and fire. Bullets punch holes through the beast. A shotgun blast splits it open. It falls. Relief drowns me until I look down. No legs, no waist, just ruin. The scream that leaves me is not mine, not human. The soldiers hear. One approaches, hesitant. His boot presses my chest, and I remember. I never escaped. I never crawled into the vent. I died in this room, torn apart. Everything after was the last flicker of a brain refusing to extinguish. A dream spun in the moment of death. Memories flood my brain like a tsunami crashing upon shores. I was ripped from the vent like weeds from a garden and thrown aside as such. My final moments were of being thrown and crashing to this corner where I spotted yet another vent shaft. The brightness hits like a burning sun and disorients me as much as looking at a solar flare with no glasses. The contraption on this soldier's wrist gives me the date. 20 years after my crew had landed in this godforsaken wilderness. The realization hits me harder than Subject Y ever could have. Apathy hits me. The cold takes me, darkness, and then silence. Interesting. So I don't know what I think about my whole Lethal Company comparison from the beginning. I think maybe it felt that way at the beginning. At the end, not as much with like the soldiers and everything. But also, the other thing I don't know. So it's like he died on the ground. The subject Y killed him. But then, was he alive for the soldiers to come, or is that like, did this all happen right before the soldiers came and killed Subject Y, or did this happen and then is he like a ghost or something when he sees Subject Y being killed? Or did he like become Subject Y in some way, even though he wasn't, like, it didn't say like I felt the shotgun blast rip me open, but because this Subject Y is this like amalgamation of flesh that's, you know, whatever will exist forever because the scientists made it that way. It's like a bioreactor, not flesh, not a man, something carved to outlast us all. And because the thing eats people and whatever, I was kind of wondering if, like, you know, maybe that is how he survived, is because the creature, like, whatever, fed off him, and so like part of his consciousness like goes on, or I don't know. I think it's a real somber, you know, quick kind of story. I think, you know, this sort of the Road-esque, like apocalyptic, like you know, like the road continues on. You know, the man looks to the boy. You know, hearts, you know, burned, but, you know, but still full of hope, or just like that sort of tone in writing. That's sort of like short, hopeless, whatever. I get the sense of dread that it's trying to like portray and exhibit, and I get that, but also I do feel like in those moments where we're supposed to be like nervous or scared, it just always kind of feels more somber to me. And so if the point in like the end was to make me feel like, oh, is the guy gonna survive? Is he gonna make it out? Is he gonna make it out through the vent or whatever? If the point is to build that tension, like I don't think it fully does that. But at the same time, I think that, you know, it's kind of a hopeless, melancholy, you know, story in that way, and that has its own type of, you know, horror, right? And it's effective in that sense. You know, the apathy that he talks about at the end, I mean, these short, matter-of-fact little sentences read as apathetic too. So I think that it's a good story. I think that I would like to maybe know more clearly, like I was talking about with when do the soldiers come in compared to when he actually died. And maybe like other than their money, the money they get for the job, but like what is their purpose in this wasteland? Like, we know there's a lab and a what does it say, and a bunker, are they doing the Lethal Company thing where they're just supposed to find scrap? Like that's really all that he's there for, or is it are they there for some other reason? Like I don't know. But I think that it's yeah, it just reminds me a lot of those logs from Lethal Company. Like literally, you get the sense that this is a person who, you know, is completely kind of coming undone, completely, you know, like surrendering to their fate. And yeah, it's a bummer, you know, it is a bummer, but it is cool in that like the monster is this flesh thing that you kind of think is this invincible thing, but then it's like no, the soldiers come and kill it, but then it's like but he was already dead, you know. So I don't know like if it would have been more effective if like maybe he survived, our narrator survived, but then it turns out he's turning into the creature or something like that. You know, that could have been fun, but at the same time, I get the sense that there is like a lore or is a backstory that I'm not privy to. Like maybe it's about Lethal Company, maybe it's about some other game, and it's based on that. And if I knew that, it might make a little bit, not even make more sense, but I might be more understanding of like, oh, this is why Subject Y just got shot at the end. And was Subject Y the same as the creature that was outside or not? That's the other kind of question I have. But that's fine, you know, and questions are, it's good to leave your reader guessing. I guess I just, yeah, from how big and stuff the creature was outside, I just wasn't quite sure that this one was Subject, that Subject Y inside is the same one, especially how he says at the end, how it's like, I guess there was some time passage because he says how the creature looks older, and so it's like he's been dead for a long time, but somehow he consciously knew when these soldiers came to kill Subject Y. So, but yeah, interesting story. You know, in stories like this, it's not that because there are stories like this that work really well. I'm thinking of maybe like these more hopeless, like Lovecraftian stories where it's like an entity that you can't possibly hope to even contend with. And in this one, I guess because maybe I would have liked some like dialogue at some point, even if it's just like something that our character heard the soldier say at the end or something, you know, like, damn, it looks like we got here too late, or just something like, where I got a sense of like, oh, this is what the old humanity looks like that our character no longer possesses anymore. I don't know, just something like that, because sometimes I feel like the dread within the tone of these stories is so just kind of relentless that it yeah, I don't know, it almost starts to wear off, like it starts to lose some of its like impact with the like relief drowns me until I look down, no legs, no waist, just ruin, you know. When you have that sort of tone throughout the entire story, at a certain point it just becomes I don't know, it just becomes the way the story's written. You don't get a sense of urgency or of like, oh, I like this character. I hope they survive. It's just very bleak, you know. But that's okay. It seems like whoever wrote this wanted to write a story about a bleak situation, and so that's what they did. And so you know, if if that was the goal, then yeah, I mean, it was effective, you know. So, but anyways, that's all I have to say about that one. Good job, good story. I hope that you know, keep writing, keep. I'd be curious to see if like your stories stay with this sort of short, clippy, you know, almost apathetical tone, or if this was just like, oh, this is what I was trying to do with this story, sort of a thing, you know. But I like it. It's cool, and I like. I'd be curious to know if it was based on anything, you know, like a game or anything, and if so, what, you know, what the inspirations were and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyways, back to it. On to the next one. And now she's back in the atmosphere, drops to Jupiter in her hair. Tell me, would you sail across the sun? Would you make it through the Milky Way to see the lights all faded? Man, heaven is overrated. I don't think my crickets sound very realistic.
It was fucking biblical, man.
That story. That's how I feel about the last story.
It was fucking
It
biblical,
was fucking
man.
biblical, mate. So my friend was a flower. Interesting title again. We read, was it Gift or Curse, I think, from this author last time, from the general. For great auto rates you can get online, go to the general and save some time. That's what we're doing here today. For great horror stories you can get online, go to the general and save some time. That's why we're here. My friend was a flower. Make it through the Milky Way to see the lights all faded. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my music. Okay, here it is. I was a very lonely child. Well, yeah, if your friend was a flower, I think that's, you know, we already know that. That's safe to assume. I would be alarmed if this story didn't start with, or if this story started with, I had a ton of friends as a kid, you know? If that was the case, I'd be like, whoa. I was not expecting that. My friend was a flower. I was a very lonely child. I wouldn't go as far as to say my parents neglected or didn't love me. Their exhausting work schedules limited the time they could spend with me. Even when they had a slightly less busy day, We would only have time for a quick chat and a family meal. Of course, there were some upsides. Every day they would leave me some cash on the kitchen table so I could buy whatever I wanted when I got back from school. Honestly, they always left far too much money for me, and I didn't care if I spent it all. So I'd buy random things to pass the time. I couldn't even count how many times I bought a huge mozzarella pizza out of sheer boredom and just ate a slice and left it be. So already slightly confused because they have a quick chat and a family meal every night. But they would leave him cash on the table so he could buy whatever he wanted when he got back from school. If I got out of school and I ate a whole pizza or I got a whole pizza before my parents came home, they would be pissed, you know. They would be like, well, what the fuck? You're not gonna eat dinner, you know? On paper, a rich kid who has the home for himself sounds great, but in reality, the feeling of loneliness was overwhelming. Even though I desperately needed a friend or at least someone to talk to, that was nearly impossible for me to achieve at the time. Because of my lack of social interactions, I became almost incapable of forming any connections with other people. Okay, I see. They got a little touch of the tisms, maybe. Or they're just shy, right? I don't think that everyone who's shy or socially, it's not even like socially awkward, because sometimes, you know, people just, you know, you work with people, it's like some people just don't really talk. They just don't have much to say. They're not curious about you. They're not curious about, you know, whatever, you know. They're in their own world or they're doing their own things. And that's fine, you know. The only meaningful connection I had, aside from my parents, was with my neighbors. Mr. and Mrs. Rogers. Oh shit. We got Mr. Rogers in the house. Howdy, neighbor. That's funny. And I don't know what Mrs. Rogers... I mean, she must be a great woman to keep a man like him, you know, so... The only meaningful connection I had, aside from my parents, was with my neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Rogers. They would occasionally invite me over for some lemonade, or would bring me over some cake. Although they usually didn't have time for anything more than that. After all, they had 2 very young daughters they had to take care of, so they obviously didn't have much time to waste. Even though I was already 12 years old, I never had a friend, but that changed when I found my best and only friend poking out from the grass in my backyard. It was just a boring summer day. I left the house just for a moment to throw out the trash, and only seconds before coming back inside, I heard an unintelligible whisper. I turned around trying to focus on my surroundings, then I heard another whisper. This time, however, I clearly understood it. A soft voice said, "Sorry for disturbing you. Can we talk?" I scratched my head in confusion. Again, I scanned my surroundings, but saw no one. "I see you're confused. To be fair, hearing a random voice and not seeing where it's coming from isn't too common. So let me give you a hint. Look at the grass behind you. I'm right next to the tree right now. I'll try to wave at you. The whispering continued. I immediately looked at the area near the tree in our backyard. The only thing I saw was a lone yellow flower. But as my eyes focused on the flower, I realized that it was wobbling left and right. That was highly unusual considering there was no strong wind. I walked closer to the flower and then heard the voice again. This time it was noticeably louder than before. Hello, friend. Let me make a quick introduction. You aren't crazy. A flower is indeed talking to you. I don't have a mouth, so I have to communicate telepathically with you. Obviously, that means I am not an ordinary plant, but I probably look like the average dandelion to you. So feel free to call me Dandy, the flower explained. Its voice was oddly calming. Hi, I'm Robert, I stuttered. This is probably too much to handle all at once. It's alright though. It's not like you meet a talking flower every day, right? Dandy said while wobbling slowly. Right, I answered quickly. I will be honest. The reason why I'm talking to you today is because I have to ask you for a favor. To me, this is very much, this interaction is very much coming off like a person trying to sell you lawn services or whatever. And it's like, I'll be honest, you know, your lawn looks like shit. And you're like, oh, it looks about the same as everyone else's. Like, yeah. And they're like, yep, theirs look like shit too. You know, or I don't know, whatever. But just the vibe I'm getting from this flower is like, at first, you know, whatever, nice, the introduction, call me Dandy, whatever, that's all cute and fine. But then just this whole like, I'll be honest, the reason why I'm speaking with you today is because your vehicle warranty has expired, you know? Like it's just giving scammer for some reason. And maybe that's where the horror is going to come in, is that this flower is going to try to get him to do something bad or wrong, or, you know, whatever, try to screw him over in some way. But I don't know if that's just the nature and how it's being so like long-winded and overly friendly. But I could understand like why a realistic reason for that would be, like, it is a talking flower, so in order to whatever make people not freak out or fucking kill it or whatever, you know, it's like it might be kind of like, I know you're probably thinking you're crazy, but you're not, but I'm here to tell you, blah blah blah, you know. So I don't know, kind of interesting. And just when I heard that, I will be honest, I'm like, she's not being honest, you know? She's full of it. What are you hiding? You're a demon flower. Demon flower. I will be honest, the reason why I'm talking to you today is because I have to ask you for a favor. You don't have to help me, but listen to what I have to say at least, the flower said, and immediately stopped wobbling. I imagined it was the way of showing how serious it is. Sure, tell me, I said while crouching right next to the flower. Well, you see, I am an exceedingly rare flower. So rare that I doubt there's more of my kind out there. I have some very useful abilities, Yet it is difficult for me to care for myself on my own. If I don't get the required food and water in the next couple of months, I will wither away and eventually die. However, if I do get everything that's required, I will evolve. And I will finally become strong enough to exit this restricting soil, Dandy explained. So, what do I have to do? I asked, immediately intrigued by his story. So the flower is a boy? Interesting. Intrigued by his story. Could you get me a glass of water? Dandy asked. I was surprised by how simple the request was, so I immediately got up and went back inside to grab a large glass of cold water, and I brought it to Dandy. You could just pour it into the soil, but let me show you a cool trick instead. Just leave the glass of water right next to me, Dandy commanded. I did as he said. In only seconds, dark green vines sprouted from the ground. It was just barely long enough to get to the bottom of the glass. In seconds, it burrowed into the glass and sucked the water out of it. As soon as the glass was empty, the vine retreated into the ground below Dandy. Oh, that hit the spot. Thank you, Dandy wobbled, seemingly satisfied. You're welcome, I guess, I said while rubbing the back of my head. As a token of gratitude, I will tell you how some of my abilities work. You see, I can see visions of the future. They're not always easy to decipher, but usually I can understand what they mean. The one I had recently is about you, so please take my warning seriously. When washing the dishes later tonight, please wear your father's leather gloves. As soon as he finished talking, Dandy stopped wobbling. Sure, thank you, I replied, not fully believing what he said. I see you're not fully convinced yet. So look at this, Dandy said cheerfully. Seconds after he finished talking, he was gone. It looked like he disappeared when I blinked. Before I could even say anything, I heard his voice once again. As you can see, I can turn invisible too, so why not believe my visions of the future? Surely a plant that could turn invisible wouldn't lie to you about seeing the future, right? Yeah, right, I hesitated with my response. Dandy reappeared and continued talking. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Wearing a pair of leather gloves later tonight won't do you any harm anyway, Dandy remarked. I won't take much more of your time today, so go back inside and grab something to eat. Although, if you need someone to talk to, I'll be here. Not like I can go anywhere, Dandy said and giggled. Okay, I quickly replied, still dazed by how unusual this situation was. Oh, I almost forgot. Please don't tell anyone else about me. I trust you, but other people might not be kind to me, Dandy said. For the first time, I could feel nervousness in his voice. I waved goodbye. Dandy wobbled once again, although this time he wobbled forward like a gentleman tipping his hat. After that, I went inside. Hours passed. After I was done eating the sandwiches my mom left me, I got ready to do the dishes. But then I remembered Dandy's warning. I was very skeptical about it, but I still wondered what would happen if he was right, and I didn't bother to heed his warning. So I quickly took my dad's leather gloves out of the drawer and wore them, even though they weren't the perfect fit. I I still wanted to do as Dandy suggested, just in case. I started washing the dishes. Only minutes passed, and a large glass mug shattered in my hands. Shards of glass fell in the sink, but I was uninjured thanks to the gloves, which were now slightly ripped. My skepticism immediately disappeared. There was absolutely no way this could have been a coincidence. I finished the dishes, and since it was already late at night, I went to bed. When I woke up, I talked to my parents before they went to work. I didn't even mention Dandy, mainly because I didn't want to betray him, but also because I didn't want my parents to think I was slowly going insane in solitude. Talking to Dandy every day and occasionally doing some favors for him became a common occurrence. We would talk about many different topics. I would tell him about movies and TV shows I like to watch or the video games I loved. I loved wasting hours of my life on. He was a great listener and seemed to be genuinely intrigued by my hobbies. He even told me that he'd enjoy watching Star Wars with me once he fully evolves. Every week he'd ask me for a small favor, which I would gladly fulfill. Some favors were simple, as bringing him a glass of water. Others were buying a bag of fertilizer for him and pouring it all next to him. He thanked me every time. As strange as it sounds, talking with a flower became a normal part of my daily schedule. He became my only and best friend. And spending time with him slowly made the feeling of loneliness disappear. Sorry, I'm just writing down some notes for after the story. Slowly made my feeling of loneliness disappear. I thought the moment that solidified our friendship was when I saw a large stray dog attacking Dandy. I didn't even think about the fact that the dog could seriously injure me. I immediately grabbed a large rock and rushed to Dandy's aid. I used all my strength to hit the dog. As soon as I struck its back with the rock, it whimpered and swiftly retreated. Unfortunately, the damage has already been done. The dog managed to bite off 3 or 4 of Dandy's petals. Dandy spoke, his voice weak and trembling. He thanked me, assuring that he would be fine and would fully recover as long as I gave him twice as much water as I usually do. He explained that his petals are the least valuable part of his body. Luckily, the mutt didn't attack anything other than the petals. Surprisingly enough, it wasn't the last time I saw that dog. That wasn't the last time I saw that dog. Not long after the incident, I started seeing that dog from time to time. What at first seemed like a rabid hound now looked docile and mild-mannered. The thought of attacking Dandy again didn't seem to even cross his mind, but in fact, he started acting like Dandy's guard dog. He would patrol near my home and would return to his aggressive demeanor if he spotted any animals near Dandy. That was more than enough to scare them off. I asked Dandy about the dog's sudden change in personality. Dandy simply said, "I think he just had a change of heart." As our mutual trust grew, so did Dandy. Every week he grew a bit larger. At first he looked like a tiny dandelion, but but now he resembled a large yellow rose. A couple of months passed. My parents went to work as usual, and as soon as they were gone, I rushed to meet up with Dandy, just like I usually would. I ran towards the friendly flower, yet what I found made me stop in my tracks. Instead of a vibrant yellow rose, I saw a bent and withering dark green flower. The petals were so dry that I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be dead if it didn't talk to me as soon as I approached it. "Hello, friend," Dandy said, his usual cheerful and energetic voice now replaced with a raspy mutter. I was too shocked to even think of what to say. "Unfortunately, I have some very bad news. I saw a grim future in my visions. I appreciate your kindness and how willing you were to help me evolve. But in the end, the horror I gazed upon in these visions made me sick. So sick that your efforts might have been in vain. I doubt that I will recover, but I promise you that nothing unfortunate will happen to you if you heed my warning once again," Dandy said, somberness present in his voice. "What visions? What are you talking about?" I asked, confused and scared. "Please listen to me carefully. Tonight, a mysterious abductor will kidnap children in your neighborhood. He will do unmentionable acts to the poor children. Yet my vision is faulty and incomplete, so I have no way of knowing who that person is and which children he will abduct. Yet I know one fact. Your house appeared multiple times in my visions, so you might be his target," Dandy ended his explanation, almost choking on his words. I'm almost wondering if this is the abductor guy and he hid a walkie-talkie behind the tree or something, you know what I mean? Like if this has all been a ruse to just trick the kid into I need you to get into this van tonight, you know? Oh god. This is taking a turn for sure. Fuck. I sat on the grass and stared at the ground in shock as multiple horrible thoughts put pressure on my mind. "Rest assured, I will do whatever I can to protect you, but you have to follow my instructions closely. Do you trust me?" Dandy asked. "Of course," I swiftly answered. "Good, I'm glad," Dandy replied with a noticeable relief in his shaky voice. "Please, just pull off one of my petals and consume it. That's everything you have to do. I promise you will avoid a ghastly fate if you do as I requested," Dandy pleaded. I had no reason to distrust him. This wouldn't be the only time his warnings put me out of harm's way, so I agreed to do it. Before taking one of his petals, I asked, "This won't hurt you, right?" Dandy instantly replied, "Not at all. To me, this would be the same as a human losing a hair or two." Satisfied with the explanation, I quickly plucked out a petal and swallowed it. "Congratulations, you may share some of my abilities now," Dandy told me with a hint of happiness in his frail voice. "Really?" I asked, even more confused than before. "Well, when you go to sleep tonight, I will make you completely invisible. Even if you're indeed the mysterious abductor's target, he won't be able to notice you," Dandy explained. "Thank you," I replied, instantly feeling relief. Once the fear for my life subsided, I remembered how frail Dandy looked. "What about you? Will you be alright?" I asked, genuinely concerned. "Let's just worry about you for now. Tomorrow, you can get me some high phosphorus fertilizer. That should hopefully help me recover, Dandy reassured me. I just need some fertilizer and 20 pressure cookers. And he's like, well, Dandy, I don't know. It's totally okay. The abductor won't, he's like, the abductor won't attack you if you just get me 20 pressure cookers and 35 bags of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. He's like, oh, okay, Dandy, my parents give me lots of money. I'll go get you that stuff. Dandy's building a fucking Anfo bomb, van bomb. Oh God. I'm wondering if this thing is true, and obviously the dog ate some of his petals too, so the dog would have powers. I'm wondering if this mysterious abductor is just a complete fabrication. Because the flower might still be evil. We don't know for sure. I just love the idea, and it hasn't quite happened yet, but I love the idea of Dandy, or of a flower just telling a kid, like, there's a mysterious abductor in your neighborhood. I've sent I've sent a bodyguard to protect you. All you need to do is get into this windowless van that's parked on the corner of this and this. On the corner of 5th and Melrose. Just get into the windowless van parked on the corner of 5th and Melrose and you'll be safe. Like, yeah, if I wrote this story, I would definitely be taken. I would have made, because right now the kid just seems like a shy, nice little kid, but I would have made him just like a really dumb, like, well, sure, Dandy, I'd be happy to do that. And then I just make everything that he asked the kid to do just progressively get more and more fucked up. But then somehow the kid survives it because, whatever. And so it just becomes clear that, like, after more and more time, Dandy's like, God damn it. What is this kid impossible to kill? Like, and it's just so clear that the flower wants to murder him, but the kid's like, no, he's my best friend. Get me some high phosphorus fertilizer. That should hopefully help me recover, Dandy reassured me. I nodded and thanked him. You should really go to your house now, get something to eat, and spend some time doing whatever you enjoy. Then go to bed and leave everything else to me, Dandy offered his advice one more time. Don't worry, I'll do exactly as you recommend, I replied, placing my full trust in my friend. I waved goodbye, even though sick and tired, Dandy had enough strength left to slowly wobble. He looked like he was wishing me good luck. I went back to my house and tried occupying my mind by watching some anime. As the night was approaching, I became more and more nervous. A feeling of intense exhaustion hit me, even though it wasn't even 10 p.m. yet. I felt sleepier. Oh God. Dandy roofied him. No. No. Even though it wasn't even 10 p.m. yet, I felt sleepier than ever before. So I shuffled to my bed, using all my energy not to fall unconscious. As soon as I was an inch away from my bed, I fell on top of it and was sound asleep in only seconds. That night I had a dream. I was sitting in my living room and watching Star Wars. I heard Dandy's voice. It was full of energy. With obvious glee in his voice, he said, "Thank you." I turned to my left and saw Dandy sitting right next to me. I froze in my seat as I gazed upon his new appearance. He now had a body that looked like a human sculpture that was made out of hundreds or even thousands of vines. He had large arms and legs which were covered in leaves and moss. His large head looked like a Venus flytrap, except he also had eyes. His eyes were disturbingly human. Each eye had a different color. They looked like tiny black and brown dots in his enormous yellow head. As he looked at me, I could have sworn that he smiled at me with a big toothy grin. I woke up in a cold sweat. I was extremely groggy. It was the kind of feeling I had only if I overslept. I noticed that the window in my room was open. I thought that was impossible because the mix of nervousness and paranoia yesterday made me lock every window and door in my house before I went to sleep. Nonetheless, nothing seemed to be wrong with me except my socks, which were unusually dirty and wet. I had no injuries though, so I knew Dandy's plan worked. I looked at the clock and realized it was already 2 p.m. I exited my room and was surprised to see my parents sitting in the living room. They were supposed to be at work at that time. I was happy to see them, yet they looked very distraught. The way they greeted me was extremely depressing. It was like something else was on their mind. I immediately asked what was wrong, and they told me our neighbor's daughters, who were only 1 and 3 years old, were missing. My blood ran cold as I realized another one of Dandy's visions came true. My parents continued explaining that the police are conducting an investigation considering how young the children are. What happened was surely an abduction. I wondered if I would have had the same fate if I didn't follow Dandy's advice. I wanted to show him my gratitude by buying him the most expensive fertilizer I could. I asked my parents if I could go outside for a short walk to clear my head. Oh my god, they agreed, so I hastily left my house. There's been 2 children abducted from the house next door. That is the most unbelievable part of the story, that I realize that these parents are basically non-characters in the story. They're goosebump parents, you know. They're like, well, come on, kid. Do it by yourself. Go walk in the spooky haunted swamp with poisonous snakes by yourself, you know. They're essentially absentee parents, you know. I realize that, you know, they have jobs and stuff, but they're at home, and they're not at work right now, at least. And they're like, and the kid, as if the kid is a 35-year-old man who's like, I want to go for a walk and clear my head. And the parents are like, oh yeah, sure, just, you know, watch out for any, you know, abductors, you know. And it's like, the parents don't want to take him. They don't want to walk with him, nothing. This is crazy. Yeah, parents don't give a shit, clearly, but I gazed upon the area where Dandy was. At this time, I saw nothing except for the grass and the tree next to it. I ran to the spot, fearing that my friend had withered away while I was asleep. I fell to my knees, desperately searching for Dandy. There was no sign of him. I've tried digging through the soil with my bare hands, frantically searching for him. I didn't find him. but underneath the dirt, I felt something firm. I continued digging through the dirt. I grabbed some kind of orb-shaped object with both of my hands and pulled it out. As soon as it plopped out of the ground, I dropped it and almost started vomiting. It was a human skull. Worst of all, I felt more objects in the soil while I was digging, so I immediately knew there were more bones buried in the same spot. As I was searching, screaming for my parents and running back inside, the pieces of the puzzle started connecting in my head. I now understood that my so-called best friend had finally evolved just like he always wanted to. Interesting. I was not expecting it to end kind of right there so quickly. It ended kind of quickly, I will say. Sorry, I was reading comments. I mean, it's got 683 upvotes, so clearly the story's doing well. So the bones, was the bones, was this Dandy, was he just a dead kid? Or is the bones like he himself kidnapped the two girls and then evolving that enabled him to like evolve to the point where he was like this humanoid vine human that was sitting on the couch with our narrator. And so was that not a dream, or was that a dream? But the narrator just kind of did it with him as like a thank you for helping me or something. Like Dandy implanted that into his mind. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm also just not quite sure, like, I don't know if, yeah, so like the telepathic, it was clearly like a telepathic connection, like it said, but he was using his telepathic connection in order to like harvest a body for himself, kind of thing, I guess is where the story ended up. And then because he found that body in the next door neighbors, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the window was opened and his socks were on, but they were dirty. I don't know. I do feel like it ended slightly fast. I do feel like there could have been a few more. Like, even if it was just another sentence about, like, you know, Dandy was the mysterious abductor. You know, that sort of a thing. It was Dandy the whole time. But I don't know. I don't know if that, like he was the abductor and but there was a skull underneath him in the ground. I don't know. I think that it's interesting, and I think that it's a cool, very unique horror concept, and I like the idea of taking something beautiful and unassuming like a flower and making it into something horrifying. I think that is a very cool idea and very fun. I also think that that the like, oh, I can give you some of my powers, and then the dog staying around and like protecting the flower too. I think, yeah, maybe it was just a supernatural entity from the start, and then it realized that like it wasn't going to get enough nutrients from the ground and from fertilizer, so it was like, I was like, I need to evolve, I need to take a body. But I'm also just kind of like, you have a kid right there who's pretty much at your beck and call, who maybe you're not going to, but again, yeah, maybe you're not going to like outright try to trick the kid into being your sacrifice, but and I don't know, maybe Dandy has some affection for the kid too. Maybe it's one of those things where the monster's like, well, I couldn't do that to you because, oh God, I couldn't do that to you because you are my, because you are my, whatever, my homie, like my, you protected me. So, you know, uh, but yeah, I don't know. I find it a little rushed at the end. Um, but also a very cool concept, and one that I think that had it gone on like too much longer without it taking that turn into horror, I do think that it could have gotten like, okay, well, where's the story going? But once it turned to like the child predator and the horror part, I think maybe it could have just stayed in that part a little bit longer, and we could have had a few more hints and clues about what actually transpired. Because I'm like, if the daughters and stuff just got abducted, then it doesn't make sense why there's like already bones buried in the ground with grass on top of it where he was. But maybe that's the thing. Maybe it could be like there was a hole in the ground, and so maybe it would be clear that, oh, either this was like the spirit of a dead person or a dead child that materialized in this flower, and then from that killed other kids to in order to get a more complete evolved form, which is a very cool idea. Or it's just this flower entity that killed these kids and then buried them in the spot where his old form was, because he somehow, like, maybe he lured them over, or maybe but it said he couldn't get out of the ground either. So I'm like, and he was all frail. So I'm thinking he lured the kids over there and then like sucked them into the ground and like grabbed them with vines and then like sucked their nutrients out. So maybe it was kind of that thing. But if that's the case, I think it's horrifying to have him dig the skulls out. But I think also maybe we could have gotten like a flash of that in the dream or something. You know what I mean? In this, while he's having this deep sleep, I think maybe that could have been hinted at or mentioned somewhere in there, just so we get a little bit of clarification on, did he like lure the children out of their house and then pull them down into the ground and like completely completely whatever consume them, or did he come out of the ground as like a dirt flower monster, abducted the kids, killed them, the two girls from next door, and then because of that, then he gets to be this more evolved, like beautiful Venus flytrap trap vine creature, I don't know. I think maybe that's the biggest problem I'm having with it right now. but it's not a bad problem to have. Like, it's not bad that I'm sitting here theorizing, asking myself all these questions. I think it, I think that goes to show that it's not just a twist ending, it's like an interesting ending, Like, yes, there is a twist to it, and yes, it is horrifying, but it's horrifying in that sort of way where it makes you go, like... Because honestly, what I thought when it said it was like an orb that he found in the ground, I didn't think it was a skull. I literally thought, I was like, holy shit, was my idea right? Where I literally thought it was going to be like, it was a speaker and someone was talking to him like through the ground, and this whole flower thing was just a fake ploy, And the person literally, and then I thought there was going to be something about how the parents were like, well, we have a spare key to the neighbor's house in our house, and it turns out that the guy, like some predator, right, tricked the kid into whatever, leaving this next door house, making it vulnerable, for this predator. But that wasn't how it ended, and so it was certainly a cool ending. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still very like, But it was a cool story. It was definitely cool, definitely fun. And yeah, it has 600 upvotes, so my God, clearly people like it. And I think part of that too is just that it has a cool, that title of My Friend Was a Flower. I think people go, what the hell? And then they start to read it and they're like, okay. And then, it just kind of sucks you in, right? And I think that's maybe where the story did its best work, is kind of by taking this kind of simple, almost like, really, your horror story is going to be about a talking flower, but then it kind of gets, it kind of tracks you in. So very cool, very fun. Kudos, shout out to the general. I'll give it an upvote. Hell, 684 now. Hell yeah, brother. All right. Well, now we're going to get into the Watchtower part 2. I'm going to go to the bathroom though real quick, and I might just I might I don't know, go to the bathroom and then get another drink and stuff. But yeah, we're definitely gonna finish the Watchtower part 2, and it's gonna be good. You're gonna want to stick around for this one, boy, let me tell you.
Some of the more unnatural ghost-like visuals of being able to have characters in there, but this almost feels a little more powerful just because of everything is just kind of suggested. Nothing's like ever fully said, and also the poetic rhythm of how the narrative kind of keeps repeating itself and becomes a little more uncanny. It just feels like a tragedy almost. It's just I don't know. I love that. Man, I love that so much.
It's so good. I think about it a lot, like how effective it is with how little it says.
Yeah.
Just because of the way it presents it. Like the setting is beautiful. So
unbelievable.
So well done.
Unbelievable. Just true. It really does go to show that simplicity is always king. Like keeping things simple and then having a vision for something will always be more effective than like trying to go over the top, way more bombastic and stuff. It's the setting, like the really true, like it's a beautiful architecture, like all those tiny slits, like those were probably.
So I'm writing an essay on cats. Cats in art history. I'm an art history major, and this final is due on Friday. Same day, I'm going on a road trip with my best friend Gabby. Luckily, I write with
Make me watch a minute-long ad. That's crazy.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about a bit of a horror comedy that I just got done watching that I wanted to talk to you about called Glorious, which is about a man who stops at a rest stop bathroom. In one of the stalls, there's a little glory hole, and on the other side of the glory hole is a primordial god, like a Lovecraftian kind of god. And this movie was just really interesting. I wanted to talk about it. It came out about 9 months ago in 2022. Very low indie production. It's a Shudder original, which they're kind of like hit and miss with advertisement and how they kind of circulate amongst moviegoers. I remember there was really good press for my buddy's film, The Sadness, Rob Jabaz. It's an amazing Taiwanese horror zombie film, and that got a lot of good press and a lot of clippable moments. But sometimes with these even smaller budget things, it's really hard to like pick good moments to share, which makes people want to go actually see it. The concept alone of a demigod inside of a rest stop bathroom and you're communicating with him through a glory hole is awesome, but I didn't see really any trailers that really prominently feature it, so I wanted to take time because I thought the movie was pretty sweet. Also, I just want to say, a glory hole, for people who don't know, a glory hole is a small hole in a bathroom wall that you put your cock and balls. If your cock's really big, then maybe not that, but if you have a small little cock, then you put your cock and balls through. But you put your cock through it, and usually you can fuck somebody or get your cock sucked anonymously, which is very Christian-like, which I like. So just want to say, that's why it's, it's a little silly. So maybe a little movie, to watch this weekend. So let's get into it. There will be some spoilers. I want to talk about this movie. I think it's a lot of fun, but just know this movie's, it's fun. It's a good time. If you like H.P. Lovecraft shit, I would check it out. But, spoilers ahead. This movie follows our main character, Wes, who looks like he just got in a bad breakup. He's very sad. He's driving around, his stuff is packed. It looks like he just got kicked out by his lady. He ends up in a rest stop area. He kind of emotionally going through this whole mess. Big pity party. That night, he gets fucking wasted, burns all this shit, burning memories, really just kind of like scorching the earth. Wakes up in the morning, his goddamn pants are burnt. He decides to go in the bathroom to throw up, take a piss, regroup, but he gets locked inside the bathroom. And what's inside the bathroom with him? Just an eldritch god, a primordial being, who is at the install of this bathroom, and there's a interesting like Lovecraftian god painting in the bathroom stall, which it was a bit on the nose. I was like, I kind of wish that it was just the glory hole, because the glory hole is just disgusting. Usually people put tape, not that I know, I don't know, I mean, I haven't done it before or anything, but there's like a weird tribal kind of painting on the wall that looks like an H.P. Lovecraft monster, like a Cthulhu-esque kind of monster. As Wes is starting to talk to this person in the stall, I mean, obviously he doesn't think that he's a god. It becomes very apparent that this thing is a creature from a different dimension. It's able to get into his head, and instances of Lovecraftian shit happening in this movie. The descent into madness is always kind of a Lovecraftian trait that happens. Being tormented by his love, and this monster who reveals himself to be a god. He says he needs something from him, that like he brought him here for a specific reason. This encounter with the Lovecraftian god is not of chance. This is a calculated plan, and it sets in mind a little seed of like, well, what could he possibly need, this weird god? What could he want with this poor, sad, Little Dicky kind of looking guy? He kind of reminded me of Little Dicky a little bit. I was watching the movie and I was like, it looks like Little Dicky. But the movie does something that I like a lot with low-budget horror movies, which have done well. I think it adds to the charm of the movie, and I think it's done well in this movie, where pretty much the whole movie takes place just in this bathroom. We get to really just play in this space, which I really enjoy. I just like really limited spacing and stuff. It's why I like Cube so much. That's why I don't know why. Don't tell me why I like this movie so much, but Panic Room, weird callback. Don't watch Panic Room. Forget I even said that. But this movie follows some interesting ups and downs. It's kind of a weird slow burn of finding out who Wes is and what this relationship with his girlfriend means to him. And it's all of these things where you're kind of wondering the whole time, why the fuck do I care? You can kind of tell that the director or the writer, whatever, is trying to really like tip his hat to like, man, he really loves this woman. Why does he love this woman so much? Which in my mind, I was like, please don't do a thing where it's like, wait, am I God too? And he's like, yes. Which, to be fair, I was going to say, I say yes like that because The demigod is voiced by J.K. Simmons. You might have known him from Whiplash or the Spider-Man movies. You know, he had that popular meme where he laughs, ha 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 ha.
Are you serious?
J.K. Simmons, he's fucking awesome. The idea of the movie is the Lovecraftian god really slowly over time reveals who he is. His dad, who is this god, he was a mass of energy that created the universe, and his kids were also born in the universe, and his dad hated life and wanted to kill it, but his kids stopped him from doing that. Pretty much, you know, Kronos and Zeus, kind of like standard stuff. His dad created this Lovecraftian god who resides in the stall with him, and he's meant to destroy all life. By staying in this stall, his father's coming closer to him, and he's going to manifest into his physical form, in which there he will basically kill all of life, not on Earth, but in the entire universe. You don't get that, though, until like an hour, and this movie's pretty short, an hour and 19 minutes. It's very short. You get that bit of information maybe 50 minutes into the film, where it's like a huge bombshell. And around that time, all these bombshells keep happening, and it essentially accumulates to the monster needs to have a sacrifice of Wes's liver, and then he'll be able to return into the aether, hide from his father again, and all of life will be saved. Wes is devolving down. Not only is he heartbroken, he doesn't know what the fuck's happening, he's been slowly descending into madness in this entire movie.
Okay, I definitely want to watch this now that I know that the voice of the creature is J.K. Simmons. I feel like so many people love J.K. Simmons now, and I loved him in Whiplash too, and in Spider-Man. Both those were great. But let's go back for a second. Schillinger and Oz. I've loved J.K. Simmons since this. Yeah, this was one of his best roles. I mean, I don't even think I can show it because it's so offensive, but just if you like J.K. Simmons, check out the show Oz in particular. Watch, I mean, really any of it, but just even watch a clip. Here, we're gonna play it for like 20 seconds, but
More important than money. He's in his loco mode again, man. What do you want?
Niggers are up to something.
oh god, never mind.
Until he kind of erupts and he starts calling out for this deity's father.
Forget I said
right?
anything.
He says, "Oh, come get him, fuck him. I don't want to be."
It is a really good show. Oz is a very good show. But that character that he plays in that he is a horrific person. Let me just say that. I don't like it because I think that he's a good guy. That's not why at all. I think he's a fucking terrible person, but he plays that villain so well.
The person to save humanity, fuck humanity. And it's a very weird, cold thing to say. You know, you would think that this person that we're supposed to like is supposed to be a bit more of a hero, right? But he says, no, fuck it. And the wall starts collapsing down, you know, and we get a lot of very typical kind of like ethereal lighting, which is usually like your pinks, your purples, your blues. Think of like color out of a space. It's kind of just that space color palette, very neon 80s synthwave kind of color palette. I think a lot of people use that for space stuff, but it works and it looks pretty fun, especially because there's only one tiny window in the bathroom. So sometimes that pink washes over and it looks really nice. But the big twist of this movie though is that you find out while he's getting ready to do it that Wes actually murdered his girlfriend once she found out that he also murdered some other people as well. And Wes is a serial killer. He kills women So while he's doing the sacrificial thing, you're kind of happy that he's cutting himself open and he's doing a good thing, but at the same time, it's very brutal. And there's this very great scene where all of the victims that he's killed reach inside of his body, and it's a great practical effect, and they start ripping out his liver. It cuts back to reality, and the god is sucking out his liver from his body. And as this all accumulates, he's able to go, and Wes kind of asks, am I a hero? And that God answers, no, we're both objects of destruction that deserve to die and be forgotten about. And Wes kind of dies at the end holding the little teddy bear that his girlfriend that he loved, that he killed, gave him. It's not the best movie in the world. It's not a movie that like really stands out as like, oh my God, you have to see this. But I think it's a kind of independent movie that needs to at least be shown and seen a little bit more, because it does a lot of fun things and it executes a story simply. It's this kind of story where I feel like once you see it once, I don't really know if you'd want to see the movie again, but it's at least a fun experience for one time. I mean, there's a really funny part where the demigod's like, you need to give me something. And of course, he's behind a glory hole. And Wes goes up and he puts his cock into the glory hole. And the god's like, what are you doing? No, I just need your liver.
I thought your human penis was going to save the universe?
So I'm glad they didn't take the angle of like, you have to satisfy me by fucking me or something. It doesn't really go those routes, but it plays into the comedy in a very fun way where it taps little moments that are nice, but then it kind of keeps it in the realm of like a nice thriller drama with a little tint of just like horror with this like nice, really well hidden Lovecraftian monster. And you do get a reveal at the end, and I was like, because the way that they play up how they hide the monster is very good the whole movie. They don't overly show it. There's some great moments where you see like the eye of the monster, and even Wes is trying to look at the monster, look over the bathroom, and he is punished for doing that. So they're working within their budget in a really fun way. But at the end, there's a moment where you kind of see him, and it's fun, but it looks heavily composited and kind of cheap. What do you do? A 2-second, 3-second, shot. You can live with that. But a lot of just fun stuff, and there's like a lot of great moments of just like really great cinematography, really fun uses of this space. Like it starts off kind of sterile. I mean, it's not the most clean bathroom, but it's like a scuffed, clean bathroom. But over time, it just becomes more and more gross and stained. It becomes more decrepit as you also learn more about these characters. It's like the staining of their characters begins to happen more and more as we reveal who both of these characters are, the god and Wes. Both implements of destruction and evil. The biggest thing though is that the god doesn't want to destroy humanity, or he doesn't want to destroy life. I just want to chill. And he doesn't want to do what he's supposed to do, versus Wes, who has already kind of done a bunch of evil and killed shit. And now he's living with the burden of killing somebody that he loved because she found out who he really was. It's just done in a fun way. I think the performances of, B-list or C-list Little Dicky is fun. And J.K. Simmons is great as just this kind of ominous voice that you're talking to, and it kind of just, it's like talking to the devil on your shoulder the whole time. The angel and the devil on your shoulder the whole time. And that's just a really fun premise. But like I said, they use the space in a really fun way. There's a moment where a property manager shows up and he gets stuck in the stall with him. His name's Gary. When Gary tries to see the monster, he dies. And as that happens, he gets ripped apart. It starts raining blood. It's not like a cartoony red. It's like a really dirty, rusty brown. And it has like, it's just gross. It looks like it's staining everything. But by having that happen, like I said, it really adds to the layers of kind of disgust that you feel from finding more and more stuff out about these people. So, and I thought that was really fun. A lot of cool, just interesting, well thought out things to do in this space too. Like while the god is talking to Wes, we get to have a little backstory. On the walls of the stalls in the bathroom, it's like a cave painting as he's being shown. And it doesn't feel cheap, it just kind of feels like, oh, he can pretty much control you however he wants to. So it's just like little moments of those inspirations that really stand out. There's a couple moments where the CG comes in and they don't really push things the way they should. Like there's this really cringy part where Wes is in like this weird tormented flashback where he's talking with his girlfriend and she screams and it like some tentacles are coming out of her eyes, but that's it. But it just looks like a couple earthworms and it just looks really stupid. They didn't do anything else with it. She's just like, ah, and that's it. So you're just like, oh, okay. But all in all, the movie, it reads well. It's a fun movie. I think that as just like a little recommend for you this weekend, if you don't have any plans, feel free to watch Glorious. It's a great movie. It's a glorious movie. It feels like it could be a fun date night movie. It feels like it could be, you know, hanging out with friends, or if you're just hanging out by yourself.
Are you seriously watching
Glorious.
by yourself?
Nah, I'm with my...
Feel free to put it on. It's a really great movie, and I just wanted to shout it out. I thought it was really cool. So, not every day you get to talk about a movie with a Lovecraftian god in a bathroom with a glory hole. I think it's a fun concept. It could have been one of those movies that takes it into a very, very cringy space where they think the comedy has to continuously come from the glory hole in the bathroom. And you don't have to do that. The glory hole is there. It can be there. It's already a funny enough setup. Treat the movie serious and have a fun time with it. And they just put a little sprinkle of fun stuff along the way. So, you know, glorious. Thought it was a pretty fun movie. Like I said, not the most perfect movie in the world, but if you're looking for something this weekend, this is what I'd recommend. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it, and I'll be seeing you in the next one. See ya.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about Goosebumps, but you know, something a little more specific. Something, you know, I back a couple months ago, probably half a year ago now, we did a drunk tier list of all the Goosebumps episodes, but I left out one, and that is Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
When I rewatched this, I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. I mean, it was unbelievable. It's kind of one of those things where you watch it as an adult and you're just kind of like, oh my God, if they made this into an adult horror film, it would be so good. But even as like a Goosebumps special, it works out perfectly. I mean, it has everything that you would want in a Goosebumps episode. I mean, it's drama, it has scary shots, it's the best looking, best shot, cinematography, lighting, costumes, effects, everything. It has it all, and it's awesome. And it's unbelievable that this was made for a children's program, which makes it so fun that it's just like it's that perfect 90s blend where back then shit just got on TV where you're like, I don't know how that made it on. In a weird way, I think the networks kind of knew that you had to appeal to the adults somehow a little bit, that you had to have a little bit of factor to appeal to everybody in a weird way, and I think that this does it in such a beautiful, flawless way. So without further ado, let's talk about Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
But the movie starts off with Margaret and her brother. What's her brother's name? Starts off with Margaret, our lead, and Casey, our co-lead, brother and sister, asking their mom why she has to go. The mom is leaving the house because her sister is sick or some shit. I don't know. She seems concerned about it. But we're never really given anything in particular. But I really would have loved if it's like, she was in that drunk driving accident. She got hit by a straight driver. Casey, Margaret, I have to go because Auntie Jenny is dying in the hospital. Okay, sweetheart, all right, it's my sister. And then she's emotionally distressed, and then she just fucking leaves, dude. But Margaret, though, brings up that Dad's been acting strange, and he's kind of been in the basement. He's acting weird. And we get this really great montage of the dad just looking like a total fucking ape, looking at Beakers. He's like glaring at them, like, oh my God, what is this? What the hell did I just make down here? He's sitting there, and he's just like, what the fuck is this? This is why I've been fired. I have no idea what this is. That's why I was fired. And then the last thing she ends on is like,
he's even stopped calling me princess.
I thought you hated that.
Which, guess what, dude? Newsflash. What fucking little girl ever in media or that you've ever seen in your life likes to be called princess IRL? Okay? TTYL to this IRL. And the mom says a very classic line, which it's weird because the mom is actually the most emotionless actor I might have seen in my life.
But your Aunt Eleanor's sick, honey. She needs me. I'll be back as soon as I can. That's very thoughtful of you, sweetheart.
But in some way, it adds to the charm of the movie. It adds. It doesn't take away, but it makes the mom more robotic. It just makes sense later on why she just does not care what's happening. And it makes more believable that these kids are just trapped with this fucking monster in the house. But the mom says,
he wants to prove to the university that they made a mistake when they let him go.
Newsflash, he was a terrible scientist. He probably got caught diddling some girl or like fucking some girl, and it's like, this is like, looking at it at an adult perspective, the movie really does seem like it's like a couple things. One, this is what it's like being a single father, or two, This is like a very rocky marriage after the dad is caught cheating on his wife. Yeah, he was let go at the university, but why? Everybody liked him. No, just stop looking into it, Margaret. I have to go. Your Aunt Jenny? Your Aunt Jenny's dead, remember? She like goes off, but really it's just a retreat so she can go talk with Aunt Jenny because, you know, the dad got done fucking like an 18-year-old at the school or something like that. Should I make the age higher? So essentially they're left at the house and they go downstairs and they bang on the dad's door.
All right. Let's get into the Watchtower. Sorry, I'm trying to give my voice a break because I find too, if I read, like I already took a long break to eat, so I'm not trying to just fuck around and not actually do the stream. I want to do the stream. But I find that if I just read and keep reading, not only do I get tired quicker, but then my voice gets tired quicker, and it's that much harder to go. But we're on to Watchtower Part 2 now. I'm excited. I will give a short little synopsis of what happened in Part 1 if you weren't here for Part 1. But essentially, Part 1 starts off at a dive bar with Harper is our narrator, and then we also have I forget his name here. I can probably try to find it. Varro. Okay, so, and that's like maybe a last name, but it's kind of a nickname. Varro's essentially hiring Harper, who is a private detective, and he wants to find his sister, I believe. You know, he's a grown man. His sister is like a grown woman in college, but she disappeared after getting in a fight or argument with their mother a few nights ago, and she hasn't been heard from since. She completely shut off her phone. Whatever. Harper goes on to ask a few more questions. He does some background, starts to investigate, figures out the last place her phone was pinged, and then they decide that they're going to have to drive there. And it's a town called like Judgment, Texas, I believe, and they're in Arizona. So basically he learns that Varro's just going to drive there anyways, and Harper is like, do you want me to go with you? And Harper's like, I wouldn't normally offer this, but, I was interested in the case and I felt bad and yada yada. We don't really get much of a backstory on Harper at all. He's kind of a mystery as our main character. But then, as they're driving and talking, we start to realize that Harper has amnesia, so his backstory is a mystery to him too. He doesn't have like any memories before he's 15 years old, and there's kind of, I forget how exactly it's implied, but it's kind of, there's an implication that maybe there's some like culty stuff going on in this town, or maybe she got sucked into that. I don't know if that was just my own speculation or if that was actually the story. But then also, as they're getting closer to this town, Harper keeps having like physical like flashbacks, right? Like his body is responding to the trauma of this place. It's really affecting him, and like he's puking, he's whatever, he needs to sleep, the other guy has to drive, sort of a thing. And then it ends with them driving into the town of Judgment, and there's like this monolith white stone structure that doesn't match the surrounding ground geology, whatever, colors and stuff. And it's kind of hinted, or it's given the implication that Varro seems to kind of maybe know more about what's going on here than he said. And Harper's like, I don't know, maybe like, what the fuck is that thing? And then here, let's just go ahead and read the end of part 1 just so we can make sure that we're fully, that I'm not missing anything and that we're kind of fully caught up, you know? Can I just go back? Okay, maybe not. Let's find part 1. Part 2. Part 1. Okay. Let's go. Keep them doggies rolling. Yeah, so it says things like this about Varro, like a rock formation, Varro said with a dismissive shrug. Despite his calm demeanor, I was drawn to his hands. They grasped the steering wheel with intensity. His tan skin looked white from the death grip he had on the car. I noticed that the road we were on headed directly towards the monolithic stone. Varro could have been right. It could have just been a rock formation. However, I had seen Arches National Park and Monument Valley, while the giant stone ahead of us could have easily been a similar formation. There were no others around it. It was a lone rock jutting into the skies. Its white stone looked unnatural against the dusty tan landscape. Despite the nausea in my gut and the strange memory I had told myself it was nothing. There was no possible way that I had been here before. This was far from where I had been found on the side of the road. I had never set foot in Texas, let alone a strange, desolate town called Judgment, but I was wrong. Okay, so that's where it ends. It reminded me that, yeah, he's having flashbacks. I forget what the flashback actually was, though. I think it was just maybe about, like, it was him, like, running away. Oh, he was in this cave too, right? It was something about him like crawling through a cave. Yeah. Shimmying and crawling like an animal in a trap. At last, I managed to get free. My palms were slick with blood as I pulled myself through the hole in the earth and into the scorching bright light of day. Sob overtook me as I collapsed on the ground. I gazed up at the giant monument that now towered over me. So yeah, so that's the thing, is like, this is a flashback and he sees the monument. Yeah, and he was crying while he was asleep, and so yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much it. We think Varro probably knows more, or maybe Varro's like one of these cult members who was lured, who has lured Harper here because he's like the cult member who escaped. You know, he's like the prodigal son returning in the cult doctrine or something like that. So that's basically where we're at now. We're really just getting into the town of Judgment, and I'm hoping. Oh, there was also stuff about how like the town isn't on Google Maps, but he looked in the phone book and it said that there was a tow company in Judgment, and so that's why they assumed that the girl who they're looking for, if her car broke down, that she would have had to call a tow from here, and so they're thinking that she could be there or be in trouble near there. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much, you know, where we're at in the Watchtower part 2. And now let's just get into it. I guess maybe I should play a little bit of music. I was kind of getting worried because my computer was starting to glitch out. So maybe we'll keep music on, maybe we won't. I don't know.
Here comes the Jackbox Party Pack 11. Doominate. Take something nice and destroy it with your words. Legends of Trivia answer trivia questions, and battle
I
monsters.
don't know why my ad block
Cookie
isn't
House.
working.
Decorate cookies based on weird requests. Hearsay. Record
I
ridiculous
guess
sounds
maybe I
and watch
paused
them
it.
come to life.
Maybe I paused it at some point,
Interrogate
but-
your friends to solve a crime. It's time to party.
Great. Skip. Okay. Alright, let's get into the Watchtower. It was around noon when I began to see signs of a town. An old weathered windmill creaked and groaned in the calm gusts of wind. Along the sides of the roads were old fences and even older barns. Everything looked like it was falling apart. Their roofs were gone and the walls looked like they would fall over at any moment. Just up the road was a dilapidated sign that said, "Welcome to Judgment, home of the Watchtower." A chill ran down my spine at the sight of the sign. The words "the Watchtower" stood out to me in a way that I couldn't quite explain. I couldn't help but find myself staring idly at the massive stone column that rose above the town like an altar to an ancient city. "That thing must be the Watchtower," I said. "I suppose it is." I suppose it is. His tone was absent of emotion, and I wondered what he was thinking. Was he worried for his sister? "Hopefully we can find Lou right away. I don't want to stay here longer than I have to." Okay, oh, that's Varro saying that. "Hopefully we can find Lou right away. I don't want to stay here longer than I have to." Oh. No, that's Harper saying that, and then Lou says, "I agree, it's creepy out here." As we drove into Judgment, it became increasingly clear that there was not much to the town. There was a main street that had a dozen or so buildings lining it. There looked to be a general store, a bar, a cafe, a rather decrepit building that said tourist info across the top of it. Everything in the town was constructed from sun-bleached wood and didn't appear to have been updated anytime recently. The town was dusty. Sand had blown across much of the road, making it look more ghostly than necessary. I would have considered it to be abandoned if I hadn't seen a handful of people walking around. They all had big smiles on their faces. One man even waved at us as we drove through. I glanced at Varro. If he was uncomfortable, he didn't show it. "How do they live like this?" I said. I might have spent the better part of my life moving around the country, often living in less than ideal situations, but this felt barren. "I don't know," Varro said. "Look there." He pointed to a building at the edge of town, a large garage constructed of rusted metal siding. The garage door looked like it hadn't been opened in ages. Besides, it was beside it was a much smaller people door. Letters across the top of it read, "Judgment Auto and Towing." "We should start there," I said. "We need to find out if someone picked up Lou." Varro nodded and parked my car beside the entrance to the garage. I opened my door and stepped out into the gusty desert town. I looked around, wondering why the hell anyone would live out here. It looked more like the set to a Clint Eastwood movie than a real town. Above me, the Watchtower loomed like an old god. Its white, dusty surface looked pale compared to its surroundings. Simply looking at it sent a strange feeling into my core. Varro seemed disinterested in the town and even the Watchtower. In fact, he seemed to be purposely avoiding looking at it. Instead, his attention was on the auto shop. As I followed Varro into the shop, I found myself in a small office, separated from the rest of the garage. A middle-aged man sat at a desk, glancing between us with unabashed curiosity. Graying hair was mostly covered by a wide-brimmed hat. His eyes were a pale shade of gray. For a moment, he said nothing. "Welcome," he said as he cleared his throat. "How can I help y'all out today?" "We're looking for a woman named Lou," I said. We're looking for a woman named Lou, I said. "According to my information, you called this company right before her phone died. I suspect she might have had car troubles." "A girl named Lou, huh?" "Luciana," Varro clarified. The man stood and began to rummage through a collection of papers on his desk. I noticed that the name tag on his dirty blue collar simply said Coyote or Coyote, however you say coyote. In Washington, I always heard coyote or coyote, but some people go coyote. Which, if this is Texas, it might be more like Spanish, so it might be like coyote. Yeah, he said as he held his piece of paper in front of his face. "Luciana Delgado." "That's her," I said. "Do you know if she's still here?" Coyote chuckled. "Well, I don't see where else she'd be. Her car isn't fixed yet, and it takes several days of walking to reach the next town." "Thanks," I said. "I don't suppose you have any idea where she is?" Coyote pointed a weathered finger at the door in the direction of Main Street. "Probably down at the Cozy Snake." "Don't know where else she'd find a room." I let out a breath of relief and glanced at Varro. I was surprised to find that there were no obvious signs of release across his face. Instead, he looked more tense than ever. "Thanks," I said to Coyote. I walked outside with Varro, surprised by his lack of enthusiasm. We had done it. His sister was safe in a motel only a few blocks from us. Why did he look so tense? "Well," I said with a grin, "we did it. Lou's all right." Varro forced a smile. "Thank you, Harper," he said. "I'll be sure to buy your room and dinner tonight." I smiled as I walked down the street towards the motel, feeling accomplished. Why, if you're an investigator, you would not be saying all this until you were absolutely certain she was safe. All you know for sure is that her car is at this tow yard and she was here, but you don't know that she's safe, so you wouldn't. And the fact that he's not only like, "Aren't you happy? You should be fine," but the fact that he's like, "We did it. She's fine," The fact that he's being that optimistic, I just don't think bodes well, but also I think it just goes to show that Varro knows more than Harper knows, obviously. The Cozy Snake, a small rundown motel. It had only a dozen rooms, one of which was being rented by Lou. After a brief talk with a woman at the front desk, Varro made his way to room number 7. He knocked on the door until it was answered by a petite, dark-haired woman with an assortment of piercings on her ears and nose. Lou's features softened the moment she saw Varro. The young woman threw her arms around him and let out a sob. Varro, she said quietly between sobs. I didn't think. I'm so sorry. I didn't meant. It's all right, he said gently. It's all right, he said gently. The emotional scene made me suddenly aware of my lack of purpose at the moment. I waited uncomfortably as Varro attempted to console his sister. How the hell did you find me? Lou finally asked as she pulled away from him. This is Harper, he said with a gesture to me. Oh yeah, Harper's a girl. Fuck, I forgot about that. Sorry. Or wait. No, I don't think it. I don't remember if the first part, if it ever became clear. But now it is becoming clear that Harper, because that's one thing I said. I was like, I don't know if Harper's a guy or a girl's name, she's a private investigator. I thought it was weird when I didn't hear back from you after that fight with Mom, who hesitated slightly as she flicked a piece of her shoulder-length hair out of her face. Her dark eyes found mine, and she quickly looked away. Thanks for coming to get me, she said quietly. Her disposition had changed so suddenly. I felt like I had missed an important piece of the conversation. Always, Varro said. There was an odd pause of silence that I felt needed to be interrupted, so I said, It sounds like your car is still getting worked on. I'll book myself a room here for the night, but since we found you, I suppose I'll be leaving in the morning. Varro glanced at me and back toward his sister. He pulled out a well-worn leather wallet and handed it to me. It's on me. I promised I'd pay, remember? Right. I grabbed the wallet. Thanks. I left the two Delgado siblings alone in the front of door number 7 and walked to the front desk. I got a feeling that the two of them had personal matters to discuss. Since I had successfully fulfilled my end of the bargain and I had no problem letting Varro pay for my room. Right here, I got the feeling that the two of them had personal matters to discuss, period. Since I had successfully fulfilled my end of the bargain, and I had no problem letting Varro pay for my room. That, I don't know if it's just an incomplete sentence, or there either should be no and. There should be no and there. It should say, since I had successfully fulfilled my end of the bargain, I had no problem letting Varro pay for my room. There should just be no and there. Just a little typo, but worth mentioning, The front desk was run by a mousy woman named Alma. She was likely about 10 years my senior, with ash blonde hair and eyes that never quite met mine. Hey, I said, as friendly as I could. I'm back. I was hoping to get a room for the night. Just one night? Alma seemed mystified by this. I nodded. Yup, I've got a long way to go tomorrow, so just tonight. Alma nodded and wrote something down in a notebook. It seemed the motel was void of all technology. There wasn't even a card reader in sight. I opened Varro's wallet, hoping he had cash on him. That'll be $70, she said. To my luck and mild shock, there was nothing in Varro's wallet but $300 bills. I handed one of the bills to Alma, still gazing at the wallet in amusement. There was no credit cards, gift cards, or even driver's license. I found it curious, but nothing more. See, I feel like they're about to disappear. They're about to disappear, and because I didn't mention it at the time, but I was like, that's so weird for him to just hand him his whole wallet. Like, he should hand it, like, he should be like, don't worry, I'll come with you to buy the room, or he'll be like, here's, you know, hand him some cash and be like, go get the room, you know. But the fact that he just gave him the whole wallet, I feel like they're about to disappear, and this whole thing was just because. And what did she say? Like, I'm so sorry, I meant something. I thought it was weird when I didn't hear back from you after that fight with Mom. Yeah, I don't even know if they're brother and sister. I didn't think. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. Yeah, I think she's about being like, I didn't mean to. It's alright, he said gently. I wondered if they killed their mom, or if, you know, I don't know. I just don't know. But I'm pretty sure they're about to disappear. And leave her in this town where she has had these psychic whatever connections to, and has flashbacks of. Alma handed me back the change as well as an old key. I thanked her and walked outside towards my car to gather my things. I grabbed the overnight bag I had packed. It says backed. I had backed and gazed out of the town. And gazed out at the town around me. A handful of people loitered in front of a bar. A man with a cigarette spoke loudly about having to work on a Saturday. The men around validated his frustration with the groan. Beside the man with the cigarette was Coyote, the mechanic. He was engaging in a conversation. However, he wasn't engaging in conversation. However, instead, he was staring at me. I was about to walk to my room at the motel when I noticed Coyote shift and begin to walk across the street towards me. I let out a long sigh. Better not be a creep, was all I could think. You know, I never caught your name, miss, he said in a slow, casual manner. I'm Harper, I said, extending my hand. Coyote shook it. They call me Coyote. I pointed to his name tag. That's quite the name. He laughed and said, yeah, and I almost deserve it. How's Lou's car coming along? Waiting on parts. He paused. Say, you don't have a moment to speak in private, do you? A wave of uncertainty passed over me. I just got a room, but sorry, it's been a long day. I need a moment to relax and... If you were any kind of smart, you'd get in that car and leave this godforsaken town. There was ice in his words. I'm sorry, what? I was too baffled by his sudden change in tone to fully comprehend what he was saying to me. Get in that car and go. His voice was low but sharp. I just got a room. Besides, I plan to leave tomorrow. It'll be too late by then. Leave the young lady alone, a man joked as he slung an arm around Coyote's shoulder. Coyote looked irritated, but made no attempt to get away from the other man. Ophelia, I was beginning to think you actually did it, the stranger addressed me. He was an odd-looking man with sunken-in eyes and pale hair. It was almost impossible to tell his age, but from the way he carried himself, he appeared to be in charge, or at least he thought he was. What? I asked, confused by the strange remark. This is Harper, Leon, Coyote said with a groan. She's not from around here. Oh. A strange look crossed his face as if he was realizing something for the first time. I see. It's nice to meet you, Harper. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks, I said, taking a step away. Just consider what I said, Coyote said quietly before following Leon back to the bar. He gave me one last glance before he walked up the steps towards the bar. The man who waited for him clapped him on the back and said something I couldn't hear. For a brief moment, Coyote's friend glanced at me with deep set dark eyes. He was an odd-looking man with sallow features and white hair. There was something about him that made my skin turn clammy. I tried to ignore the feeling as I turned around. What the hell did Coyote mean? Why did he tell me to leave? Well, Harper, I'll tell you why he told you to leave. He told you to leave because this town is clearly some sort of occult ghost town. And you are some sort of a treasured member that escaped and got amnesia, so you never came back. Although everyone who ever leaves this town, I'm assuming, comes back because of the Watchtower or some other mystical forces. And so now that you come back, they're going to finish the ritual and sacrifice you. And that guy who called you Ophelia is some sort of cult leader, and that's what your name used to be. But they brought you back, or maybe Varro brought you back on purpose, or maybe not. Maybe he's just an unwitting participant. But circumstances brought you back to this town because they always do. They always bring everyone back, and yeah, you're going to be sacrificed or something. I don't know. But that is why he said that to you. I walked to my room, number 6, and opened the door. I dropped my things on the ground and collapsed onto the bed. It was a shitty little motel with musty smells and stains on the carpet. There were rose-patterned curtains, bed sheets, and upholstery that rivaled a grandmother's bedroom. Excuse me. Even the walls were what used to be a shade of baby pink. With time and possibly some cigarette smokes, the walls were a sad shade of brown. Despite the general filth of the room, laying down on the bed felt incredible. Before I had time to consider what Coyote had said to me, a knock came to my door. I stood up and opened it. Varro stood outside, watching me with a steady look. What did that old man say to you? I shrugged. He told me I should leave. I don't know. He was just drunk. Maybe he's not in the mood for tourists. Maybe. Varro hesitated for a moment. Do you have my wallet? Oh. I nearly forgotten about that. I handed him the wallet back. He was about to leave when I asked, Isn't it a little odd to only be carrying cash around with you? He shrugged. I don't need anything else. Well, Varro's not gone yet, but I'm still not entirely hopeful that he's not going to abandon her to be sacrificed to the Watchtower cult. What do you think, rude dude, if you're still here? Do you think Harper or Ophelia is I mean, she's clearly been to the town before, but do you think she's going to be murdered? What do we think? Before I could say anything, he walked away. Oh, wait, hold on. Don't need anything else. A driver's license would come in handy, I joked. Don't have one. Before I could say anything, he walked away and disappeared into Lou's room. I let him drive my car, and that bastard doesn't even have a license, was all I could think. I fell asleep early that night, but it was a restless sleep. My dreams consisted of pale figures, bloody floors, and pain. When I woke up, my lower abdomen felt like it had been stabbed. I rolled around wondering why the hell I was getting period cramps now of all times. It was early, too early in the month for that. With a groan, I got up and grabbed the Advil I had packed. I walked to the bathroom and pulled the pills. I walked to the bathroom and put the pills in my mouth. When I went to fill a cup of water, no water came from the faucet. Frustrated, I walked back into the room and found a half-finished soda I had brought up with me. I downed the pills with a bit of stale soda and laid back on the dusty bed. As I laid there, waiting for the pain to subside, I decided that Judgment was an awful town. It was dirty. It was dirty and run down. There was no water in the sink, and Coyote had thoroughly scared the shit out of me. And then there was the Watchtower. From the spot on my bed, I gazed towards the tiny window. The curtains were closed as much as I could close them. However, a little gap remained. In that gap, the Watchtower stood. In the darkness of the room, I gazed outside, staring at the strange structure. My stomach churned, just like when I had been forced to pull over. Only this time, I didn't vomit. I just stared out at the Watchtower in silence. I wanted more than ever to go home. I only have to wait for the morning, I said to myself. Then I'll be out of this backwards town. Eventually, I fell back asleep. When I woke up the next time, morning light poured in through the little window on my door. I woke slowly, thankful that the pain I had felt the night before was gone. I got dressed and attempted to brush my teeth, only to realize there was still no water. I let out a sigh, grabbed my key, and left the room. I found Alma sitting behind the desk, reading what looked to be a particularly steamy romance book. When she failed to notice me, I cleared my throat. "Oh, sorry, hun," she said, putting the book cover down on the desk. "I didn't see you." "There's no water in my room," I said. I knew I was being rude, but I was tired after such a weird night of sleep. "Right," she adjusted her glasses, still avoiding my eyes. "Well, that's because the water truck hasn't arrived yet, but don't worry, it'll be here by tonight." I blinked. "Water truck?" "Judgment has no water. We've never had water. We have it shipped in like food or fuel." That's crazy. I had never heard of such a thing. I almost didn't believe her. "We've got a big old tank on top of the motel," Alma said cheerily. "Giant thing. Weighs a ton when it's full. The truck will fill it up along with the rest of the shop's tanks." "So there's no water in town right now?" "No, but like I said, he'll show up tonight. But if you're feeling peckish, the general store will be open in a few minutes." "All right," I said with a sigh. "Thanks." As Alma suggested, the general store opened shortly after I arrived. It was small, hardly larger than most convenience stores. It had a wall of frozen food, a wall of refrigerated food, and several aisles of non-perishables, toiletries, and medicine. The entire shop felt like it had been suspended in time. Nothing had nothing had been updated since 1970s. Yeah, time zones didn't match. No worries, bro. Good to have you, General. Um, yeah, this is Odd Dentist, this story, right? Yeah, sorry, I want to make sure I get the. Yeah, but I already covered my friend was a flower. So yeah, you can go watch it on the earlier part of the stream on the VOD, but yeah, it was very interesting concept, very cool story. You'll see when you watch it that I talked about it, that I was a little confused about the end, but not in a bad way. So yeah, we're happy to have you. So sorry. Gotta find my spot. We were at the convenience store. The entire shop felt like it had been suspended in time. Nothing had been updated since the 1970s. All the refrigerators were old and well worn. The old box TV sat behind the counter, playing what looked to be a soap opera. The store was small, but I was still surprised by the lack of supplies. Yeah, just you can answer like in the comments. I think here we'll just pause real quick and we'll talk about my friend was a flower now that you're here, but it wasn't necessarily like a bad thing that I didn't know the answer to this question, but I think the main thing I was wondering is, was the body or the skull and bones underneath where the flower was, where Dandy was? Yeah, or you can shoot. Yeah, that's fine, but I guess yeah, is that was that body the twins from next door that got kind of replaced, like, or that Dandy, like, kind of he sucked them in somehow, like lured them over and then kind of sucked them into the ground and like drained their nutrients? Or did he physically pull himself out of the ground as this flower monster and go kidnap them and then bury them there? Or was he a dead body underneath the whole time, you know? Like, was it, a kid got buried in the backyard and then became a flower and then made friends with another kid, and then used that kid to kind of help him kidnap other kids and get a body, But anyways, we'll talk about it more in the comments and stuff. But in kind of my thinking is like, I kind of like all those, so it doesn't really matter, But yeah, I was just like, the ending was a little bit abrupt for me. I think the horror part of the story could have went on a little bit longer, But that was the only thing. But anyways, we're on we're on this story now, so store was small, but I was still surprised by the lack of supplies. There were no fresh veggies, no dairy, no dry goods for baking. All that appeared to be in stock was their meat selection. To give them credit, the meat looked phenomenal. It was fresh and came in a variety of cuts. Most of it looked far better quality than anything I got back at a deli in Phoenix. I couldn't help but linger at the meat aisle, wondering why meat out of everything was so well stocked. Despite their incredible meat selection, there was no water, not gallon jugs or cases or bottled water. There was nothing. I turned and walked to the front. A young boy stood behind the counter, looking hopelessly bored as the TV drama played on beside him. "Can I help you?" he asked in a monotone voice. "Do you have any water?" He looked genuinely surprised by the question. "Water?" "Yes, like a gallon jug or something. It doesn't have to be nice stuff. I just need something," I explained. I just need something," I explained. "Sorry," he said. "Don't have any of that." "Really?" I was surprised. "No, ma'am," he said. I nodded and left the shop, feeling angrier than I should have. Bro, this is the thing. Do they have Gatorade? Do they have liquid in general? Or is there just no liquid? Because these other, like, brush your teeth with beer if you have to. You know what I mean? If that's all you want it for, or if you're, I was like, the bar has to have drinks, right? I nodded and left the shop, feeling angrier than I should have. No water in the motel, no water in the store. Coyote was right to tell me the town was godforsaken. I was beginning to understand. When I made it back to the Cozy Snake, I found Varro lingering outside on the front steps, smoking a cigarette. He gave me a slight nod as I approached and handed me a styrofoam cup. "Figured you might want some coffee." I clutched the warm cup, suddenly grateful. Okay, so there is some liquid in the town, but in order to make coffee, you usually have to have water. So how is the coffee made? I clutched the warm cup, suddenly grateful. "Thanks." I took a sip, and instantly half of the irritation I felt lifted away from me. "This is a weird town," I said after a moment. Varro blew out a cloud of smoke and shrugged. "There's no water here. They bring it in on trucks, I guess. Isn't that strange?" "It's unusual, but I'm sure the water is on its way. No one can live without water." I realized then that I was overreacting. I took another sip of coffee and attempted to calm my nerves. "So," I said after a moment, "I'm going to try and pack up and head out within the next hour. I kind of figured you'd wait with Lou, but you might want to hold off on leaving," Varro said. His dark eyes drifted past me and focused on the distant horizon. I turned around to see what he was looking at. The skies were a hazy shade of tan and brown. "Fuck," was all I could say. Varro smirked as he took another drag of the cigarette. "It's best to wait out the dust storms. It's hard to tell how bad it'll be. There's no cell service out here if you were to run into a problem." I stared at the approaching storm in disbelief. No water, no cell phone service, and an approaching storm. I didn't know if I could hate a place any more than I hated Judgment. Unbeknownst to me, dust storms were a cause for celebration in the town of Judgment, and by celebration I mean excessive drinking. From what I gathered, most of the town had decided to hunker down in the bar while the storm passed. According to a handful of folks, it was something of a tradition. Whiskers Whiskey was the... Oh, okay, that's the name of the bar. I was like, what? Whiskers Whiskey was the only bar as well as only restaurant in all of Judgment. With the storm approaching quickly, we all found ourselves sitting together in the restaurant. It wasn't my idea to join the crowd, but according to Alma, the motel would be uncomfortable during a dust storm. I wasn't willing to wait around and figure out what she meant by that. I kind of like this, like, dust storm bar party. I don't know how, as a horror concept, we'll see how scary it gets, or maybe this is gonna be some sort of a like last stand situation where they're all gonna be holed up in the bar and they're gonna have to shoot dust storm zombies or something. That would be crazy too, and I like that as a horror concept, but I'm kind of getting stoked because I just like this scene. I like the idea of in this desolate fucking ghost town with no water, how everyone's just getting hammered in the day. You know, as a recovering, alcoholic, I can speak to, something about anytime downtrodden folks find a reason to drink during the day and a reason to like have community like that and drink together. It's just something about it makes my heart smile. And I don't know if it's like the addiction side of my brain going like, oh yeah, that would be so nice, or if it's just me going like, fuck, that sounds dope to just chill in a bar during a dust storm with everyone in town. But yeah, something about this scene and this idea, like this setting in the story, just tickles my fancy. Not even necessarily as a horror concept, just the setting for the story, just as a setting in a story. I mean, very fun. I dig it. I wasn't willing to wait around and figure out what she meant by that. And I love this. There's kids in the bar. A group of kids played a board game on the floor while the adults stood or sat in groups talking. A line of old men sat at the bar, drinking to their heart's content. Coyote and his white-haired friend were among them. I sat with Varro and Lou at a small table that was intended for only two. My knees kept bumping into theirs. Thank you, Harper, Lou said as she sipped her cup of soda. Sorry you're trapped here now. It's all right, I said as I sipped my rather strong gin and tonic. It's part of my job, I shrugged. So, you're a real private investigator? That must be so fascinating, Lou pressed on. I laughed. Not as much as you'd assume. I mean, it has its moments, but most of the time, things are pretty straightforward. People are predictable. You're like a real Sherlock Holmes, Lou said, more to herself than to me. I said nothing. I hated that comparison, but I was never really sure why. Was I hard to find? Not particularly, I said. The only strange part has been this town and your motivations for going someplace so far from home. Lou shot a glance at Varro, then looked back at me. Well, I was born here, she said, matter-of-factly. So I don't think it's that far of a stretch to assume. I'm sorry, what? I was now focused more on Varro than I was on Lou. She was born here? I may have failed to mention that detail, was all Varro said in his defense. I usually call that withholding information. You're not a cop. You're not a cop. He raised his eyebrow and finished off the double shot of whiskey he had been nursing for over an hour. No, I said, but why wouldn't you tell me about this town? You acted like you had never heard of Judgment. You didn't need me. You could have found Lou on your own. Why the hell did you bring me here? At some point, while I yelled at Varro, I stood up. The bar quieted significantly by the time I finished what I had to say. Varro watched me silently. He seemed unable to come up with a suitable answer. Listen, Harper, fuck this, I said as I walked across the now quiet bar. I opened the door and rushed outside into the bitter desert storm. Sand stung my skin, but I forced myself to run towards where I parked my car. I found the old sedan and jumped in, starting it up quickly. It started and the air vents kicked dust and sand out the cab. I coughed and turned off the vents. I gazed out the window, realizing the visibility wasn't just as terrible as I gazed out the window, realizing the visibility was just as terrible as I imagined it. However, I could still see the road, so I gripped the wheel hard and pulled out onto the street. The wind whipped around me like a monster, wanting to get into my car. It howled and shook the old vehicle. The wheel tugged in my hands, and the car felt like it was magnetically drawn towards the ditch. However, I refused to give in to fear. I needed to get out of this wretched place. I don't know how long I drove for. Every muscle was tense as I drove through that storm. My eyes strained to see through the dusty skies. I think if I would have just waited a little longer in judgment, I would have had a better chance. But like so many things, the odds were stacked against me. Judgment did not want me to leave. Just as I was beginning to feel more comfortable with the road conditions, a giant object emerged from the dust. It was an elk. I swerved slightly to avoid hitting the animal. My right tire was suddenly caught by something on the side of the road, and I lost control of the car. My world went black. The entire town was there, standing under the shadow of the Watchtower. They were dressed in loose, sand-colored cloaks. Their hoods were pulled up so far over their heads I could hardly see their eyes. While their robes matched the landscape, my dress matched the giant stone behind me. I stood in front of the crowd, the great white monolith behind me. I was terrified. My heart beat so fast I was going to be sick or pass out. Beside me was one of the cloaked figures. He held my arm so hard I was certain it would bruise. I wasn't listening to the words he was speaking, but the crowd seemed enraptured by whatever he was saying. I was trying desperately to see anyone I knew. Were my parents there? My friends? Would they help me? Would they stop this? I got no answers to my questions. Today, our young Ophelia will walk to the Watchtower. Today, our young Ophelia will walk into the Watchtower, a girl, and return a woman, the man beside me said as he raised his hands upwards. The crowd bowed to one knee in unison. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I continued to search the crowd for anyone to help me. At the outskirts of the group, someone was looking up under their hood. Her eyes found mine. Carmen. She stared at me with the fear of a mother, but there was more than just fear in her eyes. There was anger. She clutched her young son tight against her chest. He was watching me too, confused as to what was happening. As I stared into Carmen's eyes, I saw a tear slip down her cheek. I didn't want her to cry. I liked Carmen. She was friends with my parents. She had always invited me over to watch old movies with her son. I couldn't understand why she was crying. Beside me, the man who held my hand said, Ophelia. Do you accept the gift you have been given? I do. I had practiced this part 100 times. And how will you accept it? Under the watch of our ancestors, I recited. From birth comes life, from life comes death. From birth comes life, and from life comes death, I replied. I had to tear my eyes away from Carmen's. She was making me feel worse. It was an honor to be chosen. Turn, the man said quietly. I turned to face the Watchtower. Behind me, the crowd was silent. Go forth to serve the one who gives us life. I stepped closer to the towering structure as its base was narrow. I stepped closer to the towering structure. At its base was a narrowing crack in the stone. I knew I was meant to enter, but now fear was catching up to me. However, if I faltered, there would be punishments. I knew that well enough to force myself to keep walking. As I approached the great stone, tears were falling freely down my face. I wanted my parents. I wanted to go home. I didn't want this. Fun. Interesting. Okay. So now this is almost giving Midsummer, like Lovecraftian type of vibes, in that I think the meat is something, I don't know if they're like butchering humans and that's why the meat's so fresh, or, I think clearly the meat in the grocery store, that has something that's weird, right? The fact that this town doesn't have any water, I think maybe because the town does have water, but maybe it all goes to this monolith type thing, or the creature that lives inside of it, and so it's making me, it's making me think about like that, and what this process is going to be, what she has to go inside. Is she going inside to be killed, or is she going inside to be, there are obviously maybe worse things than being killed, which I don't necessarily want to mention out loud, but it's creepy. I'm guessing maybe when she does wake up, now that she remembers this Carmen person, she's going to see if Carmen is still alive. And is there, no, part 2 was only posted like 17 days ago, so oh no, okay, so maybe there must be a lot more part. Yeah, okay, I see. Oh, it was probably reposted. Okay, so there is a part 3. There is a part 3 and a part 4, but as far as part 2 goes, I liked it. The selfish part in me wanted maybe more to happen in the bar. I wanted to get more. I didn't like that she just got angry and left so quickly. Like, she's an investigator, right? Like, so I have a little bit of trouble believing that like she would have just accepted the guy's answer, or not even accepted it, but been like, fuck this, I'm leaving. Like, she wants to know about her past, right? It's been said that she just can't remember, and the amnesia. So I don't know if I fully buy just like the whole I'm angry and I'm pissed, so I'm just leaving sort of the thing. But maybe for the beats of the story, like, maybe it had to happen. But I would have liked there to be a little bit more time spent in the bar. And then also I would have liked, and maybe some interactions with the other townspeople. And then I also would have liked, if, maybe Varro could have went after her and then like kind of told her something, but then she still just got in her car and left, something like that to kind of, because because we still don't know. We know that now Lou was born in this town, but I just feel like after this point in part 2, we should know a little bit more, when really all we know is that Lou and Varro do presumably know this town and have a connection with this town, which we already kind of knew in part 1 anyways. So, and clearly, like I said, there is a cult, in the town. There's, something going on with this giant monolith. And, a lot of that can be kind of surmised from part 1. And so, but all in all, I do like the town. It's creepy. It's rotten down. It's fucked up. The part with Coyote telling her to leave, and then the no water and all the meat and stuff, like it's interesting, right? It's building up well, but I just or even if this was the other thing, and maybe this won't make sense, but maybe like if she heard something in the bar where they were like talking about, like maybe if there was a monster or something in the sandstorm that they were like, but the Watchtower protects us, our ancestors protect us, just something to kind of be like, oh, there's there's not only is this tower thing stuff supernatural, but there's multiple supernatural things going on in this town, and it's why they kind of turn to this great monolith creature, and all their water goes into this thing, or maybe in some way they're able to grow this meat, right? They're able to like farm it and grow it, and they use it to sort of feed these sandstorm creatures, right, that would otherwise attack them and kill people in the town. But because of something and the way that they sacrifice things in this Watchtower, it enables them to kind of live a peaceful life, because they're able to satisfy the hunger of these like sandstorm creatures. But but I get it, and I think that like the pacing's not bad and stuff is being revealed, but I just maybe if Harper wasn't a private investigator, I would buy it. But if you're a private investigator who has complete amnesia about your life before age 15, like you don't know anything about your past before age 15, and then all of a sudden you come to this place and you're having these flashbacks, and it's clear that other people might even know you from the town, or just there, there's a lot of hints like that and stuff like that, and people are telling you to leave. And then she says things like, well, he must just not like tourists and stuff like that. And I'm like, I get it that people can be willfully ignorant when it's about their own. Like, they could be a curious, smart detective when it comes to investigating other people, but then when it comes to their self and their own mysteries and stuff, they could have complete blinders on. I understand that. But I'm also like, don't you have, okay, even if it's not about your past, don't you have some natural curiosity just about this town, say, or not even about the town in particular, but about Lou and Varro's connection to the town and why they hid that from you, and why they're seeming to, just be so like coy and all that stuff. Like, doesn't that, because even if you're not, even though it says she does want to know about her past, it said that in the first part, but even if you're not willing to like pick at that scab right away, it's like, aren't you curious about the missing persons case that you luckily solved, you know, but don't you have some like, well, why'd you leave? Why'd you come here? Anything, you know, it could be anything, you know, it could, I just think that conversation in the bar should have lasted longer. I think maybe she should have went and gotten mad at Lou and Varro, and so maybe she went and talked to someone else in the bar, and then that sort of thing happened. You know, where she could have had her conversation with Coyote, or she could have had a conversation with the weird cult leader guy, or even somebody else, and more just could have happened. Because I feel like even in these two parts now, it's revealing stuff, but it's all through flashbacks, right? And so it seems like, you know, Harper's subconscious is, and it's doing all the work of telling us the story through the flashbacks, and Harper's subconscious is doing all the work of explaining parts of her past to her, but then she's just completely like dropping the ball or ignoring it. And I don't like that. I don't like when a character seems like willfully, belligerently, like not putting pieces together, or willfully, you know, like, or desperate to just, you know, I don't know, be ignorant or whatever. Like that's not really fun for a mystery, because then we as the reader or as the audience are just going like, put it together, ask a question, you know, kind of thing. And I'm not saying all this to say I don't like the story, because I do. I'm very curious, and so that is part of what's bothering me, is it doesn't seem like Harper is curious. It doesn't seem like she is really even making any kind of an effort to learn what's her connection to Judgment, or what is the reason why Varro and Lou came out here, or what's the reason they dragged her out here. You know, those are three pretty important questions, all of which have implications, and so far it just seems like it's not really Harper's, it's not even really on her radar, you know, and I don't like that, especially in a private detective. So, and I'm not saying that the story could have, Harper could have asked those questions, or been more like pushy about that, but then the characters could have just still not given her anything, right? And so I'm not saying that the story had to fully reveal those parts yet, but if the story would have been written in such a way where Harper is going to more of an effort to get those questions answered, I think I would feel a lot more like just on her side, and like a lot more like, I don't know. Here's the thing, and this goes to this story, but it also goes to so many other stories I read or I listen to, where someone is a character that is like a detective, or for instance, in the Bridge Kingdom, a book series that I just finished, there's a character named Karis, right? And he's considered to be this bookish prince who everyone says is really smart. Everyone's like, you know, he's one of the smartest rulers in the kingdom. He's one of the smart blah, blah, blah. You know, so in that sense, like, that's one of the first things you learn about his character, right? Is that he's this guy who loves to read and loves to whatever. And in that story, it just seems like, especially at first, he's a little bit slow to like put things together, or like, I like when characters who are described as like smart or whatever in stories, do smart things, you know? And so I guess I want, in this story in particular, I want things to quit happening to Harper, and I want Harper to take the initiative and do something besides just driving away in a sandstorm, or besides just looking up the GPS coordinates for her last known location for her phone and then driving out to Judgment. I'm ready for Harper to, I don't know, do some detective work, do some legwork, but also like, show some discernment when it comes to like reading people and like getting to the core of like what someone's hiding. Like, I feel like she's not even really trying to do that. Like, there's parts of the story where it's like, I feel like I missed something between Lou and Varro, but then it's just not mentioned again. It's like she doesn't even think about it again. And I'm like, think about that. If you're missing something, drill down on that. And there's not a lot of drilling down going on. And so I don't like that thus far about the story. But there's still more parts and there is more chances. Yeah, I just think that, if you're going to have a detective character, make them do detective things, make them more curious, and and we'll see. And I'm sure the story will get there and she will start piecing it together. But to have the first two parts happen and have it end with pretty much her just being like, well, fuck you guys, I'm out of here, and driving away in the sandstorm, like, I don't know, to me, I'm just like, they're the main character, but I don't, like, I'm mad at Harper for doing that, first of all, but I'm also just like, why? And I don't know. And maybe I'm just being too much of a sensitive Sally, or whatever you want to call it. And people should say, well, Red, it's a story and you got to let it unfold, and you can't, you can't expect the character to just piece together the entire plot in the first part. You can't be able to you can't expect him to just predict everything that has happened or will happen. And I agree with that. I get that. And I do think as the story unfolds, I will get less frustrated with our main character. But right now, those are the feelings that I'm having, is that I want Harper to be more curious, is just a short way to put it. I want Harper to drill down and be more curious about what is actually going on and what has gone on. What has happened in her past, right? That has led her to this point, But having said that, I probably will read part 3. I don't know when exactly. I'm trying to for sure see how many parts this story has. The latest part I'm seeing really is just 5 parts, so I'm hoping it's just a 5-part story. I don't want to be. I don't like getting into multi-part series and not knowing how many parts they are, because I don't want to read through all 5 parts and then figure out that, oh, well, the 6th part will be coming out soon and there'll probably be about 10 parts. And I'm like, oh my God, fuck, because that's a lot of time I have to dedicate to one specific story and one specific author then. But, I am interested. I do think it's a good build-up. I'm interested in these characters. So, I might just have to suck it up and read all 5 parts. But right now, it's cool, and I like the setting. I like Judgment. I like the Watchtower. I like I like the delicious looking meat in the grocery store, but then no water. And then I'm also like, well, how did Varro get the coffee? And so all these bells are going off where I'm like, do they have water, or do they use, what's the coffee made out of? Is he drugging her? I'm all these things are running through my mind, and I'm just a little curious, I'm just a little I'm just a little anxious to find out the conclusion to our story. Here, let's see. From Heather-Grimm, we have The Babysitter's Rule, which isn't too long. Got about 15 upvotes, so not bad. But this is gonna be the next story that I'm gonna get into. But before we get into it, I just want to say, chat, let me know what you thought about part 2 of the Watchtower, or do you agree with me? Do you disagree? I want to know. And also here, I guess I won't read it on the screen because I don't know if not the Watchtower, but from My Friend Was a Flower. I don't know, General, if you want it to be the end of your story to be exposed on stream. So Dandy can mind control people or animals if they eat his petals. Okay. That was, I was kind of thinking that. I was kind of thinking that it was more like drug and mind control, but maybe I didn't say that out loud. Okay. Okay. And honestly, and so I won't give away everything you just sent me, General, about My Friend Was a Flower. But what I will say is, you don't need to. I think the ending's good right now. I think it is really good, but I think if you took, if I don't know, if you took a little bit more time just at the end, maybe to have Robert like come to, not even come to that realization, but because I was wondering, I was like, did he kidnap the kids? But then I was also like, but if the flower just needed a body, why wouldn't he just take Robert's, right? Like, why would he then have Robert? But then, like I said, but that's even more creepy, because then it's like, well, he loves Robert. Robert was his friend, right? And so I think that, maybe if you just had something like, even when they're sitting on the couch watching Star Wars, when he's like, like, thank you, now I can finally be with you, my friend, or just, I don't know, something where it makes us realize that, yes, Dandy tricked Robert into doing all this stuff, but Dandy also did it so that he could be in his full form, and so that he could have that night of watching Star Wars with Robert, or whatever it may be, like, so he could have that one thing, and then he would run, and then he would have to leave or escape, or whatever. But because it just, the end kind of came up so fast and so abruptly. And I caught the dirty socks thing. Like, I caught that. And so I guess because it was like dirty socks and all of a sudden he's outside and all of a sudden he's digging up the skulls, I think maybe it was just the pacing there was like a little bit too many things happening so succinctly that like I wasn't able to connect, oh, the window is open, but I was like, well, was his window open because Dandy in his true form came into the house, you know? And so, but I think there's a way you could do it where it does all connect, and it probably did connect for other people, and I'm just dumb, and that's fine, you know? So maybe you want to leave it as it is, but I'm just saying, like, if you were to do a rewrite or if you were to do anything, I think there's a way you can connect that to where it makes it slightly more obvious that Robert is the culprit and is ultimately the kidnapper, you know, or whatever. And then everything else can kind of just, from that, you can kind of put all the pieces together, you know. Because right now I was just like, oh, well, Robert went outside. His shoes are wet. But I was like, I didn't immediately think that meant he broke into someone else's house. You know what I mean? So maybe that's part of it too. It's like maybe, and there was something in the story about how, I think you said about how he used to hang out with their kids. So maybe if there's something about, I don't know exactly what I want from that ending, but I was a little bit like, I wasn't 100% especially bought in that Robert was the kidnapper. You know what I mean? And I hope that makes sense. Funnily enough, I did a significantly extended version, but posted the classic version on Creepcast by mistake. Well, there we have it. And that's, and see, and I think the fact that you did an extended version, I think shows that like even you as the writer knew that you could have made the end work a little bit more cleanly, but because, whatever, but in a first draft, you just wanted to finish it, you know what I mean? So then in the second draft, you can go and kind of clean up that, and that totally makes sense to me. And so other than that, I really liked it. And I liked how, the flower ended up being evil, and how the flower, like in the beginning, he's like, I'm going to be honest with you. And that just gave me like creepy salesman vibe, like snake oil salesman vibes. I really liked that. I was very, that was very touching. And I think if you go back and listen to my read through, I think you're going to find that I was pretty entertained by the story. Like I was laughing, and it was very good. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, he could have easily killed him, right? But Robert was, just as much as Dandy was Robert's friend. It's like Robert, Dandy needed Robert, and because Dandy did everything, or because Robert did everything to help Dandy, Dandy wasn't gonna just steal his body and eat him, Yeah, the part about the parents letting him go outside, I think, was a bit of an oversight, but it was also very funny. And I was like, I was like, oh, the kids, there's a creepy murderer, child abductor on the loose. Yeah, sweetie, go for a walk. That's okay, Right, he didn't leave his home. They were just like, go in the backyard, right? And it made more sense once I realized, like, oh no, the story's just ending right here. But I thought like he was gonna walk to the store. I thought the story was gonna continue for much longer, and so I was like, kid's gonna get fucking kidnapped, you know what I mean? But anyways, yeah, it wasn't a big deal, and it was funny, and I enjoy. What another thing that I liked the most about your story was the element of like the Goosebumps parents who just do not give a fuck what their kid is up to any way, shape, or form. And you do a good job of explaining it. Like, well, they're both working. You know, he's a latchkey kid, right? He's a kid who, you know, gets himself up and gets himself to school and brings himself home. And so I like that a lot. Like, I like when you have a horror story with a kid. It's the same reason I love the series of Unfortunate Events, right? It's because the kids are all smart, like Violet and Klaus and even Sunny, even though she's a little baby. They all can understand and see through Count Olaf's schemes, but all the adults are like, "Oh, child, don't be hysterical. Count Olaf's nowhere nearby." Meanwhile, he's like twirling his mustache and like, meh, you know, and they're like, "No, it's clearly him. It's such a bad disguise." And Mr. Poe or whoever else is just like, "Oh, child, your imagination. You're so imaginative and dumb and funny and blah, blah, blah," you know? Yeah, just super overworked parents, working at a hospital, and I figured you maybe didn't mention it in the story, but I completely figured it was a job like that. I mean, my dad, you know, was a sergeant of, you know, the police department in the town next to where we lived, and so he was gone a lot too, and so it's like I fully just got those vibes that it's not that they don't love their son, it's just that they're fucking exhausted and can barely, you know, barely have energy to do anything. So I completely get that, but at the same time, yeah, it absolutely with just that last thing about him going outside, it was just the nail in the coffin that made me go like, oh, they want their son to die, you know, and obviously that wasn't the case, but, you know, it just kind of made me laugh and it was funny. But I do think that it's worth, you know, worth mentioning, or maybe in the longer version, like cleaning up a little bit of like, no, they love their son. They want to be there for him. They give him the money because they feel guilty, right? You know, stuff like that. But that's the thing is, even if you didn't want to do that and you just wanted to make them like, oh, they like to go to parties, they like to hang out with their friend, like I like when a story is about a kid, I like when the kid has to be their own adult and, you know, the parents don't really give a fuck. Like that to me, it's just endearing. It makes you like a child character more. So I like the Huck Finn. Like Huck, like in Huck Finn, and I was talking about series of unfortunate events. Well, let me talk about another story I love. In Huckleberry Finn, like his dad is a raging alcoholic who beats him all the time. And literally is beating him primarily because he's learning to read. And the dad doesn't want him to learn to read because he's like, well, you think you're better than me if you learn your letters and blah, blah, blah. So Huck eventually runs away. I forget exactly the order of operations, but basically, you know, early on his journey, he's like, well, I'm running away from home and you're running away because, you know, you don't want to be a slave anymore, Jim. And so we should be partners. Like we should help each other. And it's a, what's that called? It's, I forget. It's like a love of convenience, or I don't know. Not exactly, but meaning that, you know, they become partners because they're both in a similar shitty situation. Although a lot of people argue that Jim's situation is much, much worse. He's going to be hanged and killed if he is caught, you know. And so some people kind of view the story as being, it's so tone deaf and comically ridiculous that people think that Huck's struggles are as bad as Jim's, and like, to me, the story never takes it to that point, but it is just kind of funny that because Jim has no rights and doesn't have an education and stuff, and Huck is this only slightly educated little country kid, and together they have to like navigate all the treacheries of the South, and they have to make it to freedom. And that's what I love about that story, is like the element of the child, like, just having to fend for themselves, and having parents who either don't give a shit about them or can't give a shit about them for one reason or another. And it's why the Goosebumps parents are always like, it's why in those shows they're always like, you're being hysterical, you know what I mean? Like, don't worry, honey, it's okay. Yeah, bro. I mean, 600 upvotes. My God, that's killer. Like, that's a good story. So, you should feel super proud. And I think you should, clearly enough people like the story that put the link to the extended version, comment the link on the post with 600 upvotes, because all those people presumably, or some of them at least, might see the link to the extended version, and they might want to see, they might want to read that version. So I think you should totally like promote it and let people know. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it got you banned off No Sleep. Why wouldn't it? Of course it got you banned on No Sleep. They're like, you had a flower asking a child to build a pipe bomb. This is not horror related. They're like, you made a child predator look cute because it was a flower. You are a sick, disgusting human being. Like, I don't know what the reason was. I'm just trying to make up ridiculous, like, this isn't horror because flowers are pretty. Like, just these dumbass reasons. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but I'm happy that it did well on Creepcast subreddits, and cheers to you, my friend. Yeah, kid got trauma for life. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, like, that's the thing about people putting trigger warnings and stuff, is like, I get that, like, some people need that, or some people really want that, but I'm also like, if you're a person that gets triggered by like any type of horror, whether that's child death, whether in this story, look, it says cat death, that triggers me. I don't like that. But I'm also aware that I'm reading stories on horror subreddits, like, it's pretty much all fair game, other than just straight up like disgusting, like Lolita-esque stories, if you know what I'm saying. Like, that is not fair game, but I'm just saying, like, like, I hate the chapter in Pen Pal about boxes. When I listened to the Creepcast episode of Pen Pal, pretty much ever since the first time, I've skipped over that section. And it's one of the best sections. It's not because I don't want to listen to it again. I like the section of named boxes, but it fucking bums me out. And it's because my little kitty Stella loves to play in boxes. And so I'm just not going to fucking read that. And yeah, it makes me want to cry just thinking about it right now. But you know, the fact that No Sleep and all these horror subreddits are like, you must tag your story with blah 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 or this or that, or they just have all these rules, and I'm like, if you do that, it's also giving people a big warning that, like, this is what happens in my story, you know. Like, I've thought about just in a story where nothing really that bad happens, I've thought about just being like, trigger warning, child death, R word, murder, you know, and just putting all these crazy tags on it just to see if a lot of people read it because of the tags, you know. But anyways, just kind of silly. All right. Heather-Grimm, the Babysitter's Rule. I do want to say real quick, because we went over one of Heather's stories a few streams ago, and Heather's somebody who's new to writing who has given me permission to read a few of their stories, and I look forward to reading this one. But yeah, I also just want to say that, like, people who, you know, who are new writers and whatever, don't get discouraged. Don't, you know, if you like a story, then you like a story, and that, you know, that should be your guiding kind of light in this. And I'm not saying that you should only write stuff that's like self-satisfying and overtly pleasing to you, but then, you know, doesn't have compelling like characters or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, all you can do is do what excites you and what intrigues you and what interests you and makes you happy. And if people want to shit on your stories or, you know, be rude to you or tell you that you shouldn't write or this or that, like, just, I mean, fuck these people, you know, fuck them so hard. If you're giving constructive criticism, that's completely different. But if your goal is to go on Reddit and find stories from new authors that maybe aren't the best and just shit all over them, you're such a coxcomb. You're such a, just not even an annoying or a waste of life, but you're just like, it's so imbecilic to go like, how do I take something that someone's trying to get better at, and how do I make sure that they want to quit this thing that they're passionate about? Like, why do you want to do that? Is it, you know, is it satisfying to you? I don't know, but that's just a message to all the people out there. It's like, if you want to leave, if you read a story, you take the time to read a story, you know, thank you. That's nice. But then you go like, man, this story really wasn't good. Now, if you have some ways in which you think you could make it better, I think that's fair to comment on the story, to mention what you might change or what you might rewrite or redo. But if your whole point in leaving a comment is to just be like, this sucks, blah, 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 then just don't leave the comment, or go into a different subreddit where, you know, it's like a snark subreddit where people just love to argue and love to fight, and like, or go to I Am the Asshole and just tell everyone that you're the asshole because of this. Like, there's entire subreddits that are dedicated to just allowing you to express your most juvenile, worst parts of like humanity, where you're just like, let me just shit on something because I can, you know. There's plenty of subreddits that like totally encourage that. But writing subreddits, like, not really. And ones where people like are trying to, you know, improve and expand their creative efforts and their talent, like, don't do it. And ultimately, like, people have hearts and souls, and they're doing this because they love it, but they also want to share it with the world, and that takes balls. And so you should, at the very least, if you're going to say something not so nice to them, you should come to it with the idea that they didn't have to share this story with you. You didn't have to read it, but you went online and you chose to read it. And even if you hated it, you were entertained by it. You actually read something that day. You didn't spend that time just scrolling TikTok, letting your brain rot. And so they actually improved you by whether or not you liked the story. They stimulated your mind, and they improved whatever, your cognition, and they fucking they shared a story with you. And so you should at least approach it with the idea that, oh, they shared some art with me that they didn't have to share. And yes, they posted online for public consumption, but that also doesn't mean that I need to completely shame them and like shut that, try to kick them off the internet and make sure they never share anything openly again. That is bullshit. That is fucking, like I said, coxcomb. And if you don't know what coxcomb is, you can Google it. Coxcomb is what's the word? An expletive. It is something that I'm trying to bring back. It's a Shakespearean word, I believe, but it is a whatever. Maybe not a slur, but right underneath a slur that I'm trying to bring back. Thank you. I am a cool dude. I appreciate it. You're a cool dude too, General P. Yeah, and practice makes perfect. Absolutely. Got some people who can't basic empathy. Some writers just aren't experienced enough. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you don't have the decency to give your constructive criticism in a polite way, then it's better not to comment your opinion at all, especially on work from new and experienced writers. Exactly. And, I mean, it's a common thing that like they talk about in stand up and stuff, but they're like, everyone bombs it first, and stand-ups have horror stories about it, and no one's good at stand-up, when the first time. Yes, of course, people argue like, well, Dave Chappelle was good the first time, or, there are some people, but 99.9% of people it's not that great when they first start out, but people get better, right? And if you're one of these people that tries to go, essentially what these people are doing online to these new writers on their first stories, and when they just leave these mean comments, it would be the equivalent of at an open mic for stand-up comedy, right? There's a person going up there trying stand-up for the very first time, and they're bombing, right? No one's laughing. They're really uncomfortable. They're giggling nervously, whatever. And then if you were just sitting in the front row, heckling the shit out of them, being like, you fucking suck, get up, blah, blah, blah. My dead grandma's funnier than you, blah, 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 blah. If I was in the audience and I saw that person bombing at their first open mic, trying it but not doing well, and then I saw the person yelling at them in the front of the audience, who's the asshole in that situation? Who gets kicked out of the bar and banned from it? 100% of the time, it's the heckler. It's not the person who got up there and tried something new. It's, they're the asshole every time. And so just consider that. Consider if your goal in life is to destroy mediocre stories, consider what kind of person that makes you, stupid. anyways, so yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that. But let's get into the story, because that's ultimately more fun, you know. All right, trigger warning: cat death. Babysitter's rule. Out of everyone Carol had babysat, Johnny was her favorite. A sweet boy. A sweet, kind boy. He sometimes felt a little too much. He sometimes felt a little too much and was prone to cry. He did have a tendency to devoutly follow the rules, and Carol foresaw chaos when he finally started realizing that the rules were guidelines to be followed, not tenets to be religiously followed. Yeah, the trigger warning doesn't make me super stoked, but I'm gonna read it regardless, you know. Not tenets to be religiously followed. But that hadn't happened yet, so when Mrs. Klein had called her just a few minutes ago asking if she would babysit, Carol immediately canceled their study plans and drove over. Johnny's been having bad nights lately, so no sweets after 7, to bed by 8:30, and make sure to keep the door cracked and his nightlight on, Mrs. Klein said as she was putting on her coat. He has already finished his homework and dinner is in the oven. Be sure he eats his green beans, not picks them out. Aw, Mom, Johnny whined before ducking into the living room to watch TV. Secretly, Carol agreed with him. Green beans went well. Secretly, Carol agreed with him. Green beans went well in any number of dishes. Mexican casserole was definitely not one of them. Still, she nodded. Yes, Mrs. Klein, I have your number in case anything happens, and I promise I will make sure he eats properly. Still, Mrs. Klein, dithered in the entry until they heard the television start up. Then she waved Carol close to the door. Please keep an eye out for Snowball. She's been missing for 2 nights now, and Johnny was quite worried. He finally calmed down today, but you know he loves that cat. So please watch the yard, and if you hear her meow, please grab a flashlight and look for her. There's one hanging by each of the doors. She definitely seemed worried and glanced over towards the living room to check to see if Johnny had heard while talking. Then she pulled the door open and stepped out. As she was closing it, she said in a much louder voice, I'll be back no later than 11:30. Toodles. I know people do say toodles, but I just have never liked it. I don't know. But I think it's fit. I think it paints a picture for Mrs. Klein and the type of character she is, but I'm also just like, ugh. Carol watched her walk down the path until she got in her car and sighed. Poor Johnny. He had confided in her a few weeks ago that he had been having trouble at school. To lose his beloved Snowball, who had slept in his room and kept watch over his troubled dreams much of the night, the poor kid just couldn't catch a break. When they sat down to eat, she reflected that Mrs. Klein may have loved her son and worried about him, but she really needed to worry more about her cooking. Carol may have been from the Midwest, but she was rather sure that no Mexican casserole should have green beans and diced pickles. Ugh. Still, Johnny was digging into his casserole with more relish than usual. When he saw her picking out tidbits, or the bits of pickle from her plate, he piped up, "Leave them in. They disguise the taste of the green beans." Carol thought that the gross out face he pulled at the last two words was absolutely adorable. Normally, he would babble on about whatever he was interested in, whether it was a new book or something interesting he had learned, but tonight he was quiet. Carol tried to bait him into conversation, asking about the book series he had been obsessing about the last few months, but he barely answered. As they lapsed into a worried silence, Carol resolved to go looking for Snowball once Johnny was asleep. As usual, Johnny helped her put things away, and it wasn't until she was washing the dishes and he was drying them that he suddenly broke the silence. "It isn't in my head." When Carol turned to look at him in confusion, he said, "Mom says they are. Mom says they are, but there really is something. Last night it ate Snowball." His eyes filled with tears, but he didn't let them fall. "Mom says that this is a tough time and I need to get used to it, but I don't want to. The tears finally spilled forth. He started sobbing inconsolably, and Carol dropped to her knees to hug him. "It's all right." "It is, I know. I went through it too. It's all part of growing up," she said, remembering some of her dreams as a child. The one that seemed so much more real and vivid than her waking life had. Sometimes she had walked around talking about events that she had dreamed and had truly believed had happened. And surely, if something had happened to Snowball, Mrs. Klein would have seen something. Snowball was a fluffy and fierce white ragdoll with light tan markings. If anything bad had happened to her, there would have been fur all over, not to mention blood. He remembered the story of the one time they had left her alone when they went on vacation, and she had crawled her way into Johnny's room through the closed interior door. He pulled away from her and looked up. His eyes entreating? He pulled away from her and looked up, his eyes entreating. "Really? You did?" At her firm nod, he broke into a watery smile. "I was so scared." He hugged her again and asked after a quiet sniffle, "Did it get better?" Even though he couldn't see, she couldn't help but smile. "Yes, really. And yes, it did get better. I had trouble with it for years. Eventually, it all worked out." When he seemed calm and was no longer clinging to her, she said, "Let's finish up here and we can have some ice cream, okay?" But to her surprise, he shook his head solemnly and pointed to the clock. It read 7:12. "It's too late. Mom said sweets before bed will make it worse, and I'm already too scared." He pulled his shirt up and wiped his wet face on the inside of it before continuing. "Mom says that it will make it worse too. Mom says that will make it worse too, but I can't help it. I can't control myself." She smiled at him She smiled at him, but her heart hurt. Normally, he was a conscientious child, but he had to truly be afraid of these nightmares for him to turn down his favorite dessert. So she crouched down to look him in the eyes and promised, All right, next time, we can have dessert first." "Wait, really?" He looked at her nervously, afraid he would get in trouble, but still hopeful. "Really, we won't tell your mother. After all, even when you get older, it's good to have dessert first sometimes." And that was true. All work and no play, after all. And even if they just had ice cream and none of Mrs. Klein's terrible casserole, well, it wouldn't hurt him for one night, would it? Okay, so pause here. Okay. So there was something up here about it's too late. Mom said sweets before bed will make it worse, and I'm already too scared. He pulled up his will make it worse, and I'm already too scared. So the sweets before bed will make it worse, and he's already too scared. Wiped his wet face on the inside of it before continuing. And then it says, Mom says that will make it worse too, but I can't help it. I can't control myself. Is he talking about wiping his face on his shirt? I'm kind of confused about what he means too here, unless he's just referring to the ice cream again, but that makes it seem confusing as well. So I was just a little confused by this part. I think if the Heather, the author, if you just reread this part, I think there's just something easily that you can do to clear this little paragraph up, but it's fine. I'm understanding what's happening in the story, but it's just I was a little confused by why he says, Mom says that will make it worse too, but I can't help it. I can't control myself. Like, what is he referring to there? Pulled up his shirt, like maybe hiding. Maybe hiding will make it worse. I don't know, Yeah, so I was a little not even really confused by that, but a little like it could be a little clearer there what he's referring to. And then I was also just a little confused by that. So maybe he's been just talking the whole time and Carol's just been letting him ramble on. And then but it says he suddenly broke the silence and he just goes, "It isn't in my head." When Carol turned to look at him in confusion, he said, "Mom says they are, but there really is something. Last night it ate Snowball, but he didn't let them fall. Mom says that this is a tough time and I need to get used to it, but I don't want to. So I'm kind of confused. For a second, I almost thought he was like talking to like another entity, and that entity was like responding in his head, and then Carol was just hearing this. But after reading it for a second, I'm like, oh, maybe he was just talking to her, but also, I don't know, like that part, just the way that it started, I was a little bit like, wait, is he talking to himself? Is he talking to her? Is he, But yeah, so anyways, I bring this both up to say, because for a second I thought maybe like a ghost or something was talking to him. I don't necessarily think that now, but I think that the way this interaction kind of starts makes it a little unclear. I realize that kids just kind of say things out of the blue, so maybe he's just kind of having a train of thought that suddenly he's giving voice to, and he's just like, it isn't in my head, you know? But, yeah, I just found that I was a little unsure about that too. But anyways, so far I'm in. I want to see what happened to Snowball. I'm sad to see what happened to Snowball. I hope somehow Snowball can come out of this unscathed, but the trigger warnings lead me to believe that that will not be the case. But yeah, I like this dynamic. I like the idea of good kid, cool babysitter who's maybe gonna, let him eat ice cream first because his mom's a shitty cook or whatever. Like, all that's really endearing and does a good job of building like likable little kid, which is hard to do in a horror story. A lot of times little kids suck in horror stories. So likable little kid, sweet, maybe a little soft, maybe a little too rule followy, but that's okay. Likable babysitter, and honestly likable mom too. The mom doesn't seem too, she's worried about his cat. She's hoping the cat comes back. He's been having a tough time with his bad dreams lately, so she's just like really hoping that they can find this cat, and that, if he doesn't eat Sweet Slate, he won't have these bad dreams. And so I like it. Yeah, I'm bought in. I'm curious to see what ate his cat, or, what the kind of monster is that he's afraid of. And I'm also wondering, it's like the babysitter's rules. Are these going to be rules that she lists at the end, where she's like, these are the rules for what to do if the kid you're babysitting says he sees this monster? Or is it going to be like that kind of story, or is it going to be like, because the mom kind of gave her that list, right, of like, leave the door open and whatever. And so I don't know, were those the rules, and the babysitter rules are the rules she's supposed to follow, So I'm kind of curious, but yeah, we'll keep reading. I'm just, I'm theorizing, and I'm also, I'm like, how do I rewrite this story so that poor precious Snowball can live? God damn it! Justice for Snowball. Long live Snowball. Mm-mm. One night, would it? The rest of the night, Johnny seemed to try to act calm, but was more skittish as the night wore on. When an unexpected loud noise came from the TV, he flinched, and one time when something outside screamed, he burst into tears. Even for him, he burst into tears. Even for him, he was being a crybaby, and when she had to go get another box of tissues because he had finished it off, she wondered what those kids at school had been doing to him. She resolved to ask Mrs. Klein to speak to his teachers, because this was Wyoming. Because this was worrying. Sorry. It's like, this was Wyoming. Kids cannot be this soft. They're going to get fucking killed, Because this was worrying. As she turned from the pantry with the fresh box, her heart jumped into her throat as she glimpsed a strange form watching her from the corner of her eye. She whirled and stared as it ducked back around the doorframe into the dining room. Forcing herself to be brave, if not for herself, then for Johnny, she snapped on the light and strode as confidently as she could into the room, which was empty. Shaking her head at her own stillness, she cursed the memories of those dreams that Johnny had dredged up. Standing in the doorway, she turned off the light and then heard a noise behind her. In terror, she whirled the tissue. Standing in the doorway, she turned off the light and then heard a noise behind her. In terror, she whirled the tissue box, brandished as a weapon, as she saw Johnny crawling out from under the table. Both of them froze in shock before a sudden noise from the TV made them both jump, and Johnny burst into tears again. Herding him into the living room, she waved away his apologies for following her and handed him a new box of tissues. It took until his usual bedtime to get him to calm down. When she told him it was almost bedtime, he threw himself at her arms. He threw himself out of her arms and rushed upstairs to brush his teeth, acting as though the hellhounds themselves were snapping at his heels. She followed at a more sedate pace, deftly stepping around his backpack before she stood in the doorway and watched as he slowly, carefully brushed his teeth. He seemed to be afraid, staring at the sink and avoiding his own reflection in the mirror. Carol couldn't blame him, as she still shivered at the memory of the thing that had come out of her mirror in the past. She knew now that it had to have been a dream, but as a child, she had sworn up and down that she'd been wide awake. So when Carol was tucking him in, she asked, "Do you want me to stay here until you fall asleep?" Snowball used to. She had always found it a little creepy the way she would just sit there and stare at him, unmoving, until he fell asleep. But he had to miss her, and sometimes just knowing that there was someone else in the room made it safer. But Johnny sat bolt upright in terror and tried to push her off the bed. No, you can't ever come in, not for the rest of the night." His eyes were wide and, for once in the evening, weren't filled with tears. There was no room with the terror that filled them. Carol wished there was anything she could do to prevent his awful nightmares. I promise. Okay, so I think this is kind of a typo here, or like a double, because Carol wished there was anything she could do to prevent his awful nightmares, and then it says, "I promise," and then it says, he looked at her and whispered, fear in his eyes, "Promise me you won't come in, no matter what you hear, no matter what I say. Promise you won't ever come in after I go to bed, not until the sun comes up." He took a deep breath, covered his head with a blanket, and then blurted, "I'm not supposed to say, but there are rules. If we all obey the rules, then it won't happen. But if you do, if you break your promise..." Carol smiled, and knowing that there was no way she could ever keep it, she promised, "I promise you, Johnny, no matter what, cross my heart and hope to die." He slowly lowered the blanket and looked at her, his eyes suddenly too old for him, and he nodded sadly. "I thought I saw Snowball under the bush by the back deck when I was brushing my teeth. Can you go and check?" "Of course. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'll go bring her back if she's out there. You get some sleep. Things will look better in the morning." She turned out his light, closed the door most of the way, and stepped around his backpack and hurried downstairs to grab a flashlight. She couldn't suppress a flicker of annoyance that he hadn't told her earlier What if Snowball was gone by the time she got down there? The porch light barely lit the darkness as she opened the back door, and in her haste, she forgot the flashlight and had to check. In her haste, she forgot the flashlight and had to check her flight out the door by grabbing the frame and pulling herself back toward it. Her hands scrabbled for the flashlight on its hook, and then she was across the porch and down the steps, making a psst noise people always think will get a cat's attention. She swept the beam of the flashlight across the yard without success, and her heart started to sink. In her desperation, she called. Yeah, time to find out what happened to Snowball. In her desperation, she called, Snowball, din din. But she heard nothing. Usually, that had the cat pedaling towards her dinner bowl. So now her heart sank further. But Johnny said he had seen her around the bush, so she turned and started searching under the bush. And there, she could see part of Snowball's tail under the bush. Inspecting it as she tried to slide under the bush, she could see why Snowball hadn't moved. She must be badly injured to allow all of that dirt and mud in her fur. Normally, she was a fastidious cat and always liked to be brushed. She had finally fought her way under the bush enough to be able to grab Snowball's tail, and with a silent apology to Snowball for how much this was going to hurt her, she pulled hard to drag her out. It took barely any force as she stared at her in shock and then growing sense of horror. She realized that was because she had barely any of Snowball. Just part of her tail was in her hand, and she screamed as she tried in a panic to flail her way out of the bush. But as she had discovered, wriggling in some of the branches were rather sturdy. So all she did was churn up the ground and bruise herself a bit. She panicked, terrified, and all of the horror movies she had ever watched ran through her head as she forced herself to, with great difficulty, to breathe and calm down enough to think her way out of the predicament. Rather than trying to brute force it, it took far, far longer than she would have hoped, but eventually she got out from under the bush and streaked back into the house, calling herself 12 kinds of fool for having left the back door open in her haste. Anything could have gotten into the house with the door open like that. Ah, shit. Well, poor Snowball. GG's. R.I.P. Snowball. What a good one. Although part of me was wondering the idea of Snowball staring at the kid. Like, what if the kid is the monster? And then Snowball like knew that, and so she would stare at him at night because she knew he was gonna change, sort of a thing. So, either way, it's R.I.P. Snowball, but I am wondering if, either the kid's a monster or if the kid is just like a serial killer and maybe he killed Snowball, And maybe all these rules that he's following are because, like, the voices in his head are telling him that, like, if you follow the rules, we won't kill Snowball, even though it's like the kid's alter ego that killed Snowball or something like that. You know what I mean? I think there's room for a twist here like that, but we won't know quite yet, She closed and locked the door, then did a circuit around the ground floor rooms, making sure the doors and the windows were all locked. Yeah, we kind of knew it already. Yeah, it ate Snowball. It wasn't too bad. I was more the fact that it said cat death. I literally thought we were gonna get like Snowball cried as the monster tore into her, and shit like that. I mean, Pen Pal. I cannot tell you. Everyone talks about being traumatized by Broska, and I was traumatized by Broska too. I cannot tell you how horrifying the idea is of hearing your cat that you love die over the sound of a walkie-talkie. Like, that is so like vomit inducing, just such a fucking bummer. That yeah, and I hope that all that is all the suffering that we hear of Snowball's harrowing death. But yeah, I think the fact that the kid is like so sweet is one thing that lets me think that he's a monster. And then the idea of Snowball staring at him as he goes to sleep, and the fact that the kid's like, don't come in here, lock the door, you promise, it almost leads me to believe that he knows that he's the monster and he's trying to keep his babysitter safe, because although he knows he's a monster, he is still a sweet kid when he's awake, and so he's trying to protect her like that. Yeah, and the fact that he's like, I'm not supposed to tell you the rules and blah blah blah, and yeah, it's just like even the kid knows more. The kid knows more, and yeah, it's just, it doesn't bode well. She ran, making sure the doors and windows were all locked. Then she ran upstairs and did the same for all upstairs rooms, except Johnny's. There, in deference to his fears, she just shone the flashlight around the room, including under the bed and into what little of the closet she could see from the door. Once that was done, she took a moment to breathe, leaning her head on the door frame until she caught a whiff of a hideous odor. She looked around until she saw the dark slime she had transferred to the frame. With resigned horror, she looked down at the hand she had used to grab Snowball. She rushed to the bathroom, tripping once again over Johnny's backpack, and scrubbed at her skin until it was abraded. Oh, it was abraded from the nail brush and stinging from the hot water. Staring into the mirror, she saw her reflection staring back at her eyes, at her with wild eyes and a rat's nest for a hair. Worst of all, there was a streak on her face. Her clothes were a wreck, and she could see some holes that her struggles with the bush had torn in her shirt. After cleaning herself up as much as possible, she turned to the window and stared, unthinking, at the street just outside of the house. Occasionally cars would drive by, their lights illuminating the lawn and an oak tree, branches bare at this point in the season. Okay, well, that's certainly a more happy interpretation, but the interpretation I had is that, and I could, because now this is kind of interesting, so I could maybe re-listen to that part of Pen Pal in particular and give my thoughts on it, but I took it as he was... The cat returned, Professor Creepin. Yo, what up, dog? I took it as the guy the guy was luring the cat there, like with the cat food, and he kept it, right? He kept it, but then and he was getting the kids to come back, but then once that last time happened where they went there, you know, and all the shit, and they wanted to find Snowball, but then or not Snowball, but they wanted to find Boxes, but then they didn't. He heard the meowing, but then it says something how it's like he heard the meowing and then he heard it stop, and he heard breathing or something, or maybe that's just in the movie theater, but that, in my opinion, was indicative of the guy the guy only wanted the cat because it would lure the boy. It would lure the main character or his friend to the house. And because now they were not gonna come back, sort of a thing, he was like, well, I don't need this fucking cat anymore, and so he killed it. So that's my interpretation of that. I realize how you could kind of hope that, oh, I just heard the meowing, and then so maybe Boxes are just still living at that house. But I mean, to be honest, it's pretty clear because Boxes never appears in the story again, and I mean, yeah, I'm almost certain that the implication is that Boxes either got killed right then or, yeah. But yeah, it's a bummer. It's very sad. It's very heartbreaking. It fucking bums me out. Well, yeah, and he would do it out of jealousy. Exactly, and the whole idea why he had the cat food and stuff was just to be able to use the cat to lure him back, right? But then once that worked to some extent, but then once they got scared and they realized he would never come back, and that's why he plays the meows at the end, because he's trying to be like, listen, I have Boxes, come back, but obviously the main character is not going to come back, so then just out of jealousy and hatred, and because he's a fucking monster, psychopath, disgusting person, he just kills the cat, and it's super sad. Yeah, it's a bummer. It bums me out just to think about it. But anyways, back to the story. Okay, lights at this point. She took the washcloth and wiped down the frame to Johnny's bedroom. There was no way she could possibly tell him about this. This whole night was terrifying and horrifying, and frankly, she just wanted Miss Klein to come home. As she turned away, she tripped over Johnny's backpack yet again, unthinking, set it inside his room next to the desk. Then she winced. It was just one step into his room, and he was asleep, but she had done what she had promised not to. Still, when she looked over at him in the night's glow, Johnny was still sleeping, curled on his side with his stuffed dog clutched to his chest. Yeah, Pen Pal is right up there for me as one of my favorites for sure. I think for me, Mother Horse Eyes only takes the shit from Pen Pal. Well, Mother Horse Eyes is so many different stories that I don't even think it's fair to necessarily compare it to other single narratives like that. But what I liked about Mother Horse Eyes is even though it had animals and stuff dying in it, it's it had those cool parts where it was from the animals' perspectives. And yeah, it just wasn't quite as heartbreaking as a child looking for their lost animal only to have their stalker predator who's been, stalking them kill the child, or kill the cat. That is just so heartbreaking. So, but yeah, I love Pen Pal. I think it's a great story. I think Dathan Arbach is a legend. Yeah, and Baraska's up there. I mean, Baraska's literally, for me, it probably goes, and this isn't even, because I agree, I care about the characters in Baraska too, or even in Pen Pal more than I care about the characters in Mother Horse Eyes. So for different reasons, I like different ones, right? But for me, for just overall, it goes Mother Horse Eyes, Pen Pal, Baraska, and then depending on like the day, Baraska and Pen Pal might kind of switch. But then depending on what we're talking about, right, in a story, like they can all switch. Baraska can be up top sometimes, you know what I mean? It's really not, it's not even fair to fully compare them. And then the question is, well, as a Creepcast episode, which do I like better? Because then I probably do go like Baraska or even Left Right Game as my favorite Creepcast episode. But then there are, but then there are so many other episodes too that I put in there that I don't even put up with when I'm talking about Mother Horse Eyes and Pen Pal and Baraska. I'm talking about just in terms of story, what's my favorite story, and then there's Creepcast episodes, which a lot of my favorite Creepcast episodes aren't even all-time stories. They're just great episodes. They're like creepy grab bag episodes or stuff like that, But anyways, back to the story. Stuffed dog clutched to his chest. As she went to the bathroom to rinse out the washcloth, she realized she would have to call Mrs. Klein and let her know. She also resolved to subtly hint that she wanted to go home now. I would say Baraska. I mean, Baraska made Creepcast like what it is today in terms of just a funny, entertaining, cool podcast that deals with cool stories, right? Like Baraska, it was certainly a moment when I was like, oh God, I love this podcast, you know what I mean? So anyways, she wanted to go home now. So that Johnny hopefully wouldn't hear, she closed the bathroom door, then locked it as the phone rang. Second call connected. She said, Mrs. Klein, I think I found Snowball, or well, part of her. She was drawn over to the window to stare down at the bush where she'd found her. But she realized in confusion she couldn't. Mrs. Klein was talking, but Carol wasn't paying any attention to her words. She was on the wrong side of the house, but then... Wait. Oh, fuck. Okay, now that nickel just dropped. Okay. She was drawn over the window to stare down at the bush where she found her, but she realized in confusion she couldn't. Mrs. Klein was talking, but Carol wasn't really paying any attention to her words. She was on the wrong side of the house. But then, how had Johnny... So yeah, now we're getting the hint that, like, Johnny told her where to find her, but he couldn't see her from up at the window. So he must have known where Snowball was, so he must have killed her. She knew that he had brushed his teeth in here. She had been watching from the doorway, and then he had remembered that he hadn't looked out of the window. That wasn't possible, though. Johnny had said he had seen her. if he had known that Snowball was out there, he definitely would have said something immediately. Not had dinner and watched TV first, except he remembered hair raising on the back of her neck. He hadn't. She shook herself, cut off Mrs. Klein assurances that she was sure Snowball was just injured, and decided enough was enough. Mrs. Klein, you need to come home. I'm leaving. She hung up the phone immediately. That is a fun reveal. Very good reveal. Very good. And see, it's smart too, because it's subtle. It's not like and I saw the blood on his shoes, or I saw the knife underneath his pillow with the blood on. It's not super duper whatever, but it's telling, right? It's telling that she's looking out the window and she's like, he couldn't have seen the bush from here. So how did he know that Snowball was there? And then slowly it's like, oh fuck, and it's just a domino effect. You're just like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, So it's a very good reveal. Very good story so far. Very good. She hung up the phone immediately, cutting off her protestations. She felt real guilt for deciding to leave Johnny alone in the middle of the night with the horrors from his mind, but had long ago learned to trust her instincts, and they were screaming. She took a couple deep breaths and made sure she still had her cell phone and keys. Then she unlocked the bathroom door and turned to go down the stairs, but she couldn't help but check on Johnny one last time. She knew it was undermining her decision to leave, but she had to be sure he wasn't having a nightmare before she left. I don't know if you have to be sure that he wasn't having a nightmare, and also you already went in his room when you weren't supposed to, and also didn't you just realize that this kid fucking murdered and completely dismembered his cat? Didn't even just kill his cat, but dismembered his cat. So I'm a little confused by why you have to. I mean, theoretically it could be that he saw the monster eat the cat and he saw where the monster put the cat, like in his dreams or from his bedroom. Maybe his bedroom has a window, but because he felt bad, he wanted someone else to know where Snowball's body was, and so he told his babysitter. So there is still a small chance that Johnny isn't the culprit behind Snowball's death, but it also just, and I get it. It's as a babysitter, even if you think this kid killed this cat, you're like, well, he's disturbed, right? He's sick, and he's still just a child, and so I can understand the idea of being he's a kid in my charge, even if he's sick and demented, I should at least make sure he's okay before leaving. So I can understand that to some extent, but I'm also just if anything, what I would do in this situation, well, if he has a window, maybe not, but I was if there's no windows in his room, I might just run and fucking shut his door and lock it from the outside and be and just text the mom and be he's locked in his room, he's safe, I'm leaving, because that at least protects you as the babysitter, and it also hopefully protects the child more, presuming that if something else was in the house that, but anyways, I don't know. She knew it was undermining her decision to leave, but she had to be sure he wasn't having a nightmare before she left. When she looked into his room, he was still curled up on his side, clutching his stuffed dog to his chest, but there was a big grin on his face. He couldn't help but smile too. She had been so afraid earlier. She turned around, stepped. Oh, the backpack's back in the hall. Oh God, no. he had been so afraid earlier. She turned around, stepped over his backpack, and started down the stairs. She suddenly knew in her bones she had to hurry. That something was wrong, but just couldn't think through the fog of fear and shame what could possibly be wrong. She had rushed down the first few steps before she realized what her instincts had caught, that she had missed the backpack. She turned to look towards Johnny's room, where it should have been sitting next to the desk, and saw him silhouetted in the doorway. Oh, fuck. Ah! That was when her foot went out from under her, sliding on fuck. Yeah, that's scary, bro. That was when her foot went out from under her, sliding on something's spread on the... Is that tread? Yeah. But isn't tread your shoes? I don't know. That part, is it saying that she slipped? Because it said she was going down the stairs, right? Oh, I guess the tread of the stairs, maybe? Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. She tumbled down the stairs in a flurry of pain, and when she landed, she heard something crunch. Ugh. She tried to move, but she could barely flail her arms. The room was spinning, and the pain was making her vision go strange. She could still hear Johnny come down the stairs, though. He called in a sing-song voice that would have put chills down her spine if the pain hadn't already. I warned you. I warned you. When he moved into view, tears were streaming down his face, and he was shaking his head in tiny movements back and forth. I warned you, and you still did it, he giggled, and an altogether terrifying noise. Then his demeanor changed, his tears slowed, and he glared down at Carol. And you said you knew. You said you'd gone through this. You promised. He stared down at her, inhuman rage in his eyes as he snarled out, You lied! And then he rushed down the last few stairs and started slashing at her chest and face. Carol gasped, Johnny, please stop! But she could barely breathe. She tried to cough out the blood that was choking her, but nothing was moving right. Snowball didn't listen either, he howled, but Carol could barely hear her over the ringing in her ears. Her vision narrowed to a pinpoint as an icy cold numbness lifted her away from the pain and the strange tugging grate. Oh, and the strange... The ice cold numbness lifted her away from the pain and the strange tugging grate on one of her limbs. So he's dismembering his babysitter now. Oh, that is awesome. I love it. Good shit. Good shit. And you managed to do the cat death with respect to where, I mean, I'm not saying Pen Pal or other stories like it didn't do that. I'm saying that, like, it wasn't just a story where it was like torture porn, but on an animal, to where, like, how do I really just make people overly sick to their stomachs? Because I know people love animals. Like, it wasn't that torture porn like that. It was done in a tasteful way, but then it was still very scary at the end with the little kid in the silhouette of the door. And even though he does the little creepy kid thing, it really was done tastefully and well. Like, in a lot of stories, they have things where it's like, the creepy monster sounded like a child and it laughed and it blah, blah, blah. But because it's this nice crescendo at the end, and because he's so, like, nice in the beginning and, like, follows the rules. I just really, you know, I really like it, really, from start to finish. Like, there was a few little parts where I was like confused by, or a little bit like kind of unclear if the kid was like talking to himself or his babysitter, but now it makes more sense because the kid is like, I didn't do it, you know. The kid is like I told mom, she didn't listen, you know, blah blah blah, like stuff like that. And now it makes more sense because it's like I view it as the kid is fighting with this like demon alter ego in his head, right? And that's who he's talking to, and Carol's just kind of there to hear some of it. And then she's responding some of the time like, it's okay, Johnny, I get them too. And he's like, oh, you do? And so then he's going back and talking to Carol, but in his mind, like, what started, because that's what it was, is like I was kind of unsure what started some of those like exchanges. And to me now it's pretty obvious that it is this like evil Johnny alter ego demon that's inside of him. But that was very good. That was very very fun, very good, very creepy. Just a great short horror story. The Babysitter's rules, rules. That's what I have to say about it. And I am gonna leave a comment. But the Babysitter's rules, you know, and that kicked ass. Yeah, I mean, Mrs. Klein is a bit of an a-hole, admittedly, for hiring Childs to look after a demon baby, for sure. But I also think the mom is blinders on, and I didn't hear about a dad. I think it's a single mom, so I'm thinking that the mom is just completely, like, she still thinks the cat's alive, so the mom is completely blind to this, completely. Another one that would go well on Creepcast, I think. Genuinely, I do. Maybe one day I'll go back and look through all the stories that I've read, and I'll have like a top. I'll put together like a top 5 or something like that stories for Creepcast. But I think they would have fun with this one. I think the babysitter is good, the mom is good, and the kid is good, even though he ultimately turns out to be bad. I think the characters are all well written, and I feel for it. I feel for Snowball. Ultimately, I'm most, even though it was a horrifying ending, and I'm sad that Carol got dismembered, I'm most sad about Snowball, and that's just who I am. But here, let me leave a nice little comment. Very makes everything change. Well done. All right, baby. Well, that was fun, dude. That was a fucking awesome banger last story, but really great stories all throughout today. I had fun with each one of them. I think that I think it's really good stuff. I think that it goes to show that keep writing, guys. Keep making stories, whether your story has 600 upvotes or just, a few, just a couple or none at all. I think don't let that discourage you. I think a lot of these stories, are killing it. And even the Watchtower, I know I kind of had a lot to critique about it, but even the Watchtower, the only reason I had that much to say is because I'm invested and because I'm interested. And so I look forward to reading part 3. I look forward to checking out, other people who have been sending me stuff. I'm still working my way through this post. I have read a lot of stuff on here though, but I also think there's some stuff that I haven't yet, and I do want to get to that. So, yeah, keep it up. What great stuff coming out. And that's the thing, like, I really don't know if people just aren't reading or if, and granted, I don't go on Creepcast and read every story that's on there on a given day. I don't do that. And I don't think many people do that. And I think there's too many stories posted. But from a lot of the stuff that I have read, or that even when I first just barely started doing this and was just reading random stuff and stuff like that, it's like, I really, this whole idea of like people just being like, I'm sick of all these stupid garbage stories. It's like, well, clearly you're just not reading them, because a lot of them are good and entertaining and fun. But then also it's just clear to me that like, that just the more you give them any sort of a chance, if you like Creepcast, you should like a lot of these stories, Maybe you won't love them, but I think that you will find that for ones that you don't finish or ones that you like skip over, I think you'll find one or two that you actually really like. And I think that's just indicative of the talent of the community. And Isaiah and Wendigoon are obviously both like really talented, good creators, and that attracts talented people, right, to it. So I think that just shows, it just shows, like, to me it's only becoming more just apparent the burgeoning talent and the burgeoning just like, this might be a weird way to say this, but like just interesting concepts and people that we had that this community can offer. Like today we read a story about a detective with a watch going to a ghost town with a creepy monolith, and a creepy cult surrounding it. We read a story about a kid whose best friend was a flower, that convinced him to whatever, do some bad things. I don't want to spoil it too much. We read a story about this babysitter, who got murdered by the kid she's babysitting. We read a story about a guy either in like a futuristic or maybe on another planet who got murdered by this giant flesh abomination creature when he was doing some sort of a lethal company job type thing. And then we started with a golden retriever it wasn't a dog, and it was a story about one of these dudes in a $10,000 dog costume that got a vet to convince a girl to bring him home as her dog. And I think any one of those stories, just from what I've said right now, is a fucking crazy concept and makes for a really fun story. But to have them all be together in this close proximity on these communities, I think is just really fucking cool and really awesome to see. And I just enjoy reading them for you guys. I hope you enjoy listening to me read them. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Please submit stories to me, message me on Reddit, message me on Discord, whatever. Hopefully I'll get maybe a link tree going soon so that people can hit me up on wherever they need to and can send their story my way, because I like doing this and I think I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't foresee a reason why I wouldn't want to anytime soon. But then also I think I think that it's kind of a bummer. And I watched a guy's video recently. He was one of these Creepcast fans who Creepcast had covered his story, and he was just making a video about when he plans on posting more stuff. But he kind of mentioned that he's a lot of YouTubers will hit me up and ask to narrate my stuff and put it in a video, and of course they're yeah, great, and it always makes people super excited. But then it's just an AI narration, and okay, I mean, that's still cool, because at least more people don't have to physically go and read it. They can just listen to it. So I guess maybe there's some value in it in terms of just getting your story heard more places. But I think seeing and reading and reading and reacting to it is so valuable for writers. It's not even that yes, I love doing it and I have fun doing it, but I also, as a writer, I know how much that means to me when getting good feedback, or seeing how a story can affect somebody on an emotional or even just whatever, send shivers down your spine sort of level. And so I think it's too fun, it's too fun, and I think it's too it's too valuable for the writers and the people who are just trying to improve, and are just trying to learn how to do something that that brings them joy, and how to create art. And I think that ultimately, if we don't do that for each other, if we don't help each other, well then the robots are just gonna take over, and it will just be only AI stories created by AI, narrated by AI, and then there will be AI streamers and whatever AI content creators to discuss the stories, you know what I mean? And it'll all just be fake bullshit that doesn't matter. So support human authors, support human artists, and just keep on keeping on, keep supporting each other, guys. That's what we need to do. That's what I tell writers a few things that I talk to, but a main one is go support other authors. One of the best things you could do for yourself as an author is be friends with, support, talk to, collaborate with other authors and stuff, and learn from them. It can be a mentor-mentee situation, or it can be you're collaborating as kind of equals, both have their merit, but I do think it's really important. So let's see. I appreciate how hard you try to analyze the story. You undoubtedly care. That's why I really enjoy your narrations. And yeah, and I know an AI voice can read it smoothly and, whatever. I know that they can do that. The only thing, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but the only thing that the AI can't do is get sidetracked by a way something's written, or go like, oh wow, I love the way that this line works with this, blah blah blah, or whatever. And who knows, maybe it'll get there one day, but I ultimately think even if a computer can do that, if they're not actually feeling anything, the point is that stories make us, they make us feel, and they inspire us, and stuff like that. And so yeah, I love it. I like doing it. And I hope people continue to listen. I hope people continue to listen to Creepcast, listen to watch Noel Miller's new movie on All Podcasters Must Die on the TMG Studios app. Be part of creative communities, read stories on Creepcast submissions, read stories on the Creepcast main subreddit, Deep Night Society, horror stories, all these subreddits. Check them out. It's super fun, and that's all I got to say about that.
Which, first off, dude, if you know that your dad is like unhinged and he's kind of like mentally unwell,
but feel free,
the last thing you want to do is bang on a...
Feel free to leave. I know people are gonna go to bed and whatever. I'm probably gonna keep streaming for another few minutes while I kind of wind down. I know Creepin', I know you stopped by. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but I'm about to try to message you on Discord too, so if you are here, just,
a fucking door. I know you've been really upset. That's why I decided to bang on this door as loud as I possibly could to get your attention. He doesn't answer, so they proceed to walk down the basement, which is when we get our classic title for the movie. The dad walks around the corner and just fucking screams at his kids, "Stay out of the basement!" And then once again, looking at this from an adult perspective, you think to yourself, oh, this is about child abuse. This is on so many, I'm getting hit with so many different angles of what is happening? This is truly a horrific experience. Think about being, Mom, please, Dad's acting really weird. He's fine.
Need to turn off the music, first of all. Thanks, Rude Dude. Appreciate you. Such a great stream today. Amazing feedback as always. I know you got a lot on the list, but maybe it's time I throw my hat in the ring again. Your feedback is just too valuable to miss out on. And I haven't talked about this either yet, but yeah, Rude Dude, I will definitely read yours, probably on the next stream. Just send me the link. But I think at this point, it might sound fucked up to say, but I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna give seniority to the people who come to my streams often and support me, and maybe that's not totally fair to just whatever out there. People shouldn't have to subscribe to my channel and come to every stream to in order for me to read their story. And it won't be just those people, but I do want to be able to talk with the authors as I read their story or after I read it. And so for that reason alone, I'm it makes sense to, if somebody comes to the stream, especially if it's a first time viewer and they're oh, I have a few stories, I would love for somebody to read them. I feel like it only makes sense that I maybe like push that person's story to the front of the line. And that's not something I think I'll do all the time, but I do just kind of want to say here and put it out there that, like, you know, it's my stream and ultimately I can do what I want, but I also think that it just makes sense for the type of content I want to make. I want to make collaborative reactions. I don't just want to react to stuff in a vacuum apart from the creator. I want to actually like allow them to participate, and ultimately, like, yeah, I don't want them to influence my reactions too much, like, because I want them to have an unbiased opinion about you know, their story. But I do think that, you know, no one is fully unbiased and nobody is, you know, I think writers will benefit more from being able to have a collaboration and a conversation about their story than if I just say a bunch of stuff and they watch it and then they go, okay, you know, thanks, and they watch it back later. If you want to watch it back later when it's not live, great, but the miracle of live streaming is that you can see my reaction in real time, and then we can discuss it, you know, afterwards. And so I think that is what makes the most sense to do. But yeah, it's not gonna be every story I read is gonna be somebody that I know or whatever. No, it's not gonna be like that. But cutting the line, which is why I always wait after. Yeah. No, and yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, but and also I don't stream that much, so even if you get to cut the line or whatever it may be, like I only have the stories picked out for the stream that I'm doing. I don't know any stories I'm gonna do next. I think probably I'll do Watchtower Part 3, probably. But other than that, I don't have any definite, like, I'm absolutely going to cover this story. The only time I know if I'm going to cover a story on the next stream is if I didn't get to it on the last stream. That's the only like, definite 100% thing that I do. So, yeah, anyways, yeah, makes us feel special. Yeah. Well, I ultimately, you know, I think people should feel special. I think enough people feel entirely whatever marginalized and completely unimportant in any way. So I think if I can make a few people feel special, then why the hell not? You know? Then why the fuck not, Skeeter?
I gotta go. Your aunt's dying, or I'm gonna go smoke crack and get fucking piped down by some guy in a different state.
Skeeter,
I'm lying to your father,
nobody.
sweetie. I know I said that your aunt's sick, but actually, mommy's seeing your other daddy. Remember your other daddy, Charles? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go on our vacation. This is truly a horrific experience. Think about being, Mom, please, Dad's acting really weird. He's fine. I gotta go. Your aunt's dying, or I'm gonna go smoke crack and get fucking piped down by some guy in a different state. I'm lying to your father, sweetie.
See that, but this is what I mean about like the goosebump parents. The jokes Hunter's making here are obviously exaggerated, but I want to write a story that's like that, where the dad's just like, sorry, son, I gotta go smoke crack and then I gotta go visit my other family, and the kid's just like, okay, Dad, you know. I think for a comedy horror story, like that would be so perfect, you know, to just have these parents that just do not give any fucks whatsoever. So good. I love it. I know I said that your aunt's sick, but actually, mommy's seeing your other daddy. Remember your other daddy, Charles? Yeah.
all right, we're gonna go on our vacation. Okay. They're sitting there and they're like, we're sorry. And he's just like, whatever I do, when I leave this house and take your mom out, if you go in that basement, I'm gonna break your thumbs. It's kind of the vibe you get. And they're like, oh God, Daddy, I'm sorry. What's going on down there? I can't tell you. And he decides to leave. Then it cuts to them and they're kind of sitting there waiting, and they're playing their video games and stuff, and it's like a scuffed video that they put grain over because they don't have the budget to get Mario World, that kind of deal. They're sitting there and you start hearing all kinds of weird noises. Which when I was a kid, this freaked me out bad. It's like a weird cat meow. It's like the sister's like, what is that? And the kid's like, I don't know. He's just like the boy character. I don't know. I like football and soccer. And she's like, well, what if there's an animal in the basement and it's hurt? And it's like, okay, first off, if there's an animal in the basement and my dad's been unhinged, I'm going to go ahead and just leave that thing there because there's something going on. There's something wrong. Okay. If I was a child, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to avoid that and pretend it's not going to happen, because that's how real trauma is processed by children, is you bury it deep and you don't explore. No one's going to be the brave person in real life. But see, that's what makes this such an intriguing story, is that Margaret is dumb enough to go down there. And as we go down into the basement, it's just it's just everything. It's just such a good set. It's so simple. It's just fake plants. There might be some real plants in there, but still, it's just plants with just green light blasting through. And there's all these deep shadows, and the fucking light upstairs is blue. It just contrasts so well. I love it. I mean, this was heaven to me. Doing this set right now, I love it. Doing a couple experiments of my own where I'm splicing my balls with plants. I'm trying to figure out the formula to chia seeds, to the chia plant. I'm gonna put on my balls and make it look like an afro. But they go down there, and Margaret's looking at this plant that's breathing. It's horrifying. As a child, I just imagine going up to a plant that's breathing and just being like, huh? And then a vine snaps out and grabs her wrist, and she doesn't really make a peep. She's a stone cold killer. And then the brother comes up, it's like, what's going on? And she's like,
that plant just grabbed me.
Come on, plants don't grab people.
Nah. And it's like, why would I lie about that? What do I have to gain? But as she does that too, or as she gets attacked, we find out too, she's like, I cut my thumb. I cut it on this plant because it attacked me. And the kid's like, okay, well, you're high. You're delusional. But as we're having this nice little Canadian tussle, with all the, I don't know. The dad pulls into the driveway and does 3 or 4 courtesy honks. Just like every normal person does. Every time I come home, I just go in, I just do, I'm home. And after the dad comes home, we hear these honks. They're like, oh my God.
I would love to do a child's, a Goosebump episode, or a horror story where children are the main character. And they're like, oh, Dad's home. And and you hear the 7 honks, as he comes into the driveway. But then he also just hits the kids' bikes and fucking crashes into the garage door, and gets out, and beer cans fall out of the car, and he's cracking open a new beer, and he's like, hey kids, don't worry, Daddy's home, just something like that. And then they're like, Dad, there's a mummy in the back of the there's a mummy that's in the attic, and he's like, oh, don't worry, Dad'll get it, Dad'll take care of it. And then he's like, he goes up there and he's like, I don't see anything. And then he's like, and then he fucking falls off the ladder, and then or something like that. Just something really dumb where the dad is just getting into all types of, or the dad and the mom are just doing all this horrible stuff and just making everything worse. But at the same time, the kids are just acting like this is all normal parent behavior. It's not even really anything that they're worried about, I don't know. It's, to me, I don't know if what this idea is just a Goosebumps parody, or if it's more, whatever. But I like the idea of just taking the disinterested parent motif or trope and just cranking it up to fucking 11, to the point where the dad, like, you know, he sees the monster or whatever, and he's like, oh, that's just Uncle Ernest, you know, he burnt his skin at the chemical plant, and he, you know, just something like that. And they're like, but he's trying to eat us. And they just like, oh, he's hungry. Just, you know, give him some corn nuts. He'll be fine.
Dad! They run upstairs and like, oh, thank God we got out of here. The kid's like,
My sweater! It's in the basement! Casey!
and then we get a nice tense deal where the dad's walking up and he's just looking at his driveway. He's like, what the fuck is that? What's happening in my yard? He like walks up as creepily as he can with his fucking corduroy pants on. He's sitting there and the kid's going as slow as possible. And you get a lot of things. This happens a lot in the Goosebumps things, but I kind of like it here. As Margaret keeps looking at the door and she looks down the basement. Casey! Dad's coming! It's like you would hear, as the dad walking up, he'd be like, why are they yelling, Casey, Dad's coming? So it's sitting there and it's like, the dad definitely knows. With you screaming and fucking acting like a crazy baboon, the dad knows what's going on.
Oh, hey,
you know, there's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Barnett.
Motherfucker knows what's happening. But as they keep walking up, he looks at this yellow plant too. He's just like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this thing? And Casey goes as slow as he possibly can, and he grabs his jacket really quickly.
You're just catching the end of the stream, Boots. But what do you think about yeah, this bit you're doing is so I need that as a full 3-part story. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this is what I'm thinking is like, I'm thinking it is just a straight up comedy, but it's in, you know, it's a comedy in the setting of a horror movie. But the idea is just you have the kids, and the kids are like fairly normal. Like maybe they're a little bit dumb or whatever, you know. But yeah, the idea is just, and Boots, I want to know what you think about this too, but you just have a story, or like maybe it would work better as like a parody video, but where the parents are like, you take the whole idea of parents not giving a fuck in horror stories and you just crank that up to like 11, where, you know, like I said, the alcoholic dad coming home and like hitting the kids' bikes and like crashing into the garage and stuff. And then or like, I don't know, with the mom it could be like, with the mom it could just be like she's I don't know, you could almost do like you know, the bully, you know, there's like a lot of times in the horror things there's like the bully kid in the neighborhood. The mom's just trying to like hit on him the whole time or whatever. I don't know, just ridiculous stuff where it's like, where the kids are like, but Mom, there's a werewolf, and she's like, children, just go to your room. I'm gonna stay out here and have a talk with Spike or whatever his name is, you know. Me and Spike are just gonna have a few we're just gonna have a little talk in the garden shed, you know, or whatever. Just shit like that where it's just so, and the kids are like, okay, Mom, just lock the door. You know, the kids are oblivious to it, but also just like too concerned with the fact that there's a werewolf that's like ate their dog or whatever. You know what I mean? I just think that somebody either needs to make like a straight up Goosebumps parody, or they need to, where the kid, and what kind of brought this up too, Boots, is I was bringing up, like, I love Series of Unfortunate Events, right? And I love how in that series, how Klaus, is it Violet? Yeah, and they're the only like sane ones in the whole world, and everyone else is fucking, you know, everyone else is, they're like, we'll take you to this new home, it's gonna be nice, you're gonna love it, and they're like, it's a graveyard, and you know, or whatever the fuck and they're like, oh, this guy, Mr. You know, Mr. Raven is going to take care of you here. He's a nice man. And it's like very obviously Count Olaf. And they're just like, it's Count Olaf. And Mr. Poe's like, no, that's not him. We thoroughly checked, blah, blah, blah. We know he has a tattoo on his ankle. This man lost a leg, or whatever, like bullshit that's going on. And yeah, I loved that in those stories, but I also think that, like, yeah, I just want to see like either a Goosebumps episode or like anything, whatever, a story written where it takes that concept and it just ramps it up 1,000%.
Scared, he runs back upstairs, and luckily the dad comes in. He's in silhouette, and they're both just sweating profusely because they got done running upstairs. He turns on the light, and the dad in this movie plays a very good unhinged father.
You in the basement? Did you go into the basement? Did you go into the basement?
In real life, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't have a relationship with his children. Like, I feel like he's really taking it from heart. This is not an act for him. This is him coming to set every day, having to deal with his own problems. He's sitting there and he's just like, comes in. What are you doing? Did you go down to the basement?
Yes. We didn't touch anything.
Yeah, and they immediately admit guilt. Yeah, it's like it's like, take your time then. If you're gonna immediately just be, yeah, we did, then why did you make such a big huss and fuss and you're fucking screaming through the house the whole time? Why would you not just be like, yeah, we were down there, we're freaking out, we heard like a dead cat. We heard like a cow giving birth downstairs. We were concerned. I don't know there should just be rakes down there. But now I'm hearing cow birth and a fucking like triceratops coming. I don't know what's happening, okay? And he's just like,
kids okay?
And they kind of lower their guard. They're like, huh, yeah, I guess. And he's like, okay, well, if I told you what's going on, would you guys just calm the fuck down? Actually, that would be lovely, Dad. And he kind of just gives him like a little bit of hint. Not really anything too crazy. He's kind of just like...
Botanists often try to take good qualities from some plants and put them into another.
Well, I'm taking certain parts of the plants and I'm putting them into other things. And they're like, what does that mean? And he kind of like, I've said too much. It's like, you've told us nothing. You've said the word plant. Okay? But I do like this whole deal because then, once again, it starts to read more and more as a single father being dismissive to his children after a very nasty divorce. And as a horror film, I think that works so well. If you use this weird thing to kind of like show the disassociation between children and their parents during a divorce, that's such a good idea for a horror film, and I love it. I'd love to see this remade, A24. Robert Eggers presents Stay Out of the Basement. It starts off too with R.L. Stine walking in like he does in the old tapes. Hi, I'm R.L. Stine. I'm a billionaire. I think he's literally a billionaire. I know, and he's not dead. I thought he was dead for the longest time. He's looked like a vulture for probably 35 years. It's unbelievable. He's just like, I've been perpetually 97 years old forever. I've been here since the beginning of time.
I'm R.L. Stine. I write the Goosebumps books.
We get the nice phrase where he's like,
Hey, Mom rented us movies. I could make some popcorn and we could stay up late and watch them all.
No. I have a lot of work to do. Maybe some other time.
No. Do I want to stay up all night and eat popcorn? No. But he's like, no, I'm too busy with work to get that nice first cold shoulder. And the kids are clearly upset because they're just like, man, I really wish that I had a relationship with my father, but he's too busy playing with fucking plants in the basement to do anything with me. So you get this nice little thing.
The kids, yeah. I really wish that my father, like, acted like he loved me at all. I really wish that my mom wasn't just trying to sleep with all my older friends, but, like, I don't know. Anyways, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Thank you for stopping by. Anyone who stopped by the stream, thank you for watching it on the VOD, if you've watched it on the VOD. Sorry it was a little bit of a disjointed stream today. I had to, eat and take a few breaks here and there, but ultimately we got through all the stories I wanted to, and hopefully we had fun, and I hope that people are watching this and having fun along with me, because I know I am. So thank you. Nice to see you, Boots. I need to go back. I know I've been trying to get through this list of stories that were submitted to me, but I do want to go back and read another one of yours sometimes. And I know I forget the series, but it's the one about the EMT that I've been reading. I look forward to more of that when it comes out. I know you're busy, but I really don't think for a second that I don't want to know what happens in that series, because I totally do. It's very, very good. Very just good. I don't know what you call that, like medical, like, you know, like medical, like, addiction style horror where it's like people in homeless shelters and stuff. But I think it works. I think it's so effective just in the realistic human aspects of it, with like the addiction and the horrors of living on the streets and homelessness and all that stuff. It works so well that in that way, but then it also, then you introduce that supernatural element into it, and it's just so fun, and it's so unique too, because it's set like in a city, you know. It's not hidden in this veil of like, oh, it's an old farmhouse, or oh, it's a this or that. And I'm super duper. I'm super into that story, but I want to read more of your other stuff too. So, yeah, you know, I'm just letting you know that you got a fan in me, and I'm looking forward to reading more. And yeah, you know, a lot of people's stuff. There's a lot of stuff, you know, Watchtower Part 3 and stuff too that I just can't wait to get to. But anyways, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you, everybody. This has been a RedDeathMask stream. I'm out.